Section 39 of Laws from Heaven for Life on Earth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Laws from Heaven for Life on Earth by William Arnot. The Pleasures of Sin. A foolish woman is clamorous. She is simple and knoweth nothing. For she sitteth at the door of her house, on a seat in the high places of the city, to call passengers who go right on their ways. Whoso is simple, let him turn in hither. And as for him that wanteth understanding, she saith to him, Stolen waters are sweet, and bread eaten in secret is pleasant. But he knoweth not that the dead are there, and that her guests are in the depths of hell. Proverbs chapter 9, verses 13 to 18. We have heard wisdom's cry and learned what are his offers to men. The next scene exhibits wisdom's great rival standing in the same wide thoroughfare of the world and bidding for the youth who throng it. The evil is personified that it may be set more visibly forth in all its deformity over against the loveliness of truth. All that is contrary to Christ and dangerous to souls is gathered up and individualized, as an abandoned woman lying in wait for unwary passengers, baiting her barbed hook with the pleasures of sin and dragging her victims down the steep incline to hell. One of the foul spirits that assail and possess men is singled out and delineated, and this one represents a legion in the background. The portrait is easily recognized. We have met with it before, both in the pages of this book and in other places of the scripture. It is no fancy picture. It is drawn from life. Neither is it a peculiarity of Eastern manners or of ancient times. It concerns us, otherwise it would not have met us here. The plague is as rampant in our streets as it is represented to be in the Proverbs. Mankind have sat for the picture. There is no mistake in the outline. There is no exaggeration in the colouring. It is a glass held up for the world to see itself in. Dark as the lines are in which the importunate, shameless solicitations of a wanton woman are drawn on this page, they are not darker than the reality, as seen in our crowded thoroughfares by day and by night. The vulture, with unerring instinct, scents the carrion and flutters round the place where it lies, until an opportunity occur of alighting upon it and satiating her appetite on the loathsome food. These vultures would not hover around our exchanges and banks and warehouses and manufactories unless the carrion that feeds them were centered there. While we have cause to thank God for the measure of truth and love and purity that his word and spirit have transfused through our families, we have cause also to weep in secret that so many whited sepulchres glitter pharisaically in the sun of the world's prosperity, while rankest corruption revels within. We again cry, with a great and exceeding bitter cry, to all that is morally sound in society, resolutely to withdraw their countenance from the impure, however great their wealth may be, and however high the position in the world. The specific occupation of the foolish woman is to call passengers who go right on their ways, and persuade them to turn aside for stolen waters. A multitude of the young, issuing from their parents' homes where they have been trained in virtue, start in life's wide path with the intention of going right on, and of these, alas, how many are suddenly enticed aside, entangled in the net, and lost? Beware of the turning aside. Let not a youth ever once or for a moment go where he would be ashamed to be found by his father and his mother. Forsake the foolish and live. Go not at her bidding aside, the dead are there. But although the argument that stolen waters are sweet is, for the sake of vivid representation, put into the mouth of a foolish woman, we must understand by the figure all evil, the devil, the world, and the flesh, whatever form they may assume, and whatever weapons they may employ. The one evil spirit dragged forth from the legion and exposed is intended not to conceal, but to open up the generic character of the company. From above, divine wisdom cries, verse 4, Whoso is simple, let him turn in hither. from beneath a multiform lust that is earthly, sensual, devilish, cries, "Whoso is simple, let him turn in hither." There they are, conspicuously pitted against each other, the two great rivals for possession of a human heart. No man can serve two masters. No heart can follow both of these drawings. No man can choose both death and life, both darkness and light. Everyone must go this way or that. Every sinner must turn his back either upon his Saviour or upon his sin. In this life, every human being is placed between these two rival invitations, and every human being in this life yields to the one or to the other. The power of sin lies in its pleasure. If stolen waters were not sweet, no one would steal the waters. This is part of the mystery in which our being is involved by the fall, and it is one of the most fearful features of our case. Our appetite is diseased. If our bodily appetite were so perverted that it should crave for what is poisonous and loathe wholesome food, we would not give ourselves up to each random inclination. The risk of death would be great, and valuing life, we would set a guard on the side of danger. But in man fallen, there is a diseased relish for that which destroys. Sin, which is the death of a man's soul, is yet sweet to the man's taste. There is much to appall us in this state of things. It should make us walk circumspectly, not as fools. When the redeemed of the Lord shall have come to Zion with songs of joy, they may indulge to the full, unexamined, unrestricted, all their tastes. There will be no sinful things to taste there, and no taste for sinful things. There will neither be the appetite nor its food. Nothing shall enter that defileth. But here and now it should make us tremble to know that there is an appetite in our nature which finds sweetness in sin. O wretched man that I am, who would deliver me from myself? God's children, while in the body, watch their sinful appetites and endeavour to weaken and wither them by starvation. They who give rein to the appetite are daily more brought under its power. It grows by what it feeds on. If sin had no sweetness, it might be easier to keep from sinning. Satan might fish in vain even in this sea of time if he had no bait on his hook that is pleasant to nature. Beware of the bait, for the barb is beneath it. It is only in the mouth that the stolen water is sweet. Afterwards, it is bitter. Sin has pleasures, but they last only for a season, and that a short one. On the side of sin that lies next a sinner, Satan has plastered a thin coating of pleasure. A deceived soul licks that sweetness, deaf to the warning that behind it an eternal bitterness begins. If a grand bazaar were erected, filled from end to end with sweetmeats of every form, and laid out in the most fascinating aspects, but all poisoned so that to swallow one were death, and if it were a necessity laid on you, to introduce your little child by a door at one end and let him traverse the enticing avenues of death alone, till from without you should receive him at the other, you would warn your child with a voice of agony that would thrill through his frame, not to touch, not to taste, until beyond the precincts of the pest house he should be safe in your arms again. Notwithstanding all your warning, you would stand trembling, perhaps despairing, as you waited at the appointed door till your child emerged. You would scarcely expect that your little one would, all the way through, resist the attractions of the poisoned sweets. Such are the world's sweetened death drops to us, and such as to infantile thoughtlessness are we in the world. Oh, for the new tastes of the new nature! Blessed are they that hunger and thirst after righteousness. When you have tasted and seen that the Lord is gracious, the foolish woman beckons you toward her stolen waters, and praises their sweets in vain. The new appetite drives out the old. One part of the youth's danger lies in his ignorance. He knoweth not when he is invited to the place of pleasure. He knoweth not that the dead are there, and that her guests are in the depths of hell. What he knows not, divine wisdom tells. He can tell us what is there, and he only. Who knoweth the power of God's anger? Only Christ. None other can warn us what the guests of the strange woman suffer in the depths. The saved cannot tell, for thither they never go. The lost cannot, for they never return thence. Only he who bowed under wrath and rose again in righteousness, can give warning as to the bitterness that lies behind the momentary sweet of sin. That section of the Proverbs which closes here is characterized throughout by varied, pointed, unsparing rebuke of prevailing sins. We have gathered some lessons from this page of the Bible and plied our lever to press them in. We desire humbly to cast the effort, as far as it has hitherto proceeded, on the quickening spirit for power. Those who have escaped these corruptions through the power of grace will have their gratitude stirred anew by a backward glance on the bondage. The young and inexperienced may, by the forewarnings, be better forearmed ere the heat of their battle come. But the objects of chief interest, while these reproofs are resounding from the word, are those who have been snared and taken, who have sunk and are lying yet in the deep mire. Sins are sweet, and therefore men take them. They are soporific, and therefore those who have taken them are inclined to lie still. A man has fallen into the sea and sunk. He soon becomes unconscious. He is living yet, but locked in a mysterious sleep. Meantime, some earnest neighbours have hastily made preparations and come to the rescue. From above, not distinguishing objects on the bottom, they throw down their creeper at a venture and draw. The crooked tooth of the iron instrument comes over the face of the drowning man and sticks fast in the dress of his neck. It disturbs the sleeper, but it brings him up. It scratches his skin, but saves his life. The saved, when he comes to himself, lavishes thanks on his saviours, mentioning not, observing not, the hardness of the instrument or the roughness of its grasp. Beneath the surface of society, sunk unseen in a sea of sin, lie many helpless men. Slumbering unconscious, they know not where they are. They dream they are safe and well. They have lost the sense of danger and the power of crying for help. Help comes, however, without their cry. Over the place where we know the drowning lie, we have thrown these sharp instruments down. We have been raking the bottom with them in all directions. If the case had been less serious, we might have operated more gently. If any be drawn up, they will not find fault with the hardness of the instrument that reached and rescued them. The slumbering may wish it were soft to slip over them, but the saved are glad that it was sharp to go in. When a world of humankind lay senseless in a sea of sin, one wakeful eye pitied them, and one almighty arm was stretched out to save. The highest bowed down to man's low estate. He sent his word and healed them, but the word was quick and powerful. The sleepers cry out when first they feel it in their joints and marrow. The evil spirit in them still resists the coming of Jesus as a torment, but when they are restored to their right mind, they sit at the Saviour's feet and love him for his faithfulness. End of section 39. Read by Belinda McReynolds, Melbourne, 6th of April, 2024. Section 40 of Laws from Heaven for Life on Earth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Laws from Heaven for Life on Earth by William Arnot. The Place and Power of a Son. The Proverbs of Solomon. A wise son maketh a glad father, but a foolish son is the heaviness of his mother. Chapter 10, verse 1. The Proverbs of Solomon. Hitherto, although the style has been in the main proverbial, there has been a large measure of connection and continuity in the argument. At this stage, we enter a new section of the book. Here we touch the edge of a vast miscellaneous treasure contrived or collected by Solomon and transmitted in safekeeping down to our own day. It is like a heap of wheat. The grains are small, but they are many. They lie close together, and yet each is a separate whole. They are fair to look upon and good for food. The first proverb is a characteristic specimen of its kind. Every reader may see at a glance how its words and clauses are poised upon each other, so as both to condense and reiterate the sentiment. both to retain it on the memory and impress it on the mind. A wise son maketh a glad father. Do you hear this, young man? It is in your power to make your father glad, and God expects you to do it. Here is an object for your ambition. Here is an investment that will ensure an immediate return. Come now, make your choice. Whether will you try to please these fools who banter you here, or to gladden your father's heart that is yearning for you there? He loved you in your childhood, and toiled for you all the best of his days. He was proud of you when you promised well, and clings fondly to the hope that you will be something yet. These companions that come between you and him, what have they done for you? And what would they do for you tomorrow if you were in distress? They would desert you and mind their own pleasures. They have never lost a night's rest by watching at your sick bed, and never will. But your father, what has he done and yet will do? The command of God to you is that you gladden that father and not grieve him. Your conscience countersigns that command now. Obey. In former lessons we found out where the root of wisdom lies, in the fear of the Lord. Here is one of its sweetest fruits. A son's wisdom is a father's joy. Alas, how often do we see a son in manhood becoming a burden which a father must bear, instead of a support that his weary heart may lean upon. A heavier burden this than was the helpless child. A foolish son is the heaviness of his mother. It is difficult to deal with this word. The conception is easy and the examples manifold, but though it is easy to comprehend, it is hard to express it. It is an almost unutterable thing. A son who breaks his mother's heart. Can this earth have any more irksome load to bear? Foolish son, do you ever allow yourself to think that you are bruising the bosom which you lay upon when you were a helpless infant? It is not your mother only with whom you have to deal. God put it into her heart to love you, to watch over you night and day, to bear with all your waywardness, to labor for you to the wasting of her own life. All this is God's law in her being. Her maker and yours knew that by putting these instincts into her nature for your good, he was laying on her a heavy burden. But he is just. He intended that she should be repaid. His system provides compensation for outlay. There are two frailties, a frailty of infancy and a frailty of age. God has undertaken in the constitution of his creatures to provide for both. Where are his laws of compensation written? The counterpart laws answer each other from two corresponding tablets, his own handwork both, as the curse and blessing echoed and re-echoed, alternate from the sides of Ebal and Gerizim when first the Hebrews entered the promised land. One is written on the fleshly table of the heart, and the other on the table of the 10 Commandments, both and both alike by the finger of God. A mother's love. You do not read in the Decalogue, "Mother, take care of your infant." So deeply is that law graven on a mother's heart that God our Saviour compares it to his own everlasting love to his redeemed. Isaiah chapter 49 verse 15. To that law the safety of infancy has been entrusted by the author of our being. The bed provided for the child is its mother's breast. There is the provision for humanity's first period of feebleness. And where lies the security for the next? It is partly in nature too, but it would appear that he who knows what is in man would not confide to that instinct the care of an aged parent. He spoke the command from the mountain that burned with fire. He engraved that command on the tables of the covenant. Honor thy father and thy mother, that thy days may be long. There, foolish son, there is thy mother's title to her turn of cherishing. You dare not dispute her right, and you cannot withstand her avenger. There will be compensation. All God's laws readjust themselves, and woe to the atoms of dust that are caught resisting and crushed between their dreadful wheels. How much more perfect and uniform is the parent's instinctive love than the child's commanded obedience may be seen in all the experience of life, and is well embodied in the Spanish proverb, "One father can support 10 sons, but 10 sons cannot support one father." I never knew a mother. I have been an orphan almost from the first opening of my eyes. If at any time my mind breaks loose from sober submission to my lot and wanders into wishes for what cannot be, the keenest longing of my heart is that I had a mother. One of the fountains of affection within me has been sealed up from my birth. I would fain have an object to let it flow upon. Oh, how sweet it must be to a son in his manhood strength to be the gladness of his mother. Foolish sons are compassing sea and land to obtain pleasure, and trampling under their feet untasted a pleasure stronger, sweeter, far, even to nature, than that which they vainly chase. Let sons who are not prodigal, who seem to be fairly doing their filial duty, remember that their time for that duty is short and uncertain. Let those who now love and cherish a mother much love and cherish her more. Occupy the talent, lest it be taken. Be yet more tender of your mother while you have her, lest you suffer by unavailing regret when it is too late, lest there should be thorns in your pillow the first night you lie down, after her voice is silent and her eyes closed. End of section 40. Read by Belinda McReynolds, Melbourne, 6th of April 2024.
Section 41 of Laws from Heaven for Life on Earth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Stacey M. Laws from Heaven for Life on Earth by William Arnot. Diligent in business. He becometh poor that dealeth with the slack hand, but the hand of the diligent maketh rich. Proverbs chapter 10, verse 4. This rule applies alike to the business of life and the concerns of the soul. Diligence is necessary to the laying up of treasures, either within or beyond the reach of rust. The law holds good in common things. The earth brings forth thorns instead of grapes, unless it be cultivated by the labor of man. This is an infliction because of sin, and yet it has been turned into a blessing. Even human governments have learned so to frame the necessary punishment as to make it a benefit to the culprit. The governor of the nations did this before them. A world bringing forth food spontaneously might have suited a sinless race, but it would be unsuitable for mankind as they now are. If all men had plenty without labor, the world would not be fit for living in. The fallen cannot be left idle with safety to themselves. In every country and under every kind of government, the unemployed are the most dangerous classes. Thus, the necessity of labor has become a blessing to man. It is better for us that diligent application is necessary to success than if success had been independent of care and toil. That diligence is necessary to progress in holiness is witnessed by all the word of God and all the experience of his people. Indeed, it would be a libel on the character of the divine economy to imagine that the tender plant of grace would thrive in a sluggard's garden. The work is difficult. The times are bad. He who would gain in godliness must put his soul into the business, but he who puts his soul into the business will grow rich. Labor laid out here is not lost. Those who strive and strive lawfully will win a kingdom. When all counts are closed, he who is rich in faith is the richest man. End of section 41.
Section 42 of Laws from Heaven for Life on Earth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by AnneGowan. Laws from Heaven for Life on Earth by William Arnot. Section 42. Posthumous Fame. The memory of the just is blessed, but the name of the wicked shall rot. Proverbs chapter 10, verse 7. Some are remembered for good, some are remembered for evil, and some are forgotten soon. This is a feature which is set in the machinery of God's moral government, as a power impelling to righteousness. How many motives to good doing are in providence brought to bear upon man, besides all that pertain to our own life on earth, and the higher hopes that look up to heaven, a power from the future of this present world is directed now upon a human heart to aid in keeping it from wickedness. It seems an instinct of humanity to desire honor and dread disgrace to the memory after death. Like other good things, it may be overlaid and smothered by a great excess of vice, but its operation is very general, and all in some measure are sensible of it. Few are entirely indifferent to the reputation in which they shall be held among men after their departure. The desire to diminish the depth of the stigma on their name is found in the greatest criminals when their end is near. To observe the memory of a bad man execrated by the people is, as far as it goes, in favor of goodness. Jeroboam, the son of Nebat, who made Israel to sin, is an expression that occurs frequently in the Old Testament, but the repetition is not vain. By many strokes on the same place, the Spirit in the Word at last stamped very deep upon the heart of Israel a detestation of the idolatry which Jeroboam introduced. As it is not pleasant to the living to think that their bodies after death shall be torn by dogs, so it is not pleasant to the living to anticipate that their names shall be infamous in the generation following. Although David's sins are faithfully recorded, David's name was savory in Israel, for the good that predominated in his history. This memory of the just must have stimulated many an Israelite to emulate the spirit and the deeds of the shepherd king. As skillful men, finding wind and water and steam, powers existing in nature, have combined and directed them so as to make them all help in propelling useful machinery, so the Supreme Ruler has directed many streams from different quarters and made them converge upon the wayward will of man, to impel it in the direction of righteousness. This curious appetite for a good name to abide in the world behind us is not left like a mountain stream to waste its power. It is let into the system of providence, and plays its own part in palliating the results of the fall. No man would like his name to rot among posterity. This motive is not strong enough to make a bad man good, but, along with others, it contributes to diminish the force of wickedness, and so to avert the absolute extinction of the race. End of section 42. Section 43 of Laws from Heaven for Life on Earth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by AnneGowan. Laws from Heaven for Life on Earth by William Arnot. The wise are teachable, the upright strong. The wise in heart will receive commandments, but a prating fool shall fall. He that walketh uprightly walketh surely, but he that perverteth his ways shall be known. Proverbs chapter 10, verses 8 and 9. We have already learned what wisdom is and whence it comes, and here is one of its most valuable results. Not what it gives, but what it receives. It receives commandments. Receptiveness is a characteristic of the new heart. The newborn babe desires the sincere milk of the word, that it may grow thereby. The good well-broken ground took in the seed, while other portions kept it lying on the surface, and this was the chief cause of the great difference in the result. As the thirsty ground drinks in the rain, so the wise in heart long for and live upon God's word. They are glad to get commandments. It is not in man that walketh to direct his steps. O send out thy light and thy truth, let them lead me. What I know not, teach thou me. This is a wise man, and he will soon be wiser. To him that hath shall be given. Blessed are they that hunger, for they shall be filled. A prating fool shall fall. All his folly comes out. Every one sees through him. The fool, being empty, busies himself giving out instead of taking in, and he becomes still more empty. From him that hath not shall be taken. He is known by the noise he makes, to be a tinkling cymbal. People would not have known that his head was so hollow if he had not been constantly ringing on it. If ever he become wise, he will begin to receive commandments, and when he receives them, he will grow wiser thereby. To receive a lesson and put it in practice implies a measure of humility, whereas to lay down the law to others is grateful incense to a man's pride and self-importance. The Lord himself pointed to the unsuspecting receptiveness of a little child, and said that this is the way to enter the kingdom. The term upright, as applied to character, seems eminently direct and simple, yet in its origin it is as thoroughly figurative as any word can be. It is a physical law declared applicable to a moral subject. When a man's position is physically upright, he can stand easily or bear much. He is not soon wearied. He is not easily broken down. But if his limbs are uneven or his posture bent, he is readily crushed by the weight of another. He is soon exhausted even by his own. There is a similar law in the moral department. There is an attitude of soul which corresponds to the erect position of the body, and is called uprightness. The least deviation from the line of righteousness will take your strength away, and leave you at the mercy of the meanest foe. How many difficulties a man will go through whose spirit stands erect on earth, and points straight up to heaven. How many burdens such a man will bear. There is evidence enough around us that righteousness presides over the government of the world. Although men are not righteous, yet righteousness is in the long run the surest way to success, even among men. As an upright pillar can bear a greater weight than a leaning one, so moral rectitude is strong, and dupliquity weak. The world itself has observed this truth, and graven it in a memorable proverb of its own. Honesty is the best policy. A true witness will bear an amount of cross-questioning which is sufficient to weigh 20 false witnesses down. Truth stands longer, and bears more among men than falsehood. This law, operating in the world, is a glory to God in the highest. It visibly identifies the moral governor of mankind with the maker of the world. A lofty spire bears its own weight, and withstands the force of the tempest, chiefly because it stands upright. If it did not point plumb to the sky, it could not stand. It could not even have been erected. Wonderful likeness between material and moral laws. Like body and soul, they are joined for parallel and united action. In trying times, the safety of a man or a tower lies mainly in uprightness. For want of it, many mighty are falling in our day, and great is the fall of them. Many confiding families are crushed under the ruins of one huge speculation that has been reared without the plummet of righteousness. End of section 43. Section 44 of Laws from Heaven for Life on Earth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by AnneGowan. Laws from Heaven for Life on Earth by William Arnot. The well of life and the treasures of wisdom. The mouth of a righteous man is a well of life. Wise men lay up knowledge. Proverbs chapter 10, verses 11 and 14. See what the Lord expects and the world needs from Christians. The mouth is taken as the principal channel by which the issues of life flow out for good or evil. It is a well. If it be full, it flows over, and if the overflow be sweet water, the border will be fresh and green. The well's supply falls in rain from heaven, and secretly finds its way by hidden veins to the appointed opening. The overflow fringes the well's brim with green, although the surrounding soil be barren. As the world is a wilderness, and the righteous are wells in it, there is urgent need that they should get supply for themselves in secret from above, and that the outcome of their conversation should be the means of reviving to all around. In a hot summer day some years ago, I was sailing with a friend in a tiny boat on a miniature lake, enclosed like a cup within a circle of steep, bare Scottish hills. On the shoulder of the brown, sunburnt mountain, and full in sight, was a well, with a crystal stream trickling over its lip and making its way down toward the lake. Around the well's mouth and along the course of the rivulet, a belt of green stood out in strong contrast with the iron surface of the rock all around. "What do you make of that?" said my friend, who had both an open eye to read the book of nature and a heart all aglow with its lessons of love. We soon agreed as to what should be made of it. It did not need us to make it into anything. There it was, a legend clearly printed by the finger of God on the side of these silent hills, teaching the passer-by how needful a good man is, and how useful he may be in a desert world. Let your heart take in by its secret veins what comes pure from heaven in showers of blessings. So shall itself be full, and so shall its issues, as far as your influence extends, contribute to fertilize the wilderness. The Lord looks down, and men look up, expecting to see a fringe of living green around the lip of a Christian's life course. If we get good, we shall be good. If we be good, we shall do good. This comes by a law of nature, for every creature acts after its kind, and the new creature amongst the rest. The wicked have a power similarly exerted, but in an opposite direction, and with an opposite effect. The wicked are like the sea, the troubled sea. It is always heaving from its depths, and casting up refuse and salt spray upon the shore. A belt of barrenness, therefore, runs all round. It scalds the life out of every green thing within its reach. The sea cannot rest, and herbs upon its border cannot grow. Thus the ungodly act constantly, inevitably by a law. The evil get evil and do evil. Sin propagates sin and produces death. In our great cities there are many such restless salt seas. There are many clubs of corrupt men who, by the law of their nature, corrupt their neighbors. There are men of false principles, of foul tongues, of callous hearts, of vicious lives. These cannot lie still. They swing to and fro and clash upon each other, and fling their own bitterness all round. Alas for unsuspecting youths who saunter careless on the edge. Each tender shoot of grace that may, in kindlier exposures, have begun to spring, is scorched out by these corrosive drops. All the borders of that sea are barrenness. Linger not within its tide mark. Escape for your life. Wise men lay up knowledge. Another brief definition of true wisdom. Many get knowledge and let it go as fast as they get it. They put their winnings into a bag with holes. They are ever learning and never wiser. The part of wisdom is to treasure up experience and hold it ready for use in the time and place of need. Everything may be turned to account. In the process of accumulating this species of wealth, the wonders of the philosopher's stone may be more than realized. Even losses can be converted into gains. Every mistake or disappointment is a new lesson. Every fault you commit, and every glow of shame which suffuses your face because of it, may be changed into a most valuable piece of wisdom. Let nothing trickle out and flow away useless. After one has bought wit at a heavy price, it is a double misfortune to throw it away. As a general rule, the dearer it is, the more useful it will be. The wisdom which God gives his creatures through the laws of nature is of this sort. The burnt child has, at a great price, obtained a salutary dread of the fire. None of the wisdom comes for nothing, either to old or young. Our Father in heaven gives us the best kind, and the best kind is that which is bought. The saddest thing is when people are always paying and never possessing. Some men gain very large sums of money and yet are always poor, because they have not the art of keeping it. And some learn much, yet never become wise, because they know not how to lay up the treasure. The cleverest people are, in many cases, the least successful. A man of moderate gifts but steadfast acquisitiveness lays up more than a man of the brightest genius, whether the treasure sought be earthly substance or heavenly wisdom. It is often found that the meek and quiet spirit, whose life casts no glare around him, has a supply of oil in his vessel which will keep his lamp from going out in seasons of sudden surprisal or long-continued strain. Men looking on the outward appearance make great mistakes in judging of men. Those who give out little noise may have laid up much wisdom. There is great encouragement. In the fountainhead is exhaustless supply, and he giveth liberally. It is a form of wealth that lies in little bulk. One contrite heart will hold more than the world's balances are able to weigh. End of section 44. Section 45 of Laws from Heaven for Life on Earth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by AnneGowan. Laws from Heaven for Life on Earth by William Arnot. Section 45. The Money Power. The rich man's wealth is his strong city. The destruction of the poor is their poverty. Proverbs chapter 10, verse 15. Here he is describing what is rather than prescribing what ought to be. The verse acknowledges and proclaims a prominent feature in the condition of the world. It is not a command from the law of God, but a fact from the history of men. In all ages and in all lands, money has been a mighty power, and its relative importance increases with the advance of civilization. Money is one of the principal instruments by which the affairs of the world are turned, and the man who holds that instrument in his grasp can make himself felt in his age and neighborhood. It does not reach the divine purpose, but it controls human action. It is constrained to become God's servant, but it makes itself the master of man. It is an interesting and remarkable fact that the Jews wield this power in a greater degree than any other people. Other channels of effort have been shut up from them, and consequently the main stream of the nation's energies has turned in the direction of money. This circumstance explains at once how their position has been acquired. But the ultimate design of Providence in the riches of the Jews cannot be seen as yet. Already the germs of vast power are in possession of the Jews, but in the meantime the want of a country of their own effectually checks its exercise. The mighty lever is in their hands, but they are comparatively powerless for want of a fulcrum to lean it on. The proposal to buy the land of Canaan has often been mooted among them. They could easily produce the price, but other difficulties interpose. The power that letteth may, however, be taken out of the way sooner and more suddenly than politicians deem. In those eastern countries in our own day the angel of the Lord is doing wondrously. It is our part, like Manoah and his wife, reverently to look on. All powers, and the money power among them, are in the hands of our Father. Nothing can happen amiss to his dear child. Over against this formidable power stands the counterpart, weakness. The destruction of the poor is their poverty. This feebleness of the body politic is as difficult to deal with as its active diseases. If pauperism be not so acute an affection as crime, it is more widely spread, and requires as much of the doctor's care. Besides being an ailment itself, it is a predisposition to other and more dangerous evils. All questions have two sides, and so has this. On one side the rich ought to help the poor. On the other, the poor ought to help themselves. By both efforts, simultaneous and proportionate, pauperism may easily be managed. Under either alone it is utterly unmanageable. It is the part of those who have strength without wealth to labor diligently for daily bread, that those only who have neither strength nor wealth may be cast for support upon the rich. If the community are obliged to support the poor only, the exertion will be healthful. But if they are compelled to bear also the profligate, they will sink oppressed themselves beneath the load. The poor we have always with us. This is the appointment of the Lord. To support them will do us good. It is more blessed to give than to receive. The vicious we have also with us, but to support them is pernicious both to them and us. We should correct and train them. But let it be known and reverenced as a providential law that no possible amount of rates or contributions can relieve the poverty that is caused by idleness and intemperance among the population. The disease is in its own nature incurable by that species of appliance. All such appliances feed the disease, and nourish it into strength. Though all the wealth of the nation were thrown into the jaws of this monster, it would not be satisfied. The lean kine would eat up all the fat ones, and be themselves no fatter. To supply the children by increased poor rates, while every enticement is offered to the wretched parents to spend their wages in dissipation, is like pouring water into a cistern which has not a bottom, and wondering why it is never filled. When you have poured in all your substance, it will be as empty as when you began. We are under law to God. The wheels of his providence are high and dreadful. If we presumptuously or ignorantly stand in their way, they will crush us by their mighty movements. We must set ourselves, by social arrangements, to diminish temptations, and by moral appliances, to reclaim the vicious, if we expect to thrive, or even to exist as a community. Vice, positively cherished by erroneous legislation, and neglected by a lukewarm religion, threatens to produce a poverty such in magnitude and kind as will involve rich and poor in one common destruction. Money answereth all things in its own legitimate province of material supply, but when beyond its province you ask it to stop the gaps which vice is making, it is a dumb idol. It has no answer to give at all. The struggle between manufacturers and mechanics in the form of strikes, a kind of intermittent fever, to which this country is eminently subject, offers a luminous commentary on this text. In these conflicts the rich man's wealth is his strong city, and the destruction of the poor is their poverty. The masters have most money, and fewest mouths to fill, therefore they hold longer out, and generally gain the victory, as the Russian army captured Kars by starving the garrison. The men have little capital and many thousand hungry wives and children. Poverty makes them weak, and the weak go to the wall. Their defeat is a great calamity. Perhaps their victory would have been a greater. A large proportion of the penniless are in a greater or less degree reckless. Partly their recklessness has made them poor, and partly their poverty has made them reckless. There is a reciprocal action in the process which enhances the result. When a multitude, who are all poor, combine for united action, rash and regardless spirits gain influence and direct the course. Such a spirit, powerful by the numbers whom it wields, is dangerous to every interest of the community. In this country, working men might take possession of the strong city as well as their masters. They might make this unrighteous mammon their own friend. Money, though a bad master, is a good servant. Money to the working men would answer all the ends which the strike contemplates, if each, by patient industry and temperance, would save a portion for himself. If 1,000 men of a district or a class possessed on an average a free capital of £50 each, the fruit of their own savings, they could maintain their own ground in a conflict with employers. Their success would be sure as far as their claim might be legitimate, and their success would be salutary, both to themselves and their neighbors. Any great community of men is like a body. All members have not the same office, but each is useful, each is necessary in its own place. In virtue of their union, if one member suffer, all the members suffer with it. Thus, by the constitution of things, Each has an interest in the welfare of all. In arranging the laws of his universe, the Creator has given a bounty on the exercise of charity, and imposed heavy taxes for the discouragement of quarrels between man and man, or between class and class. The whole community of rich and poor, linked together in their various relations, may be likened to a living body. Suppose it to be the body of a swimmer in the water. The limbs and arms are underneath, toiling incessant to keep the head above the surface, and the head, so supported, keeps a lookout for the interests of the whole. If the head be kept comfortably above the water and no more, the labor of the limbs will not be oppressive. But if a disagreement occur, and one member plot against another, damage will accrue to all. If the head thoughtlessly and proudly attempt to lift itself too high, thereby and immediately a double effort is entailed upon the laboring limbs, such an effort as they cannot long sustain. Wearied with the unnatural exertion, they soon begin to slacken their strokes, and as a consequence, the head that unwisely sought to tower above its proper height sinks down beneath it. On the other hand, if the limbs beneath, jealous of the easy and honorable and elevated position of the head, should intermit their strokes of set purpose to bring it down to their own level, they would certainly accomplish their object. When the limbs beneath cease to strike out, the head helplessly sinks beneath the water. The head would indeed suffer, but the limbs which inflicted the suffering would have nothing to boast of. When the head came down, the breathing ceased, and the blood got no renewing. The heart no longer, by its strong pulsations, sent the life-blood through its secret channels to the distant limbs, and a cold cramp came creeping over them. Glad were they, therefore, if it were not too late, to strike forth again in order to raise the head above the surface, as the only means of preserving their own life. The promiscuous mass of human beings that are welded together by their necessities and interests in this island is like a strong swimmer in the sea, and, alas, it is too often like a strong swimmer in his agony. Easily might the huge but well-proportioned body lie on the water in a calm, and successfully buffet the waves when a storm comes on, if all the parts were willing to work in harmony. We have the knowledge and the power and the material means sufficient to maintain and comfort the whole population without turning any into slaves. But half our productive capacity is lost by the want of concert and cooperation. The head, and here we mean by that term merely those who have wealth and superior position, the head, in selfishness or silliness, unduly exalts itself. There is a competition in costly luxuries which throws heavier toil down on the laboring class. In the shape of long hours and night work and diminished wages, it entails an agony in those members of the body which minister to its demands. In some poor garret, or in some dark cellar, the racking strain is felt, and the inmates know not whose weight has brought it on. In like manner, when the derangement begins below, the hurt is quickly thrown up to the head, and thence reverberates down to its sources, working reduplicated sorrow there. Head and members are all on the water, and a great deep yawns beneath. Moderate exertion, if it be steady and uniform, will keep every part comfortably buoyant, but mutual animosities work common ruin. The stoppage of labor which brings down the head will soon paralyze the members. The inordinate uplifting of the head, which overtasks the toiling limbs, will rebound from the sufferings of the multitude, a stroke of vengeance to lay the lofty low. Two truths stand conspicuously out from all this confusion. The world has a righteous ruler, and the ruler has a dislocated world to deal with. They speak of the progress and the perfection of the species. We are far from the goal as yet, even if we be in the way to it. The sign from heaven that most surely marks its neighborhood is, one is our Master, even Christ, and all we are brethren. When we see that beauteous bud swelling and bursting and blooming all over our land, we may safely conclude that her millennial summer is nigh. End of section 45.
Section 46 of Laws from Heaven for Life on Earth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Laws from Heaven for Life on Earth by William Arnot. The Lips and Tongue. He that hideth hatred with lying lips, and he that uttereth a slander, is a fool. In the multitude of words there wanteth not sin, but he that refraineth his lips is wise. The tongue of the just is as choice silver, the heart of the wicked is little worth. The lips of the righteous feed many, but fools die for want of wisdom. Proverbs chapter 10, verses 18 to 21. It is not safe for a man or woman to open the lips and permit the heart to pour itself forth by that channel without selection or restraint. If the spring within were pure, the stream could not be too constant or too strong. But the heart is full of corruption, and from a corrupt fountain sweet waters cannot flow. It is the part of a wise man to set a watch upon his own lips. This is a more profitable, though less pleasant exercise than to set a watch on the lips of our neighbours. If we fling the door open and allow the emotions to rush forth as they arise, it is certain that many of our words will be evil and do evil. One who knows himself, if he cannot prevent evil thoughts from swelling and swarming in his breast, will at least lay a restraint upon his lips and check their outgo. Weigh the words. Those of them that are allowed to take wing should be few and chosen. To refrain, that is, to bridle back the lips, is an exercise hard and healthful to our spirits. It requires some practice to make one skillful in it, but skill in that art will be very profitable in the long run. It is easier and more natural when one is full of emotions to open the sluices and let the whole gush forth in an impetuous stream of words. It is easy, but it is not right. It is pleasant to nature, but it is offensive to God and hurtful to men. You must consider well and pull the bridle hard and permit no false or proud words to pass the barrier of the lips. Strangle the evil thoughts as they are coming to the birth, that the spirits which troubled you within may not go forth embodied to trouble also the world. The tongue of the just, that is, the stream of words that flows from it, is like choice silver. Silver is bright and pure and not corrosive. It may safely be applied to the body, whether on a sound place or on a sore. Certain surgical instruments that penetrate the human body and come in contact with the blood must be made of silver. Other materials will be liable to contract rust and thereby inflame the wound. Silver, applied as a healing instrument, does not bite like an adder and leave a poison festering behind. Thus, when an operation of faithfulness becomes necessary, the tongue of the just is a safe instrument wherewith to probe the sores of a brother's soul. Its soft, sweet answer turneth away wrath. The truth spoken will perform the needful operation, and spoken in love, it will not leave the seeds of fever behind. A biting, corrosive tongue is a curse alike to the serpent who wields it and the victims whom it strikes. There is another object which in common language is constantly said, and in common understanding is instantly felt, to be like a belt of silver. It is a river, when it is seen from a great height flowing its graceful windings over the plain. All along its margin the watered ground is fresh and green. So would it be if we could obtain a heaven-high viewpoint, whence the eye could trace the stream of love and truth which flows from a good man's lips as he plods over the plain of human life from the spring-head of his new birth to the place of his disappearance on the shore of eternity. Softly and sweetly it shines like a silver stream on the dark ground of life, and like it too is fringed on either side with the growth of goodness. The lips of the righteous feed many. Themselves satisfied from the Lord's own hand, they will feed others. This bread of life which the disciples distribute is not like common bread. The more you give of it to the needy, the more remains for your own use. It is the bread which Jesus blesses in the wilderness, the bread from heaven, which Jesus is, and when from his hand and at his bidding you have fed 3,000 on 5 loaves, you will have more bread remaining in your baskets than the stock you began with. Christ's miracles had a body and a soul. The inner spirit was embodied in sensible act, and the sensible act enclosed an inner spirit. In the act of feeding hungry thousands through the ministry of the 12, he was training them in the elements of their apostolic work. As their hands then distributed bread to the body, so their lips fed many souls by the bread of life which came down from heaven and dwelt richly within them. It is a high calling to be stewards of these mysteries. The Lord's disciples are made mediators between the source of life and those that are perishing. He blesses, he breaks, he is the bread of life, but all the disciples stand round him, getting from his hands and giving to those who will receive. A Christian's lips should keep knowledge. In the heart, a precious store. Through the lips, a perennial flow for the feeding of many. Behold the mutual relations of faith and love, of trust in Jesus the Saviour, and active effort for the good of men. Getting much from him, you will feel the necessity of giving to others. Giving much to others, you will experience more the necessity of drawing ever fresh supplies from the fountainhead. They who abide in Christ will experience a sweet necessity of doing good to men. They who really try to do good to men will be compelled to abide in Christ, as a branch abides in the vine. Fools die for want of wisdom. So far from being helpful to others, they have nothing for themselves. They have taken no oil in their vessels, and the flame of their lamp dies out. End of section 46. Read by Belinda McReynolds, Melbourne, 6th of April 2024. Section 47 of Laws from Heaven for Life on Earth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Laws from Heaven for Life on Earth by William Arnot. The blessing of the Lord maketh rich. The blessing of the Lord, it maketh rich, and he added no sorrow with it. Proverbs chapter 10, verse 22. The truth here is twofold. The cord, as it lies, seems single, but when you begin to handle it, you find it divides easily into two. It means that God's blessing gives material wealth, and also that they are rich who have that blessing, although they get nothing more. 1. The silver and the gold are his, and he gives them to whomsoever he will. A business may prosper at one time and decay at another, while no one is able to detect the cause. It is not by accident. He who rules in the highest reaches down to the minutest concerns of this world and controls them all. Long ago, a certain people diligently plied their agricultural labours and carefully watched over their household affairs. And yet misfortune succeeded misfortune, and general poverty was closing round the commonwealth. They could not read on earth the causes of their failure, but a voice from on high proclaimed it. Ye have sown much, and bring in little. Ye eat, but ye have not enough. Ye drink, but ye are not filled with drink. Ye clothe you, but there is none warm. And he that earneth wages to put it into a bag with holes. Thus saith the Lord of hosts, consider your ways. Haggai chapter 1 verses 6 and 7. They had forgotten God, and he had withheld his blessing. There is the religion of the case and the philosophy of it too. Will a poor, short-sighted creature prate about the causes of things to the exclusion of God's displeasure against sin, as if there were no causes of things which lie beyond our view? There are causes of things which we have never seen yet. He is a sounder philosopher as well as a better Christian, who owns that the blessing of the Lord has something to do with the prosperity of his business. 2. But his blessing makes rich. His blessing is riches, although the wealth of the world should all flee away. Godliness with contentment is great gain. Here is a mixture prescribed by the all-wise for satisfying a soul and attaining success in life. he added no sorrow with it. The word seems to imply that there are two ways of acquiring wealth. Some people grow rich without God's blessing, and some grow rich by it. It would appear that the God of this world gives riches to his subjects sometimes, when neither giver nor getter owns the supremacy of the Almighty, and that God himself gives riches to some who are his children. Wherein lies the difference, since both the godless and the godly have gotten wealth? It lies here. He does not add sorrow to the riches which he gives, but that other Lord does. When you are permitted to obtain wealth on which you do not seek, and do not get God's blessing, that wealth becomes a sorrow. There is no more manifest mark of a righteous providence now seen protruding through into time than the sorrow that comes with ill-gotten wealth. It lies like a burning spark on the conscience, which will not out all the rich man's days. Sometimes the wealth is scattered by means that the public, with one voice, pronounce to be retribution. Sometimes it becomes waters of strife, to desolate his family after the winner has been laid in the dust. There are many arrows of judgment in the Almighty's quiver. Men may well tremble when they find themselves growing rich on a trade whose secrets they are obliged to hide in their own hearts, and dare not pour out before the all-seeing day by day. To heap up these treasures is to treasure up wrath over their own heads. If you take God into your counsels and so grow rich, no bitterness will be infused into your gains. It is a common practice to constitute firms for trade and exhibit their titles to the public with a single name and company. Most partnerships, indeed, appear to the world in that form, such a man and company. This is all about the business that the passing stranger learns from the signboard. But under that indefinite and comprehensive addition, who are included? What deeds and what doers does that mercantile formula conceal? Ah, what some do in the dark beneath that veil! Now and then the world is startled by its accidental rending, and the exposure of a nest of night birds in the light of day. But the full disclosure awaits another rending and another light. Reverently take the all-seeing into your commercial company and councils. If you cast him out, there is no security that the worst will not some day be taken in. When these counsels cease to be godly, they are earthly and sensual, and a terrible experience tells that no effectual barrier lies between these and the next step, devilish. More especially those who have once made a Christian profession, if they allow themselves to engage in transactions on which they dare not ask God to look, if they glide into a business for its gain, which is incongruous with prayer for a blessing, will probably be left to go greater lengths in shame than other men. One peculiar excellence of the riches made in a company from whose counsels God is not banished is that the wealth will not hurt its possessors, whether it abide with them or take wings and fly away. Riches cannot with safety be laid next a human soul. Admitted into direct contact, they will clasp it too closely. If they remain, they wither the soul's life away. If they are violently wrenched off, they tear the soul's life asunder. Whether, therefore, you keep them or lose them, if you clasp them to your soul with nothing more spiritual between, they will become its destroyer. Certain tortures that savages have invented and applied to human bodies bear an analogy to the process by which his money makes the miser miserable, alike when it abides with him and when it departs. They wrap the body of the living victim all round in a thick impermeable plaster, and then set him free. If the covering remains, all the pores of the body are clogged, the processes of nature are impeded, and the life pines away. If it is torn off, it tears the skin with it. The pain is sooner over, but it is more severe. Thus the soul of a thorough worldling is either choked by wealth possessed, or torn by wealth taken away. Out of that dread dilemma he cannot wriggle. The laws of God have shut him in. Those who get riches should beware lest a sorrow be added to them, more weighty than all their worth. The Maker of the soul is its portion. He made it for himself. When riches are clasped closest to the heart, he is slighted and dishonoured. An idol has usurped his throne. Covetousness is idolatry. For this very end, Christ has come that a man might take the holiest into his bosom and yet not be consumed. Put on Christ. Seek first the kingdom of God and his righteousness, and these other things may be safely added outside. If riches be added outside, while Christ is taken closest in, the riches there will not hurt their owner while they remain, nor tear him asunder when they depart. When your life is hid with Christ in God, you will live there, whatever amount of the world's possessions may be attached outside, and though in some social concussion all the world's thick clay should drop off, you will scarcely be sensible of a change. If you be Christians, if you have put on Christ, great riches may come and go. You will not be clogged while you have them. You will not be naked when they leave. But if the wealth be the first and inner wrapping of the soul, how shall that soul ever get into contact with the Saviour, that life from its fountain may flow into the dead? Many disciples of Jesus prosper in the world. Few who have courted and won the world in their youth become disciples in their old age. It is easy for a Christian to be rich, but hard for a rich man to become a Christian. End of section 47, read by Belinda McReynolds, Melbourne, 6th of April 2024.
Section 48 of Laws from Heaven for Life on Earth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Rebecca Lindsey. Laws from Heaven for Life on Earth by William Arnot. A fool's sport. It is as sport to a fool to do mischief. Proverbs chapter 10, verse 23. Fools make a mock at sin. Proverbs chapter 14, verse 9. Costly sport this. We are wont to wonder at the stupid despot who set fire to his capital that he might see the blaze. There are many greater fools in the world than he. The fire that Nero kindled in imperial Rome was soon put out. The flame which sin for sport lights up can never be quenched. Ye have kindled a fire in mine anger, which shall burn forever. Jeremiah chapter 17, verse 4. To do mischief is one evil. To make sport of the mischief which you have done is another, and a worse. A swearer frequently pours out a volume of filth and blasphemy in a fit of exuberant mirthfulness. The Lord will not hold him guiltless who taketh his name in vain. To be held guilty by the judge of men in that day is a heavy price for a moment's mirth. Besides offending the divine majesty, an oath offends also the little ones, for whom our Father specially cares. The sounds fall upon a tender conscience like drops of scalding fire upon the flesh. The fool pays dear for his mirth when he incurs on account of its anger of the orphan's almighty friend. Another species of mischief, often done in sport, is to make a neighbor drunk by practicing upon the inexperience of the young or the depraved tastes of the aged. We have all seen some instances of this amusement and heard of more. This is wickedness of the very worst kind. The crime of a robber who maims your body is venial in comparison of his who by stealth lays a paralysis at once upon your soul within and your limbs without. We sometimes hear of those who deal in strong drink, giving it for money to children, until the children are laid helpless in the gutter. To do this for gain is a great crime, but to do it for sport is a greater. I cannot find a name for the man who deliberately makes amusement for himself by defacing God's image from a brother's soul. If any of these occupy the position, they have certainly forfeited the character of gentlemen. They are destitute alike of godliness and manliness. Brutal would be an improper designation. Devilish is the most suitable that language can supply. There is not so much of this in our day as there was in the past generation. Of late, there has been some faithfulness and earnestness in dragging those abominations to the light, and the light these deeds of darkness cannot bear. Perhaps the arrow would more readily find a joint in the harness to penetrate by if I should name some sins that seem really lighter and more fit for sport. Some people tell lies to children with a view of enjoying a laugh at their credulity. This is to make a mock at sin, and they are fools who do it. The tendency in a child to believe whatever it is told is of God for good. It is lovely. It seems a shadow of primeval innocence glancing by. We should reverence a child's simplicity, touch it only with truth, be not the first to quench that lovely trustfulness by lies. It is emphatically the part of a fool to mock at sin. God counted it serious when, to deliver us from its power, he covenanted to give his Son to die. Christ counted it serious when he suffered for it. All holy beings stand in awe before it. Angels and fallen look on in wonder. And converted men who have been delivered from it fear it with an exceeding great fear. Only the victims who are under its benumbing power and exposed to its eternal curse can make light of sin. The laugh is a symptom of cowardice rather than of courage. It is not in the power of a human being to laugh at sin if he look in its face. The mirth of these mockers is a violent effort to shut their eyes or turn around. Sin is not a suitable subject of sport. He who mocks at it, expecting thereby to gain a character for courage, is a coward who dares not to confront its issues and hysterically strives to stifle his fear. To mock at sin now is the way to the place of eternal weeping. They weep for sin now, will rejoice in a Savior yet. Blessed are they that so mourn, for they shall be comforted. Those who make a mock at sin are obliged also to mock at holiness. This is a law of their condition. Evil men and seducers shall wax worse and worse. To laugh at sin and to laugh at holiness are two sides of one thing. They cannot be separated. Those who make mirth of goodness persuade themselves that they are only getting amusement from the weakness of a brother. Let them beware. If that in a Christian which affords you sport to be feature of his Redeemer's likeness, he whose likeness it is looking on and will require it. Let the merrymakers see to it when they are raising a laugh at the softness of a Christian, lest they be really scorning the gentleness of Christ, reflected in the mirror of a disciple's life course. God is not mocked. When Jesus looked down from the brow of Olivet upon a city full of sinning men, he wept. He is wise and knows what is suitable to the case. He sees the end from the beginning. None who look unto Jesus can mock at sin. The Redeemer's tears would quench profane mirth. End of section 48. Section 49 of Laws from Heaven for Life on Earth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Rebecca Lindsey. Laws from Heaven for Life on Earth by William Arnot. Fears realized and hopes fulfilled. The fear of the wicked it shall come upon him, but the desire of the righteous shall be granted. As the whirlwind passeth, so is the wicked no more, but the righteous is an everlasting foundation. Proverbs chapter 10, verse 24 and 25. We must not understand from this verse that the wicked experience only fear, and the righteous only desire or hope. The wicked have hope as well as fear, and the righteous have fear as well as hope. Both characters experience both emotions. In this respect, one thing happens to all. The dread of evil and the desire of good tumultuate and struggle for the mastery in a human breast all through this present life. Whether the person be a child of God or a servant of sin. The difference between the righteous and the wicked lies not in the existence of these emotions within them now, but in their issue at last. In both, the same two emotions operate now, in each at the final reckoning. One of these emotions will be realized, and the other disappointed. The wicked in life both hoped and feared. At the issue of all things, his fear will be embodied in fact, and his hope will go out like a lamp when its oil is done. The righteous in life both hoped and feared. At the issue of all things, his hope will be satisfied, and his fear will vanish as imaginary specters that terrified the benighted traveler disappear with a day. Fear and hope were common to the two in time. At the border of eternity, the one will be relieved from all his fear. The other will be deprived of all his hope. The wicked will get what he feared and miss what he hoped. The righteous will get what he hoped and miss what he feared. Ah, how deep this difference is. One has his hopes all realized and his fears all disappointed. The other has his fears all fulfilled and his hopes quenched in despair. It is not very difficult to ascertain what are the chief fears and desires of a wicked man. Cleaving to his sins, he is in enmity against God. The terrors of the Lord glance from time to time like lightning in his conscience, and he trembles at every quiver of the light, lest it be a bolt of wrath sent to strike him through. When one flash has passed and not smitten him, he gathers breath again and is glad he has escaped. But ere he is aware, he is wincing beneath another. The wrath of God and the punishment of sin, this is his fear. But what does he desire or hope? His desire for time is the indulgence of his appetites. His desire for eternity is that there should be no God, or at least that he should not be just to mark iniquity. This desire shall not be gratified, for God is and is the rewarder of them that seek him. It is a desperate throw to risk your soul and its eternity on the expectation that God will turn out to be untrue, and that the wicked shall not be cast away. This is the desire of every unrenewed, unreconciled man, whether he confess it to himself or not. And this desire must be disappointed. The hope of the sinner will perish when Christ shall come in the clouds of heaven and sit upon the throne of judgment. But the fear of the wicked? What did he fear? In spite of all his hopes, he feared death and judgment and eternity. His fear shall come upon him. All that a sinner feared shall come upon the sinner. All that he feared and more. The fruits of good and of evil are equal as they are opposite. Eye hath not seen, nor ear heard, neither have entered into the heart of man the terrible things which God hath prepared for them that hate him. The men who heard Noah preaching righteousness and refused to repent would nevertheless sometimes be conscious of fear under the patriarch's denunciations. But even those of them who feared the most had no conception of such a flood at that which came and covered them. The terrors of wrath that sometimes work in a sinner's conscience are only drops from an ocean infinite. The fear of the wicked, when it comes, will be greater than all that the wicked feared, greater by the difference between time and eternity. The expectation of the wicked shall perish. If the master of a ship at sea should, through carelessness or willfulness, in spite of warnings, deviate from his course and hold on, with all sail set by a false reckoning, and if he should expect and say, when told of his error, that he would escape, that there would turn out to be no rock to strike upon, that he would no doubt get safe into the desired haven, what would become of his expectation? It would perish when a ship struck on a stormy shore. In a voyage over life to eternity, there is indeed one difference. No one has gone over the voyage and returned to tell that the rocks are really there, and if men persist in refusing to believe whatever they cannot see, they must even be left to themselves. But a message has been sent out to us. We can make only one voyage over the sea, and the Lord of that better land has sent out directions and a chart to guide us in. Most certain it is, if heaven and hell, if sin and salvation be real, the expectation of the wicked shall perish. The desire of the righteous shall be granted. What, then, shall become of his fears? What becomes of the darkness when the daylight shines? It is gone. Such are the fears that agitate the bosoms of God's dear children here in the body. When Christ comes, his coming shall be like the morning. In the meantime, let it be carefully noted that the saints are subject to fears. The promise to believers is not that they shall never fear. It is that the thing feared shall never come upon them. What are their fears? They fear sometimes that God's anger will lie upon them yet, and sometimes they fear that in time of temptation they may fall away. But though these terrors disturb them, the thing they dread can never come. There is now no condemnation to them that are in Christ Jesus, and they are kept by the power of God through faith unto salvation, ready to be revealed. Their desire shall be granted. And what is their desire? It is twofold, that they may be pardoned through the blood of Christ and renewed after his image. When these are the desires of our souls, how safe we are. If these desires were left unfulfilled, God our Savior would be disappointed in his plan and stripped of his glory. These desires are the desires of the Almighty Redeemer of men, and he will do all his pleasure. When I fear what he hates, my fears will be driven away like smoke before the wind. And when I desire what he loves, all my desires will be gratified, even to the whole of the kingdom. Behold the golden chain on which a disciple's hope hangs down from heaven. All things are yours, and ye are Christ's, and Christ is God's. 1 Corinthians chapter 3, verse 22 and 23. The course of the wicked through time is like the passage of a whirlwind over a continent. Life moves quickly, like the wind. When seen from eternity, it is as nothing. A wicked life is like the wind in the violence and eccentricity of its movements. The soul that has no hope in Jesus is driven up and down like chaff in a tempest. It is dashed from side to side a while, and at last thrown into the sea or the flames. The righteous is an everlasting foundation. He cannot be moved. Though the mountains should be cast into the sea, and the righteous man standing remains unshaken, untouched, the heavens and the earth shall pass away. But he who has made the eternal God his refuge will never be removed. Neither death nor life, neither things present nor things to come, neither men nor devils, can ever drive or draw the feeblest disciple from his confidence. The Lord will lay a sure foundation, and he that believeth shall not make haste. Isaiah chapter 28, verse 16. These two promises lie together in the scripture. When your heart's hope is fixed on that precious cornerstone, you need not be thrown into a flutter by the fiercest onset of the world and its manifold temptations. End of section 49. Section 50 of Laws from Heaven for Life on Earth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Rebecca Lindsey. Laws from Heaven for Life on Earth by William Arnot. The greatness of little things. As vinegar to the teeth, and as smoke to the eyes, so is the sluggard to them that sent him. Proverbs chapter 5, verse 26. The minor morals are not neglected in the scriptures. Cleanliness and punctuality have their place in religion, as well as the weightier matters of the law. These lesser features must be all filled in ere the beauty of the Lord be seen upon us. There may be the main things that constitute the backbone of Christianity, and yet the character may be imperfect and ungainly. There may be faith, righteousness, and truth, and yet little of the loveliness of the bride prepared to meet her husband. A Christian has much need to pray that the Lord would perfect that which concerneth him. Even when the substantial groundwork has been attained, you can do little to honor the Lord or to win a brother until the minuter features of the heavenly pattern be imprinted on your life. You would not select activity and punctuality as the cardinal tests of a man's condition before God. Yet these things are by no means of trifling importance. Indolence is a great blemish in a man's character. Such a spot may sometimes be on one who is a child of God, but it is not the spot of God's children. What thy hand finds to do, do it with thy might. Sluggishness is a continual injury inflicted on others. It is a cutting, vexing thing. Those who are Christ's should crucify this self-pleasing affection of the flesh. One of the Christian laws is to look, not every man on his own things, but every man also on the things of others. If we would adorn the doctrine of Christ, we must be active, early, punctual. It is a sin to waste another man's time, as much as to waste his property. Whatsoever ye do, do all to the glory of God. No doubt it is the natural disposition of some people to be slovenly and unexact. But what is your religion worth if it do not correct such propensity? A person who is nimbler in body and spirit than you may find it an easier thing to fulfill his appointments, but he has some other weak side which he must watch and pray, each at his own weak side, that ye enter not into temptation. If any man be in Christ, he is a new creature. And if the new life is strong in the heart, it will send its warm pulses down to the extremest member. It should be the delight of a disciple to be leaving the things that are behind and pressing forward to what lies yet before. It should be like the meat and drink of a disciple to be making progress in bringing unto captivity to the obedience of Christ, whose thoughts that hitherto have been allowed to run wild. We are God's husbandry, and our effort should be to bring all the outspread field of life under cultivation, to leave no corner lying waste. In olden times, when land in this country was not so much valued, many portions, a strip by the roadside here, a corner beside a stream there, were allowed to escape notice and lie unsown. But as its value increased and became better known, useless roads were broken up and useless hedges pulled out, and every yard of soil turned to an account. A man's life in the field that belongs to the great heavenly husbandman, it is not enough to cultivate its middle. Every corner should be turned up and occupied. Those who are bent on making rich know how much depends on taking care of small fragments. If we were wisely ambitious of becoming rich towards God, we would not cast anything away. The furthest advanced Christian may be known by his care to serve Christ in little things, which others leave to chance, by his care to cultivate for Christ those little corners of life, which others allow to be filled with weeds. When any portions of the field, even outside edges and corners, are left unsown, uncared for, the roots and seeds which grow on these spread widely and injure all. It is sad to see the whole field damaged by these weeds that run to seed on its borders. Do we not often see a Christian life marred and made almost useless by certain minor outside parts of it not being Christianized? The smallest extremity should be occupied for the Lord as well as the heart. Although the heart is the chief thing as to acceptance with God, the smallest things of life often become the most important for His service in the world. It is precisely at the extremities of our life course, those parts that run out into diminutive points, that we come into contact with others. If these little outside things which they feel be not baptized in the Spirit of Christ, we have no means of letting them feel our Christianity at all. A Christian in the city may be called to make a bargain with a man, or keep an appointment with him, 100 times for once that he is called to tell his views of the gospel and the ground of his hope. Therefore, unless in these common things, these little outside points we witness for Christ, we shall seldom have it in our power to witness for Him at all. Let everyone please his neighbor for his good edification. There is in your house a central cistern for containing water, and it is supplied from the river or the spring. Out from that cistern, at its lip, go many channels leading to all parts of the house, for use of all the inmates. If the cistern be nearly full, filled in almost all its bulk, and yet not filled up to its lip so as to cover the mouth of the outgoing channels, all these channels will remain dry, and none of the inmates will get any supply of water. The cistern is almost full. A little more would make it overflow, and yet to the household, in their several departments of labor, it is very much the same as if it were empty. They get none. There is not an overflow. It is not so full as to go into these branching channels and appear at their furthest extremities with constant pressure ready to burst out at a touch. I think I see many Christians useless to the world in this way. They are almost full, but not overflowing. They are concerned about the great things of eternity, but not so completely possessed as to let the Spirit of Christ flow over into the smallest, commonest things of daily life. These remain hard and dry like the world, but it is by these that He touches others, and therefore, real Christian though he be, he does little good to others. Perhaps he does harm to others by misrepresenting Christ to them, and even misrepresenting himself. He who is a Christian in little things is not a little Christian. He is a great Christian, and the most useful. The baptism of these little outlying things show he is full of grace. For these are grace's overflowings, and they are ever the overflowings of the full well that refresh the desert. The great center must be fully occupied before the stream can reach that outer edge. End of section 50. Section 51 of Laws from Heaven for Life on Earth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Rebecca Lindsey. Laws from Heaven for Life on Earth by William Arnot. Honesty is the best policy. A false balance is abomination to the Lord, but a just weight is his delight. Proverbs chapter 11, verse 1. From my youth I have been better acquainted with this verse than any other in the book, because I want to read it with much interest when I was a little boy, engraved in antique characters on a moldering stone over the gateway of a market in the city of Perth. In the times immediately after the Reformation, when the word of God was new to the people, it was much valued. Through the spread of that word, the nation had been emancipated from a bondage of many generations, and after the long darkness, men rejoiced in the light. They were not ashamed of their deliverer. All classes felt and acknowledged their obligations to the Bible. In this respect, our lot has fallen on worse times. Direct appeal to the Scriptures seems to be counted a violation of taste in places of power. When that writing from the law of the Lord moldered away by age, the magistrates, I suspect, did not engrave it again in their restored marketplace. The motto of another city, like Glasgow flourish by preaching of the word, has dwindled down to like Glasgow flourish. The legend became curt when the age grew cardinal. These straws show how the current has been running, but there is reason to hope that the tide has already turned. In the Palace of the International Exhibition at London, 1862, perhaps the greatest scene of human concourse that has ever been known in the world, texts of Scripture, sublime in themselves and finely appropriate to the circumstances, are written where they may be read by every eye. It is refreshing to observe how the early reformers appealed to the Scriptures as a supreme arbiter in human affairs. It was an evil day for the nation when rulers began to ignore the Bible and govern as if God had never spoken to men. Rulers and subjects, buyers and sellers alike should love the Bible. No other law can keep the world right. The precept is abundantly plain. It requires no exposition. One of the ways in which dishonest selfishness strives to attain its ends is to use false weights and measures in the market. As civilization advances, fewer opportunities occur of successfully accomplishing this trick, and therefore other forms of deceit have crept in and cast into the shade the old-fashioned dishonesty. The modern dealer finds it more possible to cheat in the quality than the quantity of the article. Dishonesty of either kind, of every kind, is abomination to the Lord. Justice is his delight, alike in the weight of the goods and their worth. Though an honest man should get no thanks from the world, he ought to count it an abundant reward for all his self-sacrifice, that the world's judge sees every righteous deed and delights in it. God claims to be in merchandise and to have his word circling through all its secret channels. And when the salt is wanting, forthwith they become corrupt. Many men would fain banish God from his world. They are not atheists. They are willing to meet him by appointment on the Sabbath and in the church, on condition that they shall be allowed to buy and sell without him all the rest of the week. You may as well expect to escape from the air as his presence. In him we live and move and have our being. The only man who in merchandise is happy or safe is the man who, while trying to please his customer over the counter, tries also to please God. We ought, in this bustling community, to be aware that unfair trickery in disposing of goods is a sin that doth most easily beset us. When a practice becomes common, it ceases to attract attention. And if it be evil, it escapes reproof by reason of its prevalence. It would be our wisdom to suspect ourselves on our exposed side. It is in a crowd that you are apt to lose your purse or your good conscience. When you have cleverly concluded a bargain by concealment and falsehood, the loss is not all on one side. The seller suffers more by that transaction than the buyer. He leaves the shop with a damaged article. You remain with a defiled conscience. It is more blessed to give than to receive, and the counterpart is a terrible truth. It is more cursed to be an intake than to be taken in. But there is much actual dishonesty where the parties have not a deliberate intention to deceive. A man's judgment secretly leans to the side of his own interest. He has a bias in his own favor, and unless he be both watchful and prayerful, he will enter ere he is aware into the temptation and give a false tone to his statements without admitting to himself the design of telling lies. This kind of dishonesty is still dishonest. A man may indeed innocently make a mistake, but the innocent mistakes will, on an average, as frequently favor your customers as yourselves. If they are all on your own side, they are not innocent. There is a rule by which we escape this danger. I have seen a mechanic working with the appropriate tools upon a piece of wood. In order to bring its surface to a perfect level, after he has wrought some time, he took a rule and laid it along his work, bending his head and looking to ascertain whether the rule and the wood plied to each other along their whole length, or whether daylight appeared anywhere between them. When the work had so far advanced that the rule and the wood touched each other throughout their length, the workman, not yet satisfied, turned the rule around the other way and looked again. Why? He did not trust the rule. There might, for aught he knew, be a slight bend in it, and though the plank and it agreed, both might be uneven. By reversing the rule, he removes all chance of deception. His object is not that the plank should appear, but that it should be straight. Go and do likewise. You lay your rule along the transaction, and the two agree. But one's heart is deceitful. Perhaps it is inclined to yourself a little. Reverse the rule. Put yourself in the customer's place and the customer in yours. Would you then like the same representation to be made and the same price to be paid? This is a method for detecting an unfair bias in our bargains, which the Redeemer himself condescended to supply. Whatsoever ye would that men should do unto you, do ye even so unto them. If I speak plainly, even bluntly, against dishonest shifts, it is not that I have any prejudice against trade. I honor merchandise. I place merchants on equality with princes in my esteem. I think the time is coming when their position will be more honorable still. To a greater extent every year the surplus produce of one country is required to supply the increasing wants of another. This is a great providential arrangement for bringing and binding the nations into one. Merchants are the true ambassadors of nations, conducting their intercourse and interlacing their interests. The longer the world lasts, it will become more difficult for nation to go to war with nation. They are undergoing a dovetailing process, and every year interpenetrating each other with deeper and deeper indentations. Merchants are the engineers and artificers in that mighty process of providence for binding the peoples of the earth together by their interests, and perhaps for preparing among them the way of the Lord. Between east and west, north and south, barbarian and civilized, merchants are the mediators accredited and sent by the Supreme, as the atmosphere touching both mediates for blessed purposes between the sea and the earth, relieving the sea of its surplus water and pouring it over the thirsty ground. So the class of merchants mediate between the different countries of the world, making the produce of all the property of each, and the produce of each the property of all. It is because I see the greatness of merchandise that I strive for its purity. When the truth of God as a preserving salt shall provide the fountain in the merchant's heart, the outgoing streams of traffic will be pure, and the whole landscape will wave with the blossoms of love and the fruits of righteousness. Though dishonesty be concealed, its effects cannot be diminished. The world is under law to God. Falsehood, in proportion to its amount, poisons and paralyzes the whole mercantile system. It is a bitterness in the spring which, according to its extent, will infallibly tell in scorching the land with barrenness. The system of nature is constructed so as to fit into truth. The world has been made for honest men. The dishonest rack and rend it like gravel among the wheels of a machine. But if lies impede the motions of the social system in its slow and solemn revolutions bring down heavy blows upon the liar's head. End of section 51.
Section 52 of Laws from Heaven for Life on Earth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Gloria Loughry. Laws from Heaven for Life on Earth by William Arnot. Assorted Pairs. When pride cometh, then cometh shame, but with the lowly is wisdom. The integrity of the upright shall guide them, but the perverseness of transgressors shall destroy them. Proverbs 11, verses 2 and 3. In morals, things go in pairs as rigidly and regularly as living creatures in nature. The Bible contains the history and the rules of God's government, and therefore the unions that exist in providence are written in the Word. Here is one of them. Pride and shame constitute a pair. They must go together whether they will or not. All the wriggling of the victims cannot break the chain that binds them. For wise and righteous ends they have been made twins by the author and ruler of the world. As well you might try to tear away the shadow so that it should not haunt the body, as to prevent shame from dogging the steps of pride. The laws of nature cannot be overturned by the power or overreached by the cunning of men. It is not only that shame will appear as the punishment of pride on some future day, quote, pride cometh, then cometh shame, end quote. There is always something at hand to gall pride, where there is pride to be galled. A proud man is never at ease. He is always apprehensive of danger and always on the watch. It is certain that no man has good ground for being proud, and to have ideas at variance with your circumstances is to steep your life in misery. A proud man, having nothing to be proud of, is like a boy trespassing in a field not his own. The pleasure is all embittered by the fear of being caught. In this life, the condition of humanity at the best is one of suffering, but pride adds other irritants of its own. Two men are confined in cells of equal capacity. Neither habitation can be reckoned roomy, neither inhabitant can be altogether content. But if one meekly submit and make the best of it, his lot will be endurable, whereas the other, if he dash himself continually on the sides of his prison, will make his life miserable while it lasts, and soon bring it to a close. Both the humble and the proud man are in a low, confined condition, but the one, by bowing his head, escapes the blow. The other, by stretching aloft, brings his body into destructive collision with the barriers which the Omnipotent has set round the sinful. Pride? What is the man proud of? Money? It will not procure for him one night's sleep. It will not buy back a lost friend. It will not bribe off approaching death. Land? A very little bit of it will serve him soon. Birth? What has he inherited but sin and corruption? Learning? If he is equal to Newton, he has gathered one little pebble on the ocean's shore, and even that one he must soon lay down again. It would be better that shame should come now on the proud, like a flood, to cover them, that their hearts may melt in godly sorrow. For if shame come first, when mercy has finally passed away, how dreadful will its coming be! Then it will be, quote, shame and everlasting contempt. End quote. With the lowly is wisdom, the wisdom from above. The lowest parts of the land are warm and fertile. The lofty mountains are cold and barren. The secret of the Lord is with them that fear him. Quote, blessed are the poor in spirit, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. End quote. All obliquity and trick in the intercourse of men is a libel on providence. Every recourse to falsehood is a direct distrust of God. Truth is both the shortest and the surest road in every difficulty. How much labor is lost by adopting tortuous paths! A great part of life's labor consists in following a crooked course, and then trying to make it appear a straight one. The crooked line is far more difficult at first, and the defense of it afterwards doubles the labor. The intercourse of nations with each other, designated by the general term diplomacy, is proverbially a game of dexterity. We do not certainly know what goes on, for we have never been admitted into their secrets. But if diplomatists be not much maligned, there is a great deal of double-dealing in their art. It seems to be understood that a man of transparent and scrupulous truthfulness is not fitted to be a diplomatist. It is a prevalent idea among politicians that though truth is best in the abstract, yet in some cases it is not safe to depend upon it, while others are endeavoring to circumvent you. You are in difficulty and danger. You must fortify to uttermost. You must do the best. Therefore you will twist together a few lies in order thereby to defend your position and foil your adversary. That is, when there is a stress, you cast aside the straight line of truth and trust to the crooked course of hypocrisy. The cripple, at a rocky part of the road, throws away his sturdy oak staff and grasps a bruised reed by way of making sure that he will get safely over. Vain hope. Quote, truth is great and it will prevail. End quote. Truth is the most potent weapon of attack and the surest covering for the head in the day of battle. Each party throws the blame of lying on his adversary and continues himself to lie. The ever-recurring justification of diplomatic trick is, though we were willing to be true, we have lying rogues to deal with. What then? The question remains entire. In dealing with them, what is your strongest weapon and surest defense? Is it truth or a lie? Meet them with transparent truthfulness. Your truth will, in the long run, be stronger than their lie, and you will overcome. We are confident that if a nation, in all its intercourse with neighbors, were transparent and true like sunlight, the nation would soon be in the ascendant. Truth is God's law, as well as gravitation. Those who conform to these laws in their several departments are safe. Those who contravene them are crushed by their self-acting vengeance stroke. Their own act brings down the retribution. Quote, the perverseness of transgressors shall destroy them. End quote. End of section 52. Section 53 of Laws from Heaven for Life on Earth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Gloria Loughry. Laws from Heaven for Life on Earth by William Arnot. Hypocrites and Talebearers. A hypocrite with his mouth destroyeth his neighbors. A talebearer revealeth secrets. But he that is of a faithful spirit concealeth the matter. Proverbs 11, verses 9 and 13. An untrue man is the moral murderer, his mouth the lethal weapon, and his neighbor the victim. Horrid employment! For what purpose have we been placed in the world? Look unto Jesus, and learn in his life what is your own errand here. He came to seek and save the lost. He went about doing good. Let no man deceive himself with words. Nothing in nature is surer and truer than this, that Christians are like Christ, and they who are not in some measure like Christ are not Christians. Let that mind which was in him be also found in you. He has left us an example that we should follow his steps. The destroyers of a neighbor are as far from the track of Jesus as men in this life can be. Beware of carrying lethal weapons. For what end did God give to man, and to man alone, a speaking mouth? The maker of that tongue meant it not to be a dart to pierce a brother with. Remember every morning who gave you that wonderful instrument, and how he intended it to be used. When a kind parent sends to his distant child a case of curious mechanical instruments, he takes care to send along with them printed directions for use. Even such a set of directions has our Father in heaven sent to us along with the case of cunning instruments which our living body contains. Look into the directions and see what is written opposite the mouth and tongue. For, quote, speaking the truth in love, end quote. Ephesians 4, verse 15. Every dear child will do what his father bids him. He tries the edge of the weapon on truth to honor the giver God, and on love to soothe the sorrows of brother men. The tongue is one, and that not the least, of the 10 talents. Quote, occupy till I come, end quote, is the condition of the lone. Near, though unseen, is the day of reckoning. A talebearer, double-tongued, is an odious character. He takes in all your story, if you are weak enough to give it to him, and then runs off to the next house and pours it into the greedy ears of jealous neighbors. His character is a compound of weakness and wickedness. He is feared less than bolder criminals, and despised more. If he were not weak, he would not act so wickedly. But if he were not wicked, he would not act so weakly. He breeds hatred and spreads it. He carries the infection from house to house, like a traveler, from city to city, bringing the plague in his garments. Families soon begin to mark him as a dangerous man, and in the exercise of sovereign authority within their own borders, they prescribe a rigid quarantine. They prescribe for him an offing wide enough to ensure their own safety. The true antithesis to the talebearer is a, quote, faithful spirit, end quote. Poets have often sung the sweetness of true friendship, but they can never reach the bottom of it. It is a spring in the desert. Without it, the weary pilgrim would not get forward at all. Beyond computation precious is the friend who, instead of the weakness and wickedness of a talebearer, possesses the opposite quality of strength and goodness, who is soft enough to take in your sorrows and firm enough to keep them. It is a substantial help to suffering humanity when a being of the same nature with yourself goes into your very heart, and yet will not divulge the secrets which he has witnessed there. The Lord, who knows what is in man, takes notice of these things. He provides helps meet to us in our griefs. He provides human sympathy for human sorrow to lean upon. He approves when any one, for his sake and at his bidding, acts the part of a friend to a needy brother. He gives, indeed, to his own people such duties as these to exercise their graces on. Quote, without spot or wrinkle or any such thing, end quote, is their ultimate acquirement, and should be their present aim. They are glad to be employed by him and like him. Apprentices, learning a trade, they do not look for wages. Rather, they count themselves obliged when subjects and opportunities are afforded to try upon, that by exercise they may grow more skillful in acting the part of faithful friends. End of section 53. Section 54 of Laws from Heaven for Life on Earth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Gloria Loughry. Laws from Heaven for Life on Earth by William Arnot. Debts and Sureties. He that is surety for a stranger shall smart for it, and he that hateth suretyship is sure. Proverbs 11, verse 15. See also Proverbs 6, verses 1 through 5. Rash suretyship and the ruin that follows it seems to have been common in those days as well as our own. The traffic of ancient times was small, in comparison with the vast system of exchange which now compasses the whole world, like network. But the same vices that we lament marred it, and the same righteousness that we desiderate would have healed its ailments. Neither the law of gravitation nor the law of righteousness has changed since the time of Solomon. Both are as powerful now as they were then, and as pervasive. The things are different in form and bulk, but ancient and modern merchandise are of the same nature and subject to the same laws. As to the laws, whether physical or moral, there is nothing new under the sun. In those primitive times, it seems as in our own, some men desired to get faster forward in the world than their circumstances legitimately permitted. They were determined to get up, although they had nothing to stand upon. their ambition fretted at the slow and vulgar method of climbing up by patient industry. They would ascend by a bound. They must get a neighbor to become security for them, that they may get the use of money which is not their own. They will throw for a fortune to themselves at another's risk. There were also others, it appears, so simple as to become surety for the adventurers, perhaps because they could not command enough of courage to refuse a friend, although they thereby cast into a lottery the home and the food of their own families. The warning does not, of course, discourage considerate kindness in bearing a deserving man over a temporary pressure. When you have ascertained the character of the person and measured the amount of his need, when you have balanced your own affairs and discovered that they have a buoyancy sufficient to bear both you yourself and your brother over the strait, then do a brother's turn and enjoy a brother's love. No precept of the Bible demands that we should harden our hearts against the claims of the needy. The Bible permits and requires more of kindness to our brother than we have ever shown him yet, but it does not allow us to do a certain substantial evil for the sake of a distant shadowy good. It condemns utterly the rash engagements which, under pretense of doing a kindness to one, inflicts injustice on 100. Righteousness in all times and all circumstances reclaims against the blind effort which, for the sake of supporting a tottering fabric, incurs the risk of bringing your own house down about your ears and crushing beneath its ruins many innocent victims. We make no inquiry into the method of conducting pecuniary transactions in the days of Solomon. Our object is not antiquarian research, but the rebuke of present wrong and the establishment of righteousness. The most convenient method will be to apply what we count the straight line to a number of cases that are daily occurring in business. We shall thread them on like beads upon a string, and every one, with a Bible in his hand and a conscience in his breast, may judge for himself whether they hang fairly. 1. If a merchant possessing unencumbered 20,000 pounds desires to get the use of 10,000 more, he may legitimately obtain it in money or goods from bankers or brother merchants, if he does not misrepresent the real state of his affairs. But although he really possesses 20,000 and thinks himself safe, if he convey to others in any way the impression that he has 40,000 in order to obtain more credit, he infringes the law of righteousness as certainly and sinfully as the trickster on a lower platform and a smaller scale. 2. A man who has not more than 10 pounds may legitimately borrow 10,000, if he can get it, after revealing the whole case to the capitalist as thoroughly as it is known to himself. He may be such a man that his character and 10 pounds in hand are a better guarantee than another man can give who has 10,000 pounds, but not a character. Let the whole truth be known. Make a clear breast, and if another choose to take the risk, you may accept the money. The same principles would, of course, bind you to be at least as careful of the money so obtained as if it were your own. 3. A merchant is engaged in extensive business. He began it with a large capital and good credit. In process of time he meets with heavy losses. He discovers from his balance that his assets will not cover his liabilities. What should he do? A common maxim in such a case is, take care not to change your house. On no account dismiss your coachman or sell your horses. Invite dinner parties more frequently this winter than you did the last, and see that the luxuriance be not in aught diminished, all to keep up your credit. Measured by the line of God's law, all this is unmitigated dishonesty. It is to fence your position all around with a battery of lies. It is to keep money on false pretenses. When you have nothing, if you keep up a show for the purpose of persuading your creditors that you are as rich as ever, you are cheating your neighbors. When the ground on which a man gave you credit has fallen away, you must let him know it. If, after revelation and explanation, he think it better on the whole that you should make another effort, it is well. Let the effort be made, but concealment in these circumstances is sheer dishonesty. 4. A man has lost on his business this year. He hopes he will make good the loss in another and better season. He borrows from his friends and pushes forward. Again, at the balance, it is discovered that he is still sinking. He is below the horizon of solvency. He owes now more than all that he has. He borrows again, not revealing to the creditors the state of the case. Is he justified? No, verily. The act is dishonest, and there is a loathsome selfishness to the dishonesty. He is pushing forward, knowing that if he succeed, the gain will be his own. If he fail, the loss will lie on his neighbors, for he has nothing to lose. 5. A man, honest and honorable, is conducting a legitimate business in a legitimate way. He is indebted to his customers, and his customers are indebted to him. The whole process goes regularly and fairly on. He gains a few hundreds every year for the support of his family, and there is at all times a balance in his favor over the transactions in the mass. A friend not connected with him in business comes to this man and requests the favor of his name to a bill by which he may obtain the use of 10,000 for a few months, to enable him to take advantage of a promising speculation. Speculations are always promising. He yields. In an evil hour he writes his name on that paper. Now his position in relation to his ordinary creditors is wholly changed. They knew him only in the transactions of business. They had, in the course of these transactions, given him credit to a legitimate amount and for a reasonable time. When they gave it, he had the means of repaying all. Now he has contracted, without telling them, a liability which, if it become due, will swallow up all his substance and leave his lawful creditors unpaid. To contract that liability was unjust. 6. One case more we shall adduce, connected like the last immediately and directly with suretyship, and selected as a specimen of the extravagant and dangerous excesses to which speculation runs in this feverish age. Suretyship, as distinct from money lending, has been converted into a business and prosecuted for profit. A species of underwriters has sprung secretly up who insure against losses, not on the sea of water, but on the more treacherous waves of gambling speculation. You are engaged in business with large assets and heavy liabilities, but with the reputation in society of substantial wealth. Another man is struggling against the tide and is no longer able to keep his head above water. He applies to a neighbor as needy as himself. A bill with both names attached is presented to the banker. The man of money shakes his head and requests time to consider. But time is the very thing which the two adventurers cannot spare. Money they must have, and they must have it now. They present themselves with their bill in your counting-house. They want your name. You will never be troubled. All that they want is your name, to enable them to clear a pressing difficulty. You have no interest in them, and will not give them your name for love. But you have an eye to your own interest, and will give it for money. The terms are discussed, how much per cent for your name. The terms are adjusted, and the bargain struck. If the applicant is needy, he will offer a large premium. Not for the loan of money, be it observed, for the poor borrower is obliged to pay the interest to the bank besides, and you do not give him a farthing, even in loan. He agrees to pay a large premium to you for the use of your name to enable him to borrow in another quarter. If traffic becomes extensive, large profits may come in for a time, but in the nature of things, the medicine aggravates the speculator's disease. The traffic becomes more and more dangerous. The hollow principals fail to meet their engagements, and the liability falls back on you. Your capital is swallowed up, your family ruined, and your ordinary creditors defrauded. Enough of these examples. Now for the elucidation of the principles of truth and righteousness as applied to modern trade. We are met here by the old cry that business cannot be conducted at all if these principles are closely insisted on. Let business perish if it must needs rise on downcast and dishonored truth. Let business creep on the ground in isolated acts of exchange, like the diminutive and simple transactions of children and savages. If its vast and symmetrical structure can be reared only upon the wreck of righteousness, but we are not shut up to such a dire alternative. Business, in all its extent, and through all its complications, will stand more securely on a basis of perfect righteousness and move more sweetly when every wheel turns in a bedding of transparent truth. The goodly machine needs no underhand dealing and false representation to keep it going. These are the things which make it jerk and creak, and break and rend those who handle it. Specifically, as to sureties, the law of the Lord gives no harsh recommendation and countenances no selfish neglect of a neighbor in need. Help him if he is deserving and you are able, but help him out of your own means, and do not mortgage for that object the money that really belongs to another man. You have a right to pledge your own money in the case, if you think the case is good, but you have no right to pledge mine also in it, however good it may be. But you do pledge the money of other people the moment that you bind yourself for more than you have of your own. We are very far from saying or thinking that, in the intricate avenues of modern merchandise, a strictly conscientious man will always see his way clearly and never meet with difficulties. We are all well aware that in the evolution of circumstances, an honest man may suddenly find himself in an enclosure where it is exceedingly difficult to determine in what direction righteousness leads. Let it be supposed that he fears God and regards man, that he would do justly at all hazards if he were sure what course would, on the whole, be most just. We grant readily that the line of duty may, in some cases, be involved in great darkness, and that with a pure purpose the man may sometimes take a step which involves himself and others in the direst disasters. Flesh and blood ourselves, and knowing that even when pure principle reigns in the heart, the path of practical duty in any line of life may be involved in many doubts, we would not proudly dictate to a brother on difficulties which beset his steps, and from which our different profession, not our superior probity, keeps us free. First, in the name of the Lord, and in the cause of righteousness, we denounce all dishonesty and untruth, however large and intricate the transactions in question may be. And then, with human sympathy and in conscious weakness, we counsel all good men engaged in business to be aware of its dangers, and to watch and pray that they enter not into temptation. In this line of life, as in every other, there are trials of faith and of other graces. All that we demand and all that is needed is that Christian merchants take their Christianity with them into merchandise, and keep it with them all the way. In every case, seek the Lord's will, and you will find it. Consult the honor of Christ and the safety of your soul as to what business you will go into, and how far in you will go. You have not fulfilled your duty when you are able to say that you did not of set purpose do any wrong. The question is, where the path is slippery and many falling, how painful and prayerful were you that you might not stumble unconsciously into evil. A Christian is not forbidden to go into business, but if he look within and around, he will discover that his watchword there should be, quote, fear and sin not. End quote. End of section 54.
Section number 55 of Laws from Heaven for Life on Earth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Laws from Heaven for Life on Earth by William Arnot. As we sow, we reap. The merciful man doeth good to his own soul, but he that is cruel troubleth his own flesh. The wicked worketh a deceitful work, but to him that soweth righteousness shall be a sure reward. They that are of a froward heart are abomination to the Lord, but such as are upright in their way are his delight. Proverbs chapter 6, verses 17, 18, and 20. The merciful man doeth good to his own soul, but he that is cruel troubleth his own flesh. Blessed are the merciful. All the good they do to others returns with interest to their own bosoms. It is more blessed to give than to receive. In every act that mercy prompts, there are two parties who obtain a benefit: the person in need, who is the object of compassion, and the person not in need, who pities his suffering brother. Both get good, but the giver gets the larger share. In common life, the act of showing mercy to the needy is very good for the man who shows it. The Good Samaritan who bathed the wounds and provided for the wants of a plundered Jew obtained a greater profit on the transaction than the sufferer who was saved by his benevolence. It is like God to constitute his world so. Even Christ himself, in the act of showing mercy, has his reward. When he sees of the travail of his soul, he is satisfied. Like other fixtures in nature, this principle has its counterpart. When light departs, darkness comes in its stead. When a human bosom is a stranger to the blessedness of the merciful, it tastes the misery of the cruel or the careless. As mercy blesses, cruelty torments both the parties, the one who bears and the one who inflicts it. This is a law of God, set deep in the constitution of things, a law that magnifies his mercy. A man cannot hurt his neighbor without hurting more deeply himself. The rebound is heavier than the blow. The man who chastises his brother with whips will himself, by the movement of providence, be chastised with scorpions. Such is the fence which the Creator has set up to keep man off his fellow. This dividing line is useful now to check the ravages of sin. But when perfect love has come, that divider, no longer needed, will be no longer seen. It is like one of those black, jagged ridges of rock that at low water stretch across the sand from the edge of the cultivated ground to the margin of the sea. An impassable and unapproachable barrier. When the tide rises, all is level and it is nowhere seen. This law of God, rising as a rampart between man and man, is confined to this narrow 6,000-year strip of time. In the perfect state, it will act no more, for want of material to act upon. The wicked worketh a deceitful work, but to him that soweth righteousness shall be a sure reward. Wickedness is a work that deceives its performer. It may do the harm which he intended to a neighbor, but it cannot procure the good which he expected for himself. By necessity of his condition, every man's life and every moment of it is a sowing. The machine is continually moving over the field and shaking. It cannot, even for a moment, be made to stand still so as not to sow. It is not an open question at all whether I shall sow or not today. The only question to be decided is, shall I sow good seed or bad? Every man always is sowing for his own harvest in eternity, either tares or wheat. According as a man soweth, so shall he also reap. He that sows the wind of vanity shall reap the whirlwind of wrath. Suppose a man should collect a quantity of small gravel and dye it carefully so that it should resemble wheat and sow it in his field in spring, expecting that he would reap a crop of wheat like his neighbors in harvest. The man is mad. He is a fool to think that by his silly trick he can evade the laws of nature and mock nature's God. Yet equally foolish is the conduct and far heavier the punishment of the man who sows wickedness now and expects to reap safety at last. Sin is not only profitless and disastrous, it is eminently a deceitful work. Men do not of set purpose cast themselves away. Sin cheats a sinner out of his soul. The devil, man's great adversary, acts by deceiving. He is a liar from the beginning. The same law sparkles brightly and beauteously in the counterpart. To him that soweth righteousness shall be a sure reward. The reward is sure because it comes in the way of natural law. The reward follows righteousness as fruit follows the seed. The only righteous man that ever lived, the righteous one, sowed in this desert world, sowed in tears, but he sowed righteousness. Out of that sowing a great increase has already sprung, and a greater is coming. From that handful on the mountain top a harvest shall wave like Lebanon. Come, ye blessed of my Father, inherit the kingdom. Behold, the husbandman returning home with joy, bringing his sheaves with him. To his members in their own place the same law holds good. Sowing righteousness is never and nowhere lost labor. Every act done by God's grace and at his bidding is living and fruitful. It may appear to go out of sight like seed beneath the furrow, but it will rise again. Sow on, Christians. Sight will not follow the seed far, but when sight fails, sow in faith, and you will reap in joy soon. More of the Word of God is scattered over the world in our day than at any previous period of the Christian dispensation. The result, though unseen, is not doubtful. In grace, as in nature, things proceed by law, and the ultimate result is sure. They that are of a froward heart are abomination to the Lord, but such as are upright in their way are his delight. To think of God only as angry with the wicked is but half a truth, and half a truth sometimes becomes practically a falsehood. To picture our Father in heaven all in shade is to hide half his loveliness and keep his creatures terrified away. There is another side of his character, and the two together make up the divine perfection. The righteous Lord loveth righteousness. It is an encouraging and not a presumptuous thought that the Holy One delights in every good thing which grace has wrought in his children. Ye are God's husbandry. That field he watches and waters night and day. Many weeds grow there to grieve him, and many spots lie barren. But our Father is the husbandman. The husbandman is a father, and he suffers long. He bears the barrenness of his garden, and in as far as it thrives, he tastes the fruit and counts it pleasant. It was a wilderness until he, in sovereign mercy, took it in, and many things mar its fruitfulness yet, but he does not therefore despise or desert it. He loves all that he recognizes as his own there. That humble and broken heart becomes his dwelling place. End of section 55, read by gabbydomi, Dallas, March 5th, 2024. Section number 56 of Laws from Heaven for Life on Earth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Laws from Heaven for Life on Earth by William Arnot. A jewel ill set. As a jewel of gold in a swine's snout, so is a fair woman which is without discretion. Proverbs chapter 6, verse 22. The lines of this picture are few and bold. The details are not elaborated, but by one stroke the likeness is caught, and with unwavering hand it is held up to public gaze. The conceptions and expressions here are peculiar and memorable. They are remarkable alike for the unvarnished homeliness of the illusion and the permanent palpable truth of the picture. The very rudeness of the imagery is design and serves a purpose. An analogy might have been found fitted to convey a true sentiment on the point, and steering clear of associations which affect the mind with a measure of disgust, but that very disgust is an essential part of the impression to be conveyed. The words of the Lord are tried words. The comparison is chosen for the purpose of setting before us an outrageous incongruity, the conjunction of two things whose union is palpably and monstrously inappropriate. Both the judgment and the taste must be educated. It is necessary that we should both see the thing to be wrong and feel it to be revolting. We need both to have the understanding enlightened and the affections exercised. A Christian's affection should be trained to strike out positive and strong in both directions. He should love the lovely and hate the hateful. Both emotions should start quickly, like instincts, when their objects appear. Both should be hearty and effective. A good man loathes evil as much as he loves good. The law that action and reaction are equal and opposite holds good in morals as well as in physics. The righteous Lord loveth righteousness, and it is but the other side of that same glory that glances in the rebuke of lukewarm Laodicea. I will spew thee out of my mouth. Revelations chapter 3, verse 16. Personal beauty is not a thing to be despised. It is a work of God, and none of his works are done in vain. We do not count it a man's duty to be unimpressed by the grandeur of a lofty mountain or the loveliness of a starry sky. It is obvious that humankind are the chief of God's works on earth, and that in the human form is displayed the highest beauty of creation. Beauty is a talent, and has a power. Call it, if you will, a power like that of a sharp knife, dangerous in the hands of the weak or the wicked, but still it is a power the gift of God, incapable of being ranked among the all things that advance his glory. Like wealth or wisdom or any other talent, it may be possessed by the humble and employed for good. If the heart be holy and the aim true, personal beauty will enlarge the sphere and double the resources of beneficence. The same spread full sail may speed the ship on her course, or dash her on the rock of doom. If the beauty be not also good, beauty becomes an object of disgust and a cause of ruin. For such a spread of sail and such a breeze as it is to sure catch, a greater than ordinary amount of solid, deep ballast is needed in the body of the character, not only for extended usefulness, but even for simple preservation from quick perdition. The lesson on this subject appears in the word in a form of peculiar homeliness. We must beware, lest in straining after refinement we let its strength slip through our fingers. If we would maintain congruity between the comment and the text, we must go to our object by a straight, short line. Let a man beware of being tricked and caught and chained by a woman's beauty, so as to be dragged through the mire by the bewitching bond. When an impure character is clothed in corporeal loveliness, it is the spirit of darkness appearing as an angel of light, enticing to devour. A beautiful woman who is proud, flippant, selfish, false, is miserable herself and dangerous to others. It is a combination to be loathed and shunned. A swine wallowing in the mire is not a creature that you would follow and embrace, although she had a jewel of gold in her snout. Such is the glass in which the Bible bids us see the sin and folly of the man who gives himself over to the fascination of a worthless heart because it is covered by a fair skin. Women who have beauty above the average should be peculiarly watchful on that side, lest they sin and suffer there. You have a jewel of gold, don't put it in a swine's snout. This misapplication will prostitute the gift. The incongruity will be repulsive to all whose tastes are true. It will attract the vain and repel the solid. There are diversities of operation under the ministry of the same Spirit. For discipline to human souls and time, deformity is given to one and beauty to another. The chief consideration for each is how she may best bear the trial so as to get it enlisted among the workers for good and instruments of saving. If both are saved, it will be a pleasant exercise to compare notes of their several paths and several burdens when they meet in equal loveliness without spot or wrinkle in the presence of the Lord. If it were our part to judge, most of us would think it probable that beauty is the greater trial, and that under it a greater proportion stumble and fall. But we are not permitted to judge, for we are not able to judge aright. We do not see far. The Lord is judge himself, and the day shall declare whether beauty, in filling the soul with vanity, or deformity, in fretting it with envy, has been actually the more successful instrument of evil in Satan's hands. Meantime, those who on either extremity have a weight to bear should watch unto prayer and cast their burden on the Lord, while we, the mass of humankind in the middle, who in that respect have neither poverty nor riches, should be humbly thankful to God for casting our lot in a safer place and marking out for us an easier path. End of section 56, read by gabbydomi, Dallas, March 5th, 2024. Section number 57 of Laws from Heaven for Life on Earth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Laws from Heaven for Life on Earth by William Arnot. The Desire of the Righteous. The desire of the righteous is only good. Proverbs chapter 11, verse 23. In the preceding chapter, we learned that the desire of the righteous shall be granted. Here we are told that it is good. The fruit we gathered on a former page, and now the tree that bore it is displayed. A good tree bringeth forth good fruit. Holy desires implanted in the heart will issue in glad enjoyments. Delight thyself also in the Lord, and he shall give thee the desires of thine heart. Psalms chapter 37, verse 4. The new nature has new affections, every creature after its kind. The desires of this new man, which has been put on, in conversions are only good, but the desires of the old nature are not yet destroyed, and a lifelong conflict is maintained between them. In every Christian while he lives there is a warfare between two opposite principles. Paul stands forth as the type of the truly converted, but not perfectly sanctified disciple. When I would do good, evil is present with me. Romans chapter 7, verse 21. There is a great tumult in a human breast where these two contrary currents contend. It is like the meeting place of the rising tide and the descending torrent. One stream, pure and transparent, is rising mysteriously up. Another, yellow and turbid, is rushing, according to its constant nature, down. The contention is sharp, but it is soon over. The pure overcomes the impure. That which rises up, apparently contrary to law, overcomes that which flows down, obviously according to law. The ocean, entering that channel, overpowers and beats back the mountain stream. It is thus that the tide which issues from the infinite and acts against the law of the carnal mind arrests and throws back the carnal mind, notwithstanding its long possession and its impetuous flow. The tide that rises is under law as well as the stream that descends, but the law lies deeper among the things of God. That rising tide is not only pure in itself, it has omnipotence behind to urge it on. There will be a mixture at the point of contact and while the conflict rages, but soon the unclean will be driven back, and the channel will be filled from brim to brim by a pure ascending stream. Pure in character and upward in direction is the current of a righteous man's desire. This description is a standing rebuke of poor attainments. How faintly is the attraction from heaven felt, how feebly flow the heart's emotions thitherward, how deeply tinged, even in their upward course, by the mingling remnants of their downward current. And yet there is encouragement here, as well as rebuke. This purity of desire is attainable in some measure on the earth. The design of discipline is to increase it, and it will be perfect when the discipline is done. The hope of final and complete success is a powerful motive to present exertion. When the new man is perfect, his desires will be only good, with no admixture of evil. And when the desires are only good, they will all be gratified. When the last lust of the flesh is crucified, disappointments will cease. If my heart's desires were all and only good, they would be like God's, and when my will is God's will, it shall be accomplished. for he will do all his pleasure. End of section 57, read by gabbydomi, Dallas, March 12, 2024. Section number 58 of Laws from Heaven for Life on Earth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Laws from Heaven for Life on Earth by William Arnot. Scattering to keep and keeping to scatter. There is that scattereth and yet increaseth, and there is that withholdeth more than is meet, but it tendeth to poverty. Proverbs chapter 11, verse 24. The maxim, although in form approaching the paradox, has become familiar by frequent use. If any of us should hear it now for the first time, we would be startled by its boldness. But the proverb, like a well-worn coin, has become smooth by long continued handling, and it passes easily from mind to mind in the intercourse of life. To have undergone so much wear and yet to be accepted in the marketplace for all its original worth is evidence both that the metal is pure and that the stamp of royalty is on it. Day by day, this proverb of Solomon is offered and accepted on our streets as a ground, legitimate, and authoritative for giving freely of our means in behalf of objects that are acknowledged good. By Christians who labor for the good of men, it is boldly applied, and wherever there is an enlightened conscience and a sound understanding, it is felt to be applicable. As the formal and authoritative expression of a fact which may be observed in the history of Providence, it is a word of great practical value. It is a sharp weapon, always at hand, by which a man may deal a blow against incipient selfishness in himself or his neighbor. The conception is similar to that of sowing righteousness, which occurred before. In agriculture, to scatter corn is the sure and only way to increase it. It is a species of faith that the cultivator of the soil exercises when he casts good grain into the ground. In point of fact, the exercise is easy, and the mind is not racked by stretching far into the dark future for a pillar of truth to support its trust. Still, in its nature, it is faith in the unseen. The direct design is to increase corn, and with that view, the man who possesses it scatters what he has. His faith is rewarded by a manifold return. If, in stupid, willful, short-sighted penuriousness, he had withheld the seed, the hoarding would have tended to poverty. To distribute portions of our wealth in schemes and acts of wise philanthropy is like casting into the ground as seed a proportion of the last year's harvest. It goes out of your sight for the moment, but it will spring in secret and come back to your own bosom like manna from heaven. An unwise man may indeed scatter his corn on barren rocks or equally barren sands, and though he sow bountifully, he will reap sparingly there. So in the moral region, the increase is not absolutely in proportion to the profusion of the scattering. When a man lays out large sums on unworthy objects to feed his own vanity or gratify his own whim, he neither does nor gets good. The outlay is in its own nature and necessarily unprofitable. Sound judgment is as necessary in selecting the objects of philanthropy and determining the proportion of effort that should be bestowed on each, as in deciding where and when the seed should be sown. To give money, for example, indiscriminately to street beggars who tell a whining tale and cunningly enact distress is worse than to sow precious seed on the sand of the seashore. The seed cast on the sand will be lost. Money given to the profligate is lost and more. It is not barren. It multiplies and replenishes the earth with vice. Many fields, both needful and promising, lie open for contribution and effort. In educating the young, in reclaiming the vicious, in supporting the aged poor, in healing the sick, and in making known the gospel to all, we have ample fields to cultivate and the prospect of large returns to cheer us in the toil. The law that judicious liberality does not impoverish and selfish niggardliness does not enrich may be seen in its effects by any intelligent observer. If one, not content with the homely evidence of experience, should demand how this can be, it would be sufficient answer simply to repeat that it is, and appeal to the history of the city or the generation. But further, we may answer by another question. How does the material seed grow in the material ground? In point of fact, it does grow, and this is the sum of our knowledge regarding it. Only the pride of the rankest ignorance imagines that we know how or why it grows. A step deeper, as was to be expected, are the ways of God in the moral processes, and on those borders where moral causes touch the material to produce sensible effects. But in both regions, man must ever be speechless under the challenge. Canst thou, by searching, find out God? If we understand the maxim, we should act on it, and if we should act on it more, we would come to understand it better. Both as to our money and ourselves, it is better to wear than to rust. This is an earnest time. Seek a good investment, but lay it out. In the tides and currents of that commercial sea, which now as one connected ocean encircles all the earth, it is observed as a law that when many and great losses are accrued in one region, there is a flow of money into some other channel. Of late, investments in man's hands for time have not been secure. In that department we have heard many a heavy crash and been called to pity the mangled victims as they crawled from beneath the ruins. Might we not expect that after these disappointments, men would be seen streaming over to the other side and hastening to invest in God's hands for eternity? This lending to the Lord when a surplus accrues affords the best security and ensures the largest return. If the Son of Man should now come, would he find faith in the earth? We think ourselves eminently a practical generation, but we should beware lest we mistake the merely unspiritual for the profitably practical. A carcass will not serve the purpose of a man. Action is useless or worse except in as far as it is true faith to energize and direct it. The material acquisitions of the age will become a heavier heap on the grave of humanity if the Spirit of God be grieved away. The large and complicated body of our material prosperity will, if its soul goes out, only encumber us with a greater bulk of corruption. Faith is the animating soul of practice. Men cannot get forward, even in things temporal, unless they believe that God is, and that He is the rewarder of them that diligently seek Him. End of section 28, read by gabbydomi, Dallas, March 14th, 2024. Section number 59 of Laws from Heaven for Life on Earth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Laws from Heaven for Life on Earth by William Arnot. The waterer is watered. The liberal soul shall be made fat, and he that watereth shall be watered also himself. Proverbs chapter 11, verse 25. It is announced here that the bountiful shall be enriched, and that law is expressed in a simple, intelligible, and memorable figure. He that watereth shall be watered also himself. How wisely and kindly God has bound his worlds into one, making all depend on each, and each on all. When we look up to the heavens, the moon, and the stars which he hath made, we find there a law by which all the worlds of space are linked together. Our earth affects the moon, and the moon affects the earth. Each planet influences all the rest. The removal of one would disturb the order of the whole. The well-being of all is concerned in the right working of each. This law pervades the works of God. Souls are linked to souls in the spiritual firmament by a bond equally unseen but equally powerful. One necessarily affects for good or evil all the rest in proportion to the closeness of its relations and the weight of its influence. You draw another to keep him from error. The weight thus laid upon your shoulders keeps you steadier in your path. You water one who is ready to wither away, and although the precious stream seems to sink into the earth, it rises to heaven and hovers over you and falls again upon yourself in refreshing dew. It comes to this: if we be not watering, we are withering. There are only two things in time worthy of having the whole force of an immortal mind directed upon them, and these two are both here. The one is to be in Christ ourselves saved, and the other to be used by Christ in saving others. None of us liveth to himself, and no man dieth to himself. For whether we live unto the Lord, and whether we die unto the Lord. Whether we live, therefore, or die, we are the Lord's. Romans chapter 14, verses 7 and 8. To water green flowers that they may not wither, or withered ones that they may revive, is one of the sweetest employments that fall to the lot of man. Moral and natural beauty are so entwined together in the act that his spirit must be dull indeed who is not drawn by the double attraction. When the tastes of the spiritual life are kept keen by frequent exercise, it must be a keen and pure pleasure to be employed as a vessel to convey water from the well of life to souls which would wither for want of it. To be the instrument of keeping fresh a lively plant, or making fresh a drooping one, in the garden of God is an occupation that angels might eagerly apply for. This work is all reserved for the children of the family. Servants are employed in other and outer things. There are diversities of occupation for the children, as well as diversities of operation by the Lord. To water flowers in a sheltered garden at the going down of a summer's sun is one work for man, and to ply the hatchet on the hoary trunks of the primeval forest is another. The works are very diverse, and yet the same hand may do them both. The department of the Lord's work which this text commends is of the gentlest and most winsome kind. It differs as much from direct assault on Satan's stronghold for the first conviction of sinners, as that clearing of the first spot in the solitude which tries the strong arm of the immigrant differs from the watering of a garden flower, which may be done by a woman's hand, but it is a work commanded by God, and for a needful brother. If we are his, and yield ourselves to him as instruments, he will at one time nerve us for rough work, and at another solace us with gentle occupation. He has both departments in his power, and in dividing he does all things well. Opportunities and calls swarm at every turn. The blind may never see the case or the time in which he can do any good. But where the eyes are open, the willing man sees a mountain full of them. Here is a young woman into whose heart the word came with power in early youth. Through a storm of terrible conviction she emerged into peace. She sat down at the Lord's table in the church and took the standing of the Lord's disciple in the world. She has grown up and come out. Perhaps by her parents she was ostentatiously brought out from the kindly shade of youthful retirement into the blaze of the world's hot light. Passions are kindled in her breast, passions for dress, for company, for pleasure, which formerly she felt not and feared not. The sun has risen with a burning heat on the tender plant, not yet deeply rooted, for with it droops and is ready to die. Run and water that weakling. Mingle faithful reproof with patient kindness. At the same moment, touch her weakness with human sympathy and her sin with God's awful word. When she feels that a disciple cares for her, she may be more easily convinced that the Lord cares for her too. Gently lead her to the beauty of holiness, that there she may lose relish for the pleasures of sin. She may be saved, and you may be the instrument of saving her. I have seen a plant of a certain species that had been exposed all day, unsheltered, unwatered, beneath a burning sun, bent and withered towards evening, and to all appearance dead. But when one discovered its distress and instantly watered it, the plant revived so suddenly and so completely as to strike inexperienced observers with astonishment. Oh, it is sweet employment to be the waterer of a withering soul. It is gentle work for tender workers. Who is on the Lord's side, let him come and labor in this department. The work is pleasant and profitable. In the keeping of this commandment, there is a great reward. To be a vessel conveying refreshment from the fountainhead of grace to a fainting soul in the wilderness is the surest way of keeping your own spirit fresh and your experience ever new. End of section 59, read by gabbydomi, Dallas, March 18, 2024.
Section 60 of Laws from Heaven for Life on Earth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by ShrimpPhish. Laws from Heaven for Life on Earth by William Arnot. Raising the Market, the Practice, and the Penalty. He that withholdeth corn, the people shall curse him, but blessing shall be upon the head of him that selleth it. Proverbs 11, verse 26. To keep up grain in order to raise the market is a practice of very old standing, and the world has not done with it yet. The manner in which this word deals with it is worthy of observation. This law bears no mark of having emanated from the ruling class of a nation. Here, as elsewhere, the Bible holds the balance between even the wealthy few and the needy many. Either class possesses its own peculiar power. One, the power of wealth; another, the power of numbers. The domination of any part over another is tyranny. Liberty lies in the just balance of all interests. In this brief maxim no arbitrary rule is laid down to the possessor of corn that he must sell at a certain period and at a certain price. And yet the hungry are not left without a protecting law. The protection of the weak is entrusted not to small police regulations, but to great self-acting providential arrangements. The double fact is recorded in terms of peculiar distinctness, that he who in times of scarcity keeps up his corn in order to enrich himself is loathed by the people, and he who sells it freely is loved. This is all. There is no further legislation on the subject. The wisdom of this course lies in its reverse. The history of some modern nations, especially that of France, reveals the disastrous consequences of forcing sales and regulating prices by arbitrary legislation. When a ruler rashly puts his hand to the wheel of Providence to guide its movements, although it is done from the best of motives, he hurts both himself and his subjects. In the Bible no law is enacted, and no penalty prescribed. The evildoer is left under a penalty which legislation can neither abate nor enforce. The people shall curse him. He becomes an object of detestation to the community in which he lives. No law and no government can shield him from that punishment. They might as well attempt to prevent the clouds from coming between his cornfields and the sun. Nor is the punishment light. To be the object of aversion among his neighbors is a heavy infliction upon a human being. No man can despise it. What though I be lord of the land as far as my eye can see on every side? If the men and women and children who live on it loathe and shun me, I am miserable. When from the battlements of my castle I survey the landscape, and see the blue smoke from many a cottage curling up to the sky, the scene will to me have no sweetness, if I know that there rises with it a sigh to the husband of the widow and the father of the orphan for a judgment on my head. My barns may be full, but my heart will be empty. This, in the last resort, is the protection of the poor and the punishment of the oppressor. The mightiest man desires the blessing of the people, and dreads their curse. Wealth would be a weapon too powerful for the liberty of men, if he who wields it were not confined within narrow limits by the weakness of humanity, common to him with the meanest of the people. In the necessary dependence of man upon man lies the ultimate protection of the weak and the ultimate limit of the powerful. In our country, and in our time, the scale of operations has been prodigiously enlarged. but they do not, in virtue of their magnitude, escape from the control of the providential laws. Latterly, the contest with us has not lain between a single holder of grain and the laboring poor of the nearest village. The whole nation was divided into two hostile camps. Agriculture and manufactures were ranged against each other. In the main, it was a battle between those who sell bread and those who buy it. The bone of contention was not precisely whether corn should be hoarded or sold, but whether the buyers should be permitted to range the world freely for a market. The price of food in this country was formerly kept up, not by individuals withholding it from sale, but by the legislature preventing free importation. The landowners held that peculiar burdens were laid on them, and claimed, therefore, corresponding protection in the form of a tax on foreign corn. Whatever amount of reality there might be in their plea, the form in which the issue was submitted was to their side altogether adverse. Their demand was, close the foreign market from the people, that we may get a higher price. They believed that they had a right to compensation, but their position was most unfortunate. It was defended at a great disadvantage. Its defenders accordingly were driven away before the onset of the multitude. All this was accomplished by peaceful moral means. It proceeded with utmost regularity under the great providential law or fact, "He that withholdeth corn, the people shall curse him." The tide of the people's displeasure, stimulated and directed by vigorous leaders, was steadily rising, and the opposing line, fearing that it should swell into a curse and burst into civil broil, gave way and submitted to defeat. The issue has been, not the triumph of one class and the prostration of another, but the equal benefit of all. Scarcely a remnant of party conflict, or even party feeling on that subject, now lingers within our borders. Buyers and sellers agree that corn shall not be withheld, come from what quarter of the world it may. The muttering curse has died away, and mutual blessings circulate from side to side of our favored island home. Bless the Lord, O my soul, and forget not all his benefits. End of section 60. Section 61 of Laws from Heaven for Life on Earth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by ShrimpPhish. Laws from Heaven for Life on Earth by William Arnot. The Tree and its Branch. He that trusteth in his riches shall fall, but the righteous shall flourish as a branch. Psalms 11, verse 28. Suppose the world to be scorched by drought, as completely as it was deluged by water in Noah's day. Vegetable life disappears. Trees, shrubs, and plants remain where they were, but they are the sapless monuments of a former glory. Every root is rottenness, and the stiffened blossoms will, at a touch of the finger, go up like dust. The circulation is arrested, the life sap is exhaled, and the vegetation of a world lies dead upon its surface. On hill or dale the observer's weary eye can find no green or growing thing to rest upon. On every side are the withered remnants of what once were trees, but no life. The branches are very many and very dry, dry as the bones of the unburied dead. Can these dry branches live? No, they cannot. Moisture now would not restore them. Rain may preserve living plants, but cannot quicken the dead. As you stand gazing on the desolation, weeping over a barren world, a new sight attracts your eye. From heaven a living tree descends. It is planted in the unmoistened dust, the living among the dead. It grows by its own life, in spite of the earth's barrenness. It spreads over the land. The hills are veiled by its shade. It stretches its boughs on the one hand to the sea, and on the other to the river. This heavenly plant is a root in a dry ground, but not a dry root. While all earth's own growth lies withered around, it is full of sap and flourishing. But now another wonder. the withered branches begin to grow into that living root. One and another that have no life in themselves are successively grafted into it, and as soon as they are in it, live. No hand is seen to touch them, yet they move, like the hewing of the stone out of the mountain. The process is accomplished without hands. Branch after branch they begin to quiver where they lie, like the bones under Ezekiel's preaching, and by a mysterious power are drawn towards the tree of life, and let in. The branches which abide on their own old stock continue dry, and at an appointed time are cast into the burning. But the engrafted branches are not dependent now on earth and air. They draw their life sap from a fountain that never fails. They have life, and they have it more abundantly than any that this world's soil ever sustained. The vision is of man's fall and Messiah's mission. A native human righteousness flourished once on earth. The head of this material creation, like all its other parts, were very good as it came from its Maker's hands. Man was made in God's image. Trees of righteousness, the planting of the Lord, flourished in that garden which is now a wilderness. But the blight of sin came over it, and all moral life died. There is none that doeth good, no, not one. Is there any hope that this desert will revive and blossom like the rose? No, this is not the languor that will be refreshed by a shower. This is death. There can be no revival here except by a new creation. These dry branches cannot of themselves live. Sin has cut sinners off from the life, and a great gulf keeps the severed members away. We could not make our own way back to God, but He has come to us. He that is mighty has done great things for us. In amongst the dead came the living one. In Him was light, and the light was the life of men. In Him the withered grow green, the dead become alive. If any man be in Christ, he is a new creature. Standing within the circle of His own disciples, Jesus said, I am the vine, ye are the branches. John chapter 15, verse 5. Here lies the secret of spiritual life among men. The righteous, and some such there have been even in the darkest periods of the world's history, the righteous flourish as a branch. They lean not on their own stem, and live not on their own root. From the beginning the same Jesus to whom we look was made known to faith. The manner and measure of making known truth to the understanding were, in those days, widely different. But the nature and the source of spiritual life were the same. They stood afar off, but they looked unto Jesus. The medium of vision was diverse, but the object was identical. As to knowledge, the ancient disciples were children, whereas disciples now are grown men. But life was as true and vigorous in the Church's infancy as it is in the Church's age. There was in those ancient times a medium of union to the Redeemer. And blessed are all they that trust in Him. The branch will flourish when it is in the living tree. But though all the real branches live, all do not equally flourish. Whatever girds the branch too tightly round impedes the flow of sap from the stem, and leaves the extremities to wither. Many cares and vanities and passions warp themselves round a soul, and cause the life even of the living to pine away. When the world in any of its forms lays its grasp round the life, the stricture chokes the secret channels between the disciple and his Lord, and the fruit of righteousness drops unripe. It is only as a branch that Christians can flourish in this wilderness. They have no independent source of life and growth. It becomes them, therefore, to be careful above all things to keep clear the communion between themselves and the root of their new life in the Lord. Ivy has climbed from the ground and gracefully coiled itself round a majestic bow. Beautiful ornament, you say, it would be barbarous to cut it through and tear it off. We dispute not the beauty of the parasite, and we have no enmity to elegance. We only desire to keep everything in its own place, according to the order which the Scripture prescribes. Let us have first the kingdom of God and His righteousness, and then, if we can get them, other things. Whether is its own life or the elegance of its ornament the chief thing for the branch? Let us not hear of any addition to its beauty which may endanger its life. Granted that this adjunct adorns, the question remains, does it kill? If it strangles the living, I would ruthlessly tear off its tendrils. Without compunction I would cast its green mantle in the dust. Let me have a flourishing and fruitful branch, although its stalk should seem bare, rather than a sapless stick within a wrapping of treacherous ornament. By this short process should many questions be settled, which become the weapons of this world's God, and wound the consciences of incautious Christians. Gain, honors, accomplishments, company, are bought too dear, when they obstruct the flow of grace from its fountain. We speak not against the refinements of society, but for the preservation of the soul's life. When bodily interests are in the balance, we generally judge righteously between rival claims. The order of arrangement is first, life, next, health, and last, adorning. The same principles faithfully applied to higher issues would carry us safely through. Life spiritual as an independent tree is not possible, and seeing that we can have life only as a branch has it, the first care is to be in the living tree. The second is to let nothing warp round the branch, which would diminish its freshness, and then ornaments, hung loosely on, may be allowed to take their place. The first thing is to be found in him. The next is to cast off everything that hinders us from receiving out of his fullness. And when these two are satisfied, let the embellishments that pertain to the world be content with the fragments that remain. Even those who are branches in the tree of life may be impeded in their growth, but those who are not in union with the tree cannot grow at all. He that trusteth in his riches shall fall. I have seen a row of branches profusely covered with leaves and blossoms, stuck by children in the earth around a miniature garden. They appeared more luxuriant than those that were growing on the neighboring trees, but they withered in an hour, and never revived. Behold the picture of a man who has gained the world and neglected the Saviour. The earth into which he plunges his soul has nothing to satisfy its craving, or sustain its life. All the gains and pleasures of time cannot contribute a drop of moisture to refresh a drooping soul in the hour of its greatest need. The portion of Jacob is not like them. Jeremiah chapter 10, verse 16. End of section 61.
Section number 62 of Laws from Heaven for Life on Earth. This is a Library Vox recording. All Library Vox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit libraryvox.org. Laws from Heaven for Life on Earth by William Arnot. Some of winning souls. To win souls seems to be the chief fruit which the trees of righteousness bear in time. It is sweet and precious. It is pleasing to God and profitable to men. It is an everlasting memorial. In monuments of marble, we commemorate for a few years the deeds of the great, but a soul won through your means will itself be a monument of the fact forever. It is thus that, quotation, the righteous shall be in everlasting remembrance. Psalms 112:6. The righteous, we learn in the previous verse, quotation, shall flourish as a branch. This is the secret of his fruitfulness. Quotation, as the branch cannot bear fruit of itself except it abide in the vine. No more can ye, except ye abide in me. John 15:4. Christ is the source of a Christian's fruitfulness. From him it comes, and to him it returns. This branch bears fruit after its kind. It's the life work of the one to win others. A soul won is a bright conception. but it suggests inevitably its dread counterpart, a lost soul. From the night's darkness, the daylight springs. There must be a sense of loss ere there can be a real effort to save. We must begin at the beginning. Our defect lies at the root. If we knew the ailment, the cure is at hand. Food is abundant, it is hunger that is rare. We seem to act as if men were safe in a competent hereditary portion and might or might not themselves out for new acquisitions. The true state of the case is all is lost already, and the soul that is not one shall perish. To realize this would embody theory in action and change the face of the world. We would all labor more to win souls if we really believed them lost. Quotation, fools are slow of heart to believe, and therefore they are slack of hand to work. Faith knows the death by sin and the life through Jesus. Therefore the faithful work and the workers win souls, their own first and then their neighbors. The charity that wins a soul begins at home, and if to do not begin there, it will never begin. The order of nature in this work is, quotation, save yourselves and them that hear you. But though this charity begins at home, it does not end there. From its center outward and onward all around, like the ripple on the surface of a lake, compassion for the lost will run, nor stop until it touches the shore of time. On this errand Christ came into the world, and Christians follow the step of the Lord. He recognized the world lost, and therefore he became a savior. Those who partake of his spirit put their hand to his work. To win an immoral from sin and wrath to hope and holiness, this is honorable work and difficult. It is work for wise men, and we lack wisdom. On this point, there is a special promise from God. Those who need wisdom and desire to use it in this work will get it for the asking. The wisdom needed is very different from the wisdom of men. It is very closely allied to the simplicity of a little child. Much of it lies in the plainness and promptness. Those who try to win souls must not muffle up their meaning. Both by their lips and their life, they must let it be seen that their aim is not to make the good better, but to save the lost. Delays also are dangerous, as well as ambiguities. Get the word of life dropped on the conscience of the healthy, lest he be sick before another opportunity occur. Tell the whole truth to the sick today, lest he be dead before you return. None who try to win deal slackly, and none who deal slackly win, whether it be fortune or a race or a battle. Those should throw their whole might into the conflict who wrestle with a more powerful adversary and for a greater prize. Of section 62.
Section 63 of Laws from Heaven for Life on Earth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by ShrimpPhish. Laws from Heaven for Life on Earth by William Arnot. A bitter but healthful morsel. Whoso loveth instruction loveth knowledge, but he that hateth reproof is brutish. Proverbs 12, verse 1. Reproof is not pleasant to nature. We may learn to value it for its results, but it never will be sweet to our taste. At the best, it is a bitter morsel. The difference between a wise man and a fool is, not that one likes and the other loathes it. Both dislike it, but the fool casts away the precious because it is unpalatable, and the wise man accepts the unpalatable because it is precious. It is brutish in a man to act merely according to the impulse of sense. We are not so foolish when the health of our bodies is at stake. When we were children, indeed, if left to ourselves, we would have swallowed greedily the gilded sweetmeat that sickened us, and thrown away the bitter medicine which was fitted to purge disease from the channels of life. But when we became men, we put these childish things conclusively away. Day by day, in thousands of instances that concern this life, we accept the bitter because it is salutary, and reject the sweet because it destroys. Would that we were equally wise for higher interests! I hate him, for he doth not prophesy good concerning me. 1 Kings, chapter 22, verse 8. There, in the person of that ancient Israelitish king, is humanity in the lump and without disguise. Grown men lick flattery in because it is sweet, and refuse faithful reproof because it is unpleasant. The best of us has much to learn here, and yet we think that, by pains and prayer, Christians might make large and rapid progress in this department. No advancement will be obtained without particular and painstaking trial, but such trial will not be labor lost. Paul reached his high attainments not by an easy flight through the air, but by many toilsome steps on the weary ground. Smaller men need not expect to find a royal road to spiritual perfection. "Herein do I exercise myself," he said, "that I may have a conscience void of offense." What he obtained only by hard exercise we need not expect to drop into our bosom. Here is an exercise ground for Christians who would like to grow in grace. Nature hates reproof. Let grace take the bitter potion and thrust it down nature's throat for the sake of its healing power. If we had wisdom and energy to take to ourselves more of the reproof that is a-going, and less of the praise, our spiritual constitution would be in a sounder state. Some of the reproof comes directly from God by his providence and in his word. This, if there be the spirit of adoption, it is perhaps easier to take. So thought David, when he found that a terrible rebuke must come. He pleaded that he might fall into the hands of God, and not into the hands of man. Still, these chastenings are painful, and wisdom from above is needed to receive them aright. But although all are ultimately at the disposal of the Supreme, most of the reproofs that meet us in life come immediately from our fellow men. Even when it is just in substance and kindly given, our own self-love kicks hard against it, and, alas, the most of it is mixed with envy and applied in anger. Here is room for the exercise of a Christian's highest art. There is a way of profiting by reproof, although it be administered by an enemy. It is in such narrows of life's voyage that the difference comes most clearly out between the wise and the foolish. A neighbor is offended by something that I have said or done. He becomes enraged, and opens a foul mouth upon me. This is his sin and his burden, but what of me? Do I kindle at his fire and throw back his epithets with interest in his face? This is brutish. It is the stupid ox kicking everything that pricks him, and being doubly lacerated for his pains. It is my business and my interest to take good for myself out of another's evil. The good is there, and there is a way of extracting it. The most unmannerly scold that ever came from an unbridled tongue may have its filth precipitated and turned into a precious ointment, as the sewage of a city, instead of damaging the people's health, may, as a fertilizer, become the reduplicator of the people's food. The process is difficult, but when skillfully performed it produces a large return. When Shimei basely cursed David in his distress, the counsel of a rude warrior was, "Let me go over and take off his head." This was merely a brutish instinct, the beam that lay not on the solid, rebounding, by the law of its nature, to the blow. But the king had been getting the good of his great affliction. At that moment he had wisdom, and therefore he got more. He recognized the heavenly Father's hand, far behind the foul tongue of Shimei. He felt that the rebuke, though cruelly given, contained salutary truth. He occupied himself not with the falsehood that was in it in order to blame the reprover, but with the truth that was in it in order to get humbling for himself. "Let him alone," said the fallen monarch meekly. "Let him alone, and let him curse, for the Lord hath bidden him." Here is wisdom. It is wise to receive correction from God, though it come through an unworthy instrument. Although the immediate agent meant it for evil, our Father in heaven can make it work for good. End of section 63.
Section 64 of Laws from Heaven for Life on Earth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Laws from Heaven for Life on Earth by William Arnot, A Husband's Crown. Proverbs chapter 12 verse 4. A virtuous woman is a crown to her husband, but she that maketh ashamed is as rottenness in his bones. Woman's place is important. God has made it so and made her fit for filling it. Man is incomplete without her. There is a blank about him which she alone can fill. It is here that her great strength lies. When she assumes an independent or rival place, she mistakes her mission and her power. Man, though made for the throne of the world, was found unfit for the final investiture until he got woman as a help. She became the completion of his capacity and title. She became his crown. Let woman ever be content with the place that God has given her. Let her be what he made her, necessary to man, and not attempt to make herself independent of him. In her own place, her power has hardly a limit in human affairs. Out of it, her efforts only rack herself and reveal her weakness. Elsewhere in this book, we learn that a gracious woman retaineth honor, and strong men retain riches. The comparison intimates that what strength is to man in maintaining his wealth, grace is to woman for securing her position and influence. This is a fingerpost directing woman in her weakness to the place where her great strength lies. If there be the fear of the Lord as a foundation, with wisdom, truth, love, and gentleness rising gracefully upon it, a queenly power is there. The winsome will win her way. Without the trappings of royalty, she will acquire the homage of a neighborhood. The adaptation of the feminine character to be the companion and complement of man is one of the best defined examples of that designing wisdom which pervades creation. When the relations of the sexes move in fittings of truth and love, the workings of the complicated machinery of life is a wonder to an observing man and a glory to the Creator God. But what horrid contrast have we here? Like the echo of a glad song given back, transformed into despairing wails from some pit of darkness. She that maketh ashamed is a rottenness. But what horrid contrast we have here! Like the echo of a glad song given back, transformed into despairing wails from some pit of darkness. She that maketh ashamed is as rottenness in his bones. We need not be surprised by this announcement. It is according to law. The best things abused become the worst. The picture is an appalling one, but it is taken from life. In many ways, woman, when she is not virtuous, makes man ashamed. When she is slovenly and uncleanly in her person and her house, thoughtless and spendthrift in the management of her means, Gandhi and expensive in her taste for herself and her children, company-keeping, gossiping, tale-bearing, quarrelsome with neighbors or servants, discontented, querulous, taunting, at home, and last of all, for what abounds in the world should go down on this page, though it be a noisome thing, drunken. When the unclean spirit in any of these forms possesses woman, he contrives thereby to penetrate everywhere and to poison all. Woman is a very element of home, wherein all its relations and affections live and move. When that element is tainted, corruption spreads over all its breadth and sinks into its core. God did not take from among the creatures any help for man that came to hand, but made one meet for him. The maker of all things took the measure of man's need and constituted woman a suitable complement. This is God's part, and his work, in as far as it bears yet the mark of his hand, is very good. Every man on his part should seek an individual help meet for his own individual need. On that choice, interests of unspeakable magnitude depend for time and eternity. He who makes it corruptly or lightly is courting misery and dallying with doom. Our Father loves to be consulted in this great life match for his children, and they who ask advice will not be sent away without it. If men were duly impressed with the vastness of the interests involved in the transaction, that alone would go far to bear them steadily through. Let a man remember that woman, by constitutional character, goes into all like water. She should be clean who plies so close. Let
Section 65 of Laws from Heaven for Life on Earth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Gloria Loughry. Laws from Heaven for Life on Earth by William Arnot. The wicked are cruel, the liars are caught. A righteous man regardeth the life of his beast, but the tender mercies of the wicked are cruel. The wicked is snared by the transgressions of his lips, but the just shall come out of trouble. Proverbs 12, verses 10 and 13. Consistent kindness to brute creatures is one of the marks by which a really merciful man is known. When the pulse of kindness beats strong in the heart, the warm stream goes sheer through the body of the human family and retains force enough to expatiate among the living creatures that lie beyond. The gentleness of Christ is one beauty of the Lord which should be seen on Christians. Over against this lovely light, according to the usual form of the proverb, yawns the counterpart, darkness, habitation of horrid cruelty. Cruelty is a characteristic of the wicked in general, and in particular of Antichrist, that one wicked by preeminence, whom Christ shall yet destroy by the brightness of his coming. By their fruits ye shall know them. The page of history is spotted with the cruelties of papal Rome. The red blood upon his garments is generally the means of discovering a murderer. The trailing womanish robes of the papal high priest are deeply stained with the blood of saints. The same providence which employs the bloody tinge to detect the common murderer has left more lasting marks of Rome's cruelty. The Bartholomew Massacre, for example, is recorded in more enduring characters than the stains of that blood which soaked the soil of France. By the accounts of those who did the deed and favor Rome, 30,000. According to other estimates, 100,000 Protestants were slain. Such were the heaps in some places that they could not be counted. The Pope and his cardinals greatly rejoiced when they heard the news. So lively was their gratitude that they cast a medal to commemorate the fact. There stands the legend, raised in brass and silver, Strages Huguenotorum, quote, the slaughter of the Huguenots, end quote, in perpetual memory of the delight wherewith that wicked Antichrist regarded the greatest, foulest butchery of men by their fellows that this sin-cursed earth has ever seen. That spot will not out by all their washings. That monument, reared by the murderer's own hands, exhibits to the world now a faithful specimen of his tender mercies, and will remain to identify the criminal at the coming of the judge. Quote, "Blessed are the merciful," end quote. But a curse lies on the cruel ever since Cain shed his brother's blood. The Supreme has set many snares in the constitution of things for the detection and punishment of evildoers. The wicked are continually falling into them and suffering. The liar's own tongue betrays him. In some of its movements, ere he is aware, it touches the spring which brings down the avenging stroke. It is instructive to watch with this view the progress of a criminal trial. In the faltering and fall of a false witness, you should see and reverence the righteousness of God. The first lie must be defended by a second, and that by a third. As the line of his defenses grows in length, it grows in weakness. His fear and labor increase at every step. He is compelled at every question to consider what truth is like and imitate it in lies. Ere long, when he is crossing his own path, he falls into a lie that he had left and forgotten there. He falls and flounders like a wild beast in a snare. When a man is not true, the great labor of his life must be to make himself appear true. But if a man be true, he need not concern himself about appearances. He may go forward and tread boldly. His footing will be sure. Matters are so arranged in the constitution of the world that the straight course of truth is safe and easy, the crooked path of falsehood difficult and tormenting. Here is perennial evidence that the God of providence is wise and true. By making lies a snare to catch liars in, the author of our being proclaims, even in the voices of nature, that he, quote, requireth truth in the inward parts, end quote. All the labor of swindlers to dress up their falsehood so as to make it look like truth is Satan's unwilling homage to the true God. It is counted a glory to the Lord when his enemies feign submission unto him. Psalm 89, verse 15. Quote, "The just shall come out of trouble," end quote. That is the word. It is not said that he will never fall into it. The inventory which Jesus gives of what his disciples shall have, quote, "now in this time," end quote, although it contains many things that nature loves, closes with the article, quote, "persecutions," end quote. Mark 10, verse 30. The recorded description, quote, "these are they who have come out of great tribulation," end quote, belongs alike to all the redeemed of the Lord when they come to Zion. These who wave their palms of victory and sing their jubilant hymns of praise were all in the horrible pit once. They were held helpless by its miry clay until the Mighty One lifted them up and set their feet upon a rock and established their goings. End of section 65.
Section 66 of Laws from Heaven for Life on Earth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by ShrimpPhish. Laws from Heaven for Life on Earth by William Arnot. Hope deferred. Hope deferred maketh the heart sick, but when the desire cometh, it is a tree of life. The rule, as expressed in the first clause, is universal, but in the second clause it is applied to a particular case. Hope deferred makes the heart sick, whether the person hoping and the thing hoped for be good or evil. Thus far one thing happens to all, but the second member is a dividing word. The accomplishment of the desire is a tree of life. This belongs only to the hope of the holy. Many, after waiting long and expecting eagerly, discover, when at last they reach their object, that it is a withered branch, and not a living tree. When a human heart has been set on perishable things, after the sickness of deferred expectation, comes the sorer sickness of satisfied possession. If the world be made the portion of an immortal spirit, to want it is one sickness, and to have it is another. The one is a hungry mouth empty, and the other a hungry mouth filled with chaff. The cloy of disappointed possession is a mere nauseous sickness than the aching of disappointed desire. There is no peace to the wicked. They are all always either desiring or possessing. But to desire and to possess a perishable portion are only two different kinds of misery to men. They are like the troubled sea when it cannot rest. You stand on the shore and gaze on the restless waters. A wave is hastening on, struggling and panting, and making with all its might for the shore. It seems as if all it wanted were to reach the land. It reaches the land and disappears in a hiss of discontent. Gathering its strength at a distance, it tries again and again with the same result. It is never satisfied. It never rests. In the constitution of the world, under the government of the Most Holy, when a soul's desire is set on unworthy objects, the accomplishment of the desire does not satisfy the soul. In the case here supposed, however, the desire must be pure, for the attainment of it is found to be a tree of life. It is living, satisfying, enduring. It has a living root in the ground, and a satisfying fruit upon its branches. Those who were enlightened by the Spirit before the Incarnation looked in faith through the sacrifices for Jesus, and they beheld his day, but it was afar off. They longed for Christ's coming as those that wait for the morning. While they waited for redemption in Israel, hope deferred made their hearts sick, but they waited on. Their desire, the desire of all nations, came. The Word was made flesh and dwelt among them, and they beheld his glory. That desire satisfied did not pall upon their tastes. It was enough. Lord, now lettest thou thy servant depart in peace, for mine eyes have seen thy salvation. The same experience is repeated in the personal history of disciples now. When a hungering for righteousness secretly rises in a human heart, the blessing is already sure, but it is not enjoyed yet. The hungerer shall be filled, but in the meantime his only experience is an uneasy sensation of want. The craving of that appetite, while yet it is not satisfied, is a painful thing. The heart is sick of that love. Far-seeing friends delight to observe the symptoms of that sickness beginning in a youth, not for the sake of the suffering, but because of the glad enlargement to which it leads. In God's good time that desire will be satisfied. That longing soul will taste and see that the Lord is gracious. The peace of God, which passeth all understanding, will come in and keep that heart and mind. In the tumults of these latter days, some earnest spirits greatly long for the second coming of the Lord. Their hope has been deferred, and their hearts are sick. But when the desire cometh, and he shall come without sin unto salvation, the sorrow will no more be remembered in their joy of the Lord. To them that look for him he will appear, and his coming will be like the morning. The redeemed of the Lord, when they come to Zion, shall sit under shadow of this tree of life, with great delight, and the days of their mourning shall be ended. The Lamb which is in the midst of the throne shall feed them, and lead them unto living fountains of waters, and God shall wipe away all tears from their eyes. End of section 66. Section 67 of Laws from Heaven for Life on Earth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by ShrimpPhish. Laws from Heaven for Life on Earth by William Arnot. God's Word, the preserver of nations. Whoso despiseth the word shall be destroyed, but he that feareth the commandment shall be rewarded. Proverbs chapter 13, verse 13. This word has a private and personal as well as a public application, but it is in the providential government of the nations that its truth has been most conspicuously displayed. The kingdoms of the world in these days prosper or pine in proportion as they honor or despise God's word. Show me a land where the Bible is degraded and interdicted, and I will show you a land whose history is written in blood and tears. Show me a land where the Bible is valued and spread, and I will show you a country prosperous and free. Nor does the Civil War which has scourged the states of North America present any real exception to this rule, for beyond doubt slavery is the ultimate cause of the conflict, whatever the immediate and ostensible occasions may be. And, alas, in order to preserve that system, as it exists in America, from destruction, the Bible must be either legislatively forbidden or theologically explained away. Number the nations over one by one, and see where property is valuable and life secure. Mark the places where you would like to invest your means and educate your family. You will shun some of the sunniest climes of earth, as if they lay under a polar night, because the light of the truth has been taken from their sky. Traverse the world in search of merely human good, seeking but an earthly home, and your tent, like Abraham's, will certainly be pitched at the place of the altar. Scotland is a kindlier home than Connaught. The Irish papist abjures the Bible as an unintelligible or dangerous book, and implicitly submits to the spiritual guidance of his priest. The British Protestant holds God's word in his hand, at once the steward of his teacher's doctrine and the rule of his own life. Hence chiefly the difference, moral and material, between the two peoples. They who despise the word are a prostrate race. A nation of beggars starves at our doors, on an island that might become a garden. The map of the world is sufficient evidence that God is, and that he has revealed his will to men. This country has been preserved safe in many convulsions, while others have been rent asunder. It has grown great, while others have wasted. It has been gradually growing more free, while other nations are robbed of their liberty, or retain it at the price of their blood. We should know who makes us to differ, and what. The Bible has made us what we are. It is dark ingratitude to despise or neglect it. It is often observed that when a man rises in the world, he no longer knows the person by whom he rose. This is the mark of a low, ungenerous mind. Symptoms not a few of this vulgar vice may be seen in high places of our own land. The preserved do not care to know their preserver. A summer tour on the continent does not afford a sufficient lesson. The power of Britain shields her subject during his travels, and the iron of popish despotism does not enter into his soul. But a year of subjection to Roman rule, such as the Romans feel it, would teach politicians a truth which they are slow to learn. They might discover the worth of the Bible as the preserver of liberty, if they felt the want of it. End of section 67.
Section 68 of Laws from Heaven for Life on Earth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Gloria Loughry. Laws from Heaven for Life on Earth by William Arnot. The Hard Way. The way of transgressors is hard. Proverbs 8, verse 15. Is not the way of transgressors pleasant in its progress, though it ends in death? No. Sin barters away future safety, but does not secure present peace in return. Things are not always as they seem to be. The pleasures of sin are not only limited in their duration, they are lies even while they last. They are, quote, for a season, end quote, as to endurance, and for a show as to their character. There is a bitterness in the transgressor's heart, which only that heart can know. The man in the gospel history, who wore no clothes and lived among the tombs, did not lead a happy life. The rocky, thorny graveyard was a hard bed, and the dewy night air a cold covering for the naked man. But such was his will, or the will of the spirit that possessed him. It was the man's pleasure to take that way, but the way was hard. It is so still, and ever will be, for all whom the same Spirit leads. It has neither the promise of the life that now is, nor of that which is to come. The race is torture, and the goal perdition. Quote, destruction and misery are in their paths, and the way of peace have they not known. End quote. Here is the glory of God reflected from the experience of men. It is far-seeing mercy that makes the way of transgressors hard. Its hardness warns the traveler to turn that he may live. Two mechanics work side by side all day and receive equal wages at night. One goes home when his toil is over and rests in the bosom of his own family, enjoying doubly all that he has won, because he shares it with those who love him there. The other, having no home to love, or no love to home, goes into a public house, and remains there as long as his money lasts. Late at night, he is driven to the street, penniless, hungry, and without a friend. He falls at every turn. His clothes are besmeared with mud, his bones are bruised, his face streams with blood. In pity for his misery, rather than in vengeance for his crime, the officers of justice drag or carry him to a prison cell, and lay him on its floor till morning. The man followed the way of transgressors, and he has found it hard. Day by day his body is bruised and torn on the rugged sides of that crooked path, and yet he will not forsake it. If anyone inquire after the name of this foul spirit, we answer, his name is Legion, for they are many. Nor is this the only crooked path that tears the feet of the wretched passenger. They are all hard, however widely they diverge from each other, all that diverge from the line of righteousness. In some of them the hardness is as iron that entereth into the soul, rather than the body, and therefore the wounds are not so palpable to others. The pain is not on that account, however, less pungent to the sufferer. Quote, a wounded spirit, who can bear? End quote. But the right way is not a soft and silky path for the foot of man to tread upon. And if one thing happens to all in the journey of life, what advantage have the good? Much every way, and specifically thus. The hardness which disciples experience in following the Lord is righteousness rubbing on their remaining lusts, and so wasting their deformities away, whereas the hardness of a transgressor's way is the carnal mind, in its impotent enmity, dashing itself against the bosses of the Almighty's buckler. The one is a strainer, made straight to purge the impurities away, through which the purified emerges into peace. The other is the vengeance which belongeth unto God, beginning even here to repay. The stroke of discipline under which a pilgrim smarts as he travels towards Zion is an excellent oil which will not break his head. The collision between transgressors and the law of God, hardens the impenitent for completer destruction at the final fall. As the pains of cure differ from the pains of killing, so differs the salutary straightness which presses the entrance at the gate of life, from the hardness which hurts transgressors while they flee from God. End of section 68.
Section 69 of Laws from Heaven for Life on Earth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Laws from Heaven for Life on Earth by William Arnot. The Choice of Companions. He that walketh with wise men shall be wise, but a companion of fools shall be destroyed. Proverbs 13 verse 20. Love of company is a steady instinct of the young, and it performs an important part in the economy of human life. Like many other forces under the control of a free moral agent, it is mighty for good or evil according to the direction in which it is turned. It is the nature of certain plants, while they strike their own independent roots into the ground for life, to twist their tendrils round other trees for support to their branches. To this species in the animal department of creation belong the young of humankind. Physically, the organization of each individual is separate and complete, but morally they interweave themselves into others. So that, though the growth of their bodies is independent, the cast of their characters is largely affected by the companions to whom they cling. At this point, therefore, there is room and need for much prayer and watchfulness and effort, both by and for the generation that is now tender, and taking the form of any mould that closes round and presses it. The principle of reciprocal attraction and repulsion pervades all nature, both in its material and spiritual departments. Your character goes far to determine the company that you will keep, and the company that you keep goes far to mould your character. But while these two are hanging in the balance, it is the place and prerogative of man, for himself or his brother, to rush in and lay his hand upon the scales and cast a make-weight into the side of safety. By the warnings of God's word and the lessons of our own experience, we know before they begin what the end of certain companionships will be. The awful end is opened up to make us fear the beginning. Your heart takes to a companion who has been accidentally thrown in your way. You should not yield to that inclination merely because it works within you. The beasts that perish do so, and therein they never err. They associate with their kind, and are never corrupted by the company that they keep. Their instincts are perfect as they come from the Creator's hands. It is safe to trust them. But there is a bias to evil in a human heart. It must be watched and thwarted if we would avoid error now and escape perdition at last. It is not for us to let our hearts have their own way in the selection of companions. On that choice depend interests too great to be safely left to chance. The issue to be decided is not what herd you shall graze with a few years before your spirit return to the dust, but what moral element you shall move in during the few and evil days of life till your spirit return to God who gave it. I like this companion. He fascinates me. I cannot want him. An enforced separation would be like tearing myself asunder. Well, if that companion's heart be godless, and his steps already slipping backward and downward, why not tear yourself asunder? The act will be painful, no doubt, but skin for skin, yea, all that a man hath will he give for his life. Your soul's life depends on that painful act. It is better that you enter into life maimed of that member than that your tempter and you should perish together. In this way the young are put to the test whether they will obey Christ's word or no. On this side there are right arms to be cut off and right eyes to be plucked out. Young men and women, God and all the good are looking on and watching to see whether you will throw off the chain of charms by which brilliant but wandering stars have led you, and cling to the skirts of the meek and lowly, who follow the Lamb whithersoever he goeth. He that walketh with the wise shall be wise. If he is wise, he will walk with them, and to walk with them will make him wiser. To him that hath wisdom to choose the wise as his companions shall be given more wisdom, through their converse and example. Such is the blessed progress in the path of life, when fellow travellers towards Zion help each other on. But alas, what of him who hath not any wisdom to begin with? Let him who lacks wisdom ask of God, who giveth to all men liberally and upbraideth not. God takes peculiar delight in granting this request, when it comes up in earnest simplicity from the needy. Wisdom from above will be given to them that ask for it, for the purpose of selecting safe companions. No one, it may be safely affirmed, ever made this request in simplicity to God, and came away without an answer. No, when people cling to unprofitable and dangerous associates, it is because they take what they like without asking counsel of God, not because they asked counsel and failed to obtain it. This dashing, clever youth makes sport of serious things and serious persons. He quotes a text so dexterously that the gravest of the circle are surprised into laughter. He sings merrily and perhaps drinks deeply. He affects to be skilled in the mysteries of vice, and kindles the curiosity of a novice by knowing hints which seem to leave the most untold. Here is a fool who will probably entice some to be his companions. Before the bargain be struck, while this leader and his dupes are arranging the terms of his lead and their following, a voice bursts out above them. The companion of fools shall be destroyed. It is God's voice. He speaks in mercy. Hear ye him. Forsake the foolish and live. End of section 69. Section 70 of Laws from Heaven for Life on Earth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Laws from Heaven for Life on Earth by William Arnot. The Father who hates his Son. He that spareth his rod hateth his son. Proverbs 13 verse 24. You indulge your child and do not correct him. You permit selfishness and envy and anger to encrust themselves by successive layers thicker and thicker on his character. You beseech him not to be naughty, but never enforce your injunction by a firm application of the rod. And you think the fault, if it be a fault, is a very trivial one. Perhaps you appropriate to yourself a measure of blame for loving your child too much. Nay, brother, be not deceived. Call things by their right names. Beware of the woe denounced against those who call evil good. You do not love, but hate your child. Love is a good name, and hate a bad one. Everyone likes to take to himself a good name, whether he deserve it or not. To love one's own child, even though that love should run to excess, is counted amiable. To hate the child in any measure is reckoned the part of a monster. In order to keep a fair character before the world, a deceitful heart so shuffles in secret the two things, that while hate is the real character of the deed, its outward appearance shall be love. It is obvious to any careful observer of human nature that even blame is pleasant to indulgent parents when it is the blame of loving their own children too much. They swallow the soft reproof as a luscious flattery. The Scripture deals with them in another way. It does not gratify them by the soft impeachment of excess in parental love. It roundly asserts that they have no love at all. It comes down upon them abruptly with the charge of hating the child. Sparing the rod is the specific act or habit which is charged against the parent as being equivalent to hating his son. The child begins to act the tyrant. He is cruel where he has power, and sulky where he has not. He is rude, overbearing, untruthful. These and kindred vices are distinctly forming on his life and growing with his growth. The matter is reported to the father, and the same things are done in his presence. He tells the child to do better and dismisses him with caresses. This process is frequently repeated. The child discovers that he can transgress with impunity. The father threatens sometimes, but punishes never. The child grows rapidly worse. By the certainty of escaping, acting in concert with a corrupt nature, the habit of intentional evil-doing is formed and confirmed. All the while, this father takes and gets the credit of being, if not a very wise, at least a very loving parent. No, it is mere prostitution of that hallowed name to apply it to such ignoble selfishness. Love, though very soft, is also very strong. It will not give way before slight obstacles. To sacrifice self is of its very essence. If it be in you, it will quickly make your own ease give way for the good of its object. When a father gives the child all his own way, yielding more the more he frets, until the child finds out that he can get anything by imperiously demanding it, he yields not from love to his child, but from loathsome love of ease to himself. It is a low animal laziness that will not allow its own oily surface to be ruffled even to save a son. If there were real love, it would be strong enough to endure the pain of refusing to comply with improper demands and chastening for intentional or persistent wrongdoing. Parents who are in the habit of giving their children what they ask and permitting them to disobey without chastisement may read their own character in this verse of Scripture. Such a father hateth his son. That is the word. To call it love is one of Satan's lies. It is unmingled selfishness. The man who gravely tells his son what is wrong and, if the wrong is repeated, sternly chastens him, that man really loves his child and sacrifices his own ease for the child's highest good. It is enough to break one's heart to think how many young people are thrown off the rails at some unexpected turn of life by the momentum of their own impetuousness, for want of a father's firm hand to apply in time the necessary brake. We need a manful, hardy love, a love that will bear and do to the uttermost for all the interests of its object. Let it be remembered here, however, that every blow dealt by a father's hand is not parental chastening. To strike right and left against children merely because you are angry and they are weak is brutish in its character and mischievous in its effects. A big dog bites a little one who offends him. What do ye more than they? Never once should a hand be laid upon a child in the hasty impulse of anger. The Koh-i-Noor diamond, when it came into the Queen's possession, was a misshapen lump. It was very desirable to get its corners cut off and all its sides reduced to symmetry, but no unskilful hand was permitted to touch it. Men of science were summoned to consider its nature and its capabilities. They examined the form of its crystals and the consistency of its parts. They considered the direction of the grain and the side on which it would bear a pressure. With their instructions, the jewel was placed in the hands of an experienced lapidary, and by long, patient, careful labor, its sides were grinded down to the desired proportions. The gem was hard and needed a heavy pressure. The gem was precious, and every precaution was taken which science and skill could suggest to get it polished into shape without cracking it in the process. The effort was successful. The hard diamond was rubbed down into forms of beauty, and yet sustained no damage by the greatness of the pressure to which it was subjected. Jewels, bright jewels, in the form of little children, are the heritage which God gives to every parent. They are unshapely and need to be polished. They are hard and cannot be reduced into symmetry without firm handling. They are brittle and so liable to be permanently damaged by the pressure. But they are stones of peculiar preciousness, and if they were successfully polished, they would shine as stars for ever and ever, giving off from their undimming edge, more brilliantly than other creatures can, the glory which they get from the Sun of Righteousness. Those who possess these diamonds in the rough should neither strike them unskilfully nor let them lie uncut. This boy placed in the dock before you, with his clothes torn and his hair dishevelled, with an air of penitence put on, over a purpose of more mischief that gleams through the awkward covering, just 1 minute after your last lecture, has been caught up to the ears in another scrape. What is to be done with him? You have tried severity and tried gentleness, all in vain. He waxes worse in your hands. Do with him as the infant school rhyme enjoins you, try, try, try again. Don't let him alone, for he is all unshapely, and in this form he will have no loveliness in the sight of God or man. Don't strike rashly, for in one moment you may start a rent of hatred and discontent through and through a soul that no after-discipline will ever obliterate. Cautiously, firmly, perseveringly, lovingly, polish away at your jewel. Get a right estimate of its value impressed upon your heart, and you will not give up in despair, although you have made many unsuccessful efforts. The work is difficult, but the prize is great. If he is won to himself, and to you, and to society, and to God. While there should be a strong manly love to wield the rod firmly, there should also be a far-seeing wisdom to judge, in view of all the circumstances, whether and when the rod should be applied. A parent must study carefully both his child's character and his own. If his own nature be now rigid and incapable of going into sympathy with the impetuous playfulness of robust youth, he may with the best intention fall into a fatal mistake. He may chasten for that which is not a fault, and so crack the temper of his child for life. We must learn to measure the instincts of boyhood and make allowance for the muscular exercise, amounting almost to perpetual motion, which nature demands. Love will give ample room for the effervescence of a buoyant spirit, but when it has separated so widely between sportiveness and sin, it will then all the more bring down the rod with the certainty and severity of a law of nature, for every discovered, definite, willful wickedness. If a father on earth be like our Father in heaven, judgment will be his strange work. Do not resort to it often, but let it be real when it comes. I am disposed to set a high value on not only the general principles of Scripture regarding this subject, but also its specific precepts. I would limit with jealous apprehension the application of the rule about duty changing with the change of circumstances. The only thing that I would leave open to be modified by circumstances is the mere instrument wherewith the chastening is administered. By all means, let rod stand as a generic term, and under it let the most convenient implement be used. But the spirit of the text is abandoned as well as the letter, when a parent abjures corporal chastisement altogether, and trusts exclusively to moral means. There is indeed no virtue in bodily pain to heal a moral ailment. It depends on the adaptation of punishment in kind and measure to the particular form of the child's waywardness. If a child so act as seldom to need the rod, or never, then seldom or never let the rod be applied. But beware of determining and proclaiming beforehand that you will not in any case resort to corporal chastisement, lest you be setting up your wisdom against the law of the Lord. I have heard of some educators who, in public assembly with much pomp and circumstance, cut the taws in 100 pieces, and scattered the fragments in the wind, proclaiming by way of contrast the reign of love. There is more of quackery under this than the benevolent performers suspected. I suspect it is a mistake. The rod and love are not antagonist. It is not necessary to banish the one in order to submit to the reign of the other. Love keeps the rod and lifts it too, and lays it on when needful. This is the very triumph of true love over a spurious imitation. When a father puts forth his strength to hold the struggling victim and applies the rod, although every stroke thrills through his own heart, this is love such as God commands and approves. Our Father in heaven chastens the children whom he loves and does not spare for their crying. Genuine parental love on earth is an imitation of his own. Although it is an important rule not to trifle with this work when it is begun, yet the effect does not depend on the number or weight of the blows. The result is determined more by the side on which the force is applied than by the mere magnitude of the force. The stroke in which the operator suffers more than he inflicts powerfully impels the child in the direction which you approve, but spurts of selfish anger drive him the other way. It is like admitting steam into the cylinder of an engine. If you admit it on this side, the machine goes forward. If you admit on that side, the machine goes backward. One characteristic mark of genuine love is to chasten a child betimes. To do it early is both easiest and best. It is cruel to let your son grow up without the correction which he needs. If you who love him do not bend him while he is a child, those who do not love him will break him after he has become a man. The word is specifically son and not generally a child. There is a reason for this selection of terms. Although there may be here and there individual exceptions, the common rule is that boys are more stubborn than girls. In proportion to the hardness of the subject must be the heaviness of the blow. The child must be subdued into obedience at whatever cost. This is the most important of a parent's practical duties in life. He should not permit any other business to push it aside into a secondary place. The boy is your richest treasure and should be your chief care. He is the greatest talent which the Master has placed in your hands. Lay it out well, even though other things should be neglected. Exert all the wisdom and foresight and firmness that you can command in the cultivation of this field. No other will yield a return so sure or so satisfying. Prayer and pains must go together in this difficult work. Lay the whole case before our Father in heaven. This will take the hardness out of the correction without diminishing its strength. End of section 70. Read by Belinda McReynolds, Melbourne, 23rd September 2024. Section 71 of Laws from Heaven for Life on Earth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Laws from Heaven for Life on Earth by William Arnot. Secularism. A scorner seeketh wisdom and findeth it not, but knowledge is easy unto him that understandeth. Proverbs 14 verse 6. It is the constant profession of those who reject the Bible that they are seeking truth. Their likeness is taken here from life. They seek wisdom, but they do not find it. They want the first qualification of a philosopher, a humble and teachable spirit. There is a race of men amongst us at the present day who scorn bitterly against faith's meek submission to God's revealed will. They desire to be free from authority. The papist, they say, submits to the authority of the church, and the Protestant to the authority of the Bible. They count these only different forms of superstition and cast off with equal earnestness both the bonds. They make a man's own feelings the supreme judge to that man of right and wrong, good and evil. The divinity, as they phrase it, is in every man, which means that every man is a god unto himself. It is, in its essence, a reproduction of the oldest rebellion. A creature discontented with the place which his Maker has given him strives to make himself a god. If men really were independent beings, it would be right to assert and proclaim their independence. But as matters stand, this desperate kicking against authority becomes the exposure of weakness and the punishment of pride. We are not our own cause and our own end. We are not our own lords. We are in the hands of our Maker and under the law of our judge. Our only safety lies in submission to the rightful authority and obedience to the true law. The problem for man is not to reject all masters, but to accept the rightful one. Those who scorn the wisdom from above seek laboriously for the wisdom that is beneath. The name secularist is adopted to indicate that they appreciate and study the knowledge that concerns the present world, and repudiate as unattainable or useless all knowledge that pertains to another. People sometimes lose their way in words as they do in mist, and then very vulgar objects seem mighty castles looming in the darkness. Let it be known and remembered that secularism is the Latin for this worldism, and means attend to the world that you are now in, and let the next alone. Perhaps this translation of the name into English may help us to take the measure of the things signified. Before we adopt this philosophy, we must be sure that there is no immortality for man. For if there be another world, obviously our course here will affect our condition there, and the view that we take of eternity will decisively influence our path over time. Granting even that it is this world with which men have now to do, our present view of the world to come exerts a supreme control over the whole course of our conduct and every step of our life. It is by faith in the unseen that men steer through this shifting sea of time. Cut us off from the future, and you have left the ship without a chart and without a star, without a compass to steer by and without a harbour to steer for. You have left the ship an aimless, meaningless log lying on the water, to be tossed up and down by the waves and driven hither and thither by the winds until it fall asunder or sink unseen. Those seekers of knowledge who limit their search to the earth on which they tread profess great zeal in the question of education. I am not aware that they do more in the work of education than others, but they say loudly and oft that the young of the nation should be educated according to their views. Children in the public schools, they say, should be thoroughly trained in secular knowledge, and religious dogmas should be left untouched. The public schoolmaster should be entirely neutral on the subject of religion. He should give no judgment for or against any of its doctrines. Verily, these men seek knowledge and find it not. After all their efforts to learn, they are not yet very wise. They prescribe to the schoolmaster a task that is palpably impossible. Revealed religion has touched the world and been the turning point of its history in all ages. The scriptures of the Old and New Testaments, claiming as they do to be the inspired record of God's will, have in point of fact influenced the conduct and history of mankind more than all other books together. Jesus of Nazareth was, through the unwilling instrumentality of the Roman, put to death by the Jewish priesthood because he made himself equal with God, and this event has done more to cast the civilized world into its present mold than any or all the revolutions of kingdoms since the beginning of time. How shall the teacher dispose of that book and that event in his complete course of secular instruction? Must he teach history and leave these things out of it? He may as well teach the elements of Euclid, omitting all the capital letters. He may as well weave without a warp as exhibit the kingdoms of this world without taking notice of the kingdom of God and of his Christ. The religion of Christ has grasped the world and penetrated human history through and through. If you exclude these topics, your disciple comes out of your hands a barbarian, and if you introduce them, you are compelled to take a side. For or against Christ the teacher must be, and the scholar too. God has, in providence, not left it possible simply to pass the Bible by without letting it be known whether you believe it or not. The question, "What think ye of Christ?" was of old pressed upon the Jews, though they desired rather not to commit themselves to an answer. And by the same sovereign Lord who rules over all, it is in these latter days pressed upon men so as to force an answer out of them, whether they will or be unwilling. No man can teach the history and condition of this world without indicating expressly or by implication whether he counts Jesus of Nazareth a blasphemer or the Son of God. No man can live where the gospel is known without accepting or rejecting Christ's claim to be the Redeemer of his soul and the sovereign of his life. Such have been the effects of the Bible, and such is the place of Christ among men, that we must take a side. The decision cannot be avoided. All depends on making it aright. The liberty of having no lord over the conscience is not competent to man. Submission absolute to the living God, as revealed in the Mediator, is at once the best liberty that could be, and the only liberty that is. In these days, when the pendulum is often seen swinging from skepticism over to superstition, and from superstition back to skepticism again, we would do well to remember that there is truth between these extremes, and that in truth alone lies safety for all the interests of men. We must be aware of confounding two questions that are totally distinct, the existence of truth and our perception of it. Although all the men that live on the earth should awake tomorrow blind, that would not prove that the sun had ceased to shine. It is fashionable in high places to laud religious indifference and stigmatize as bigotry all earnest belief. This is a great mistake. They who fall into it cannot read even profane history aright. Let politicians learn to apply the grand test. By their fruits ye shall know them. To believe nothing will produce as rank intolerance as to believe all the legends of Rome. Look to the history of modern Europe, and you will see that those who believed all dogmas and those who rejected all are equally stained with the blood of the saints and have equally impeded the progress of men. To have no belief and to believe a lie are seeds that bear only bitter fruits. The conceit of the skeptic that outside of himself there is no truth to believe in projects into human life only an empty shadow of liberty. But if he who is the truth make you free, ye shall be free indeed. I see two men near each other, prostrate on the ground and bleeding, while one man stands between them with serenest aspect, looking to the skies. Who and what are these? The two prostrate forms are superstition and unbelief. Superstition bowed down to worship his idol and cut his flesh with stones to atone for his soul's sin. Unbelief scorned to be confined, like an inferior creature, to the earth, and was ever leaping up in the hope of standing on the stars. Exhausted by his efforts, he fell, and the fall bruised him, so that he lay as low as the neighbor whom he despised. He who stands between them neither bowed himself to the ground, nor attempted to scale the heavens. He neither degraded himself beneath a man's place, nor attempted to raise himself above it. He abode on earth, but he stood erect there. He did not proudly profess to be, but meekly sought to find God. This man understands his place and feels his need. To him, therefore, knowledge is easy. To him that hath shall be given. He has the beginning of wisdom, and he will reach in good time its glad consummation. Blessed are the poor in spirit, for theirs is the kingdom. End of section 71. Read by Belinda McReynolds, Melbourne, 24th September 2024. Section 72 of Laws from Heaven for Life on Earth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Laws from Heaven for Life on Earth by William Arnot. Wisdom modest and folly rash. Go from the presence of a foolish man when thou perceivest not in him the lips of knowledge. A wise man feareth, and departeth from evil, but the fool rageth and is confident. Proverbs 14, verse 7 and 16. In nature, some creatures are strong and bold, having both instincts and instruments for combat. Other creatures are feeble but fleet. It is the intention of their Maker that they should seek safety, not in fighting, but in fleeing. It would be a fatal mistake if the hare, in a fit of bravery, should turn and face her pursuers. In the moral conflict of human life, it is of great importance to judge rightly when we should fight and when we should flee. The weak might escape if they knew their own weakness and kept out of harm's way. That courage is not a virtue which carries the feeble into the lion's jaws. I have known of some who ventured too far with the benevolent purpose of bringing a victim out, and were themselves sucked in and swallowed up. To go in among the foolish for the rescue of the sinking may be necessary, but it is dangerous work and demands robust workmen. The ordinary rule is, go from the presence of a foolish man. Forsake the foolish and live. Chapter 9, verse 6. Your first duty is your own safety. But on some persons at some times there lies the obligation to encounter danger for the safety of a neighbor. Man is made his brother's keeper. It is neither the inclination nor the duty of a good man to be among the profane or profligate, but he sometimes recognizes the call of God to go in among them for the purpose of pulling a brand from the burning. The specific instruction recorded in Scripture for such a case is, save with fear, pulling them out of the fire, hating even the garment spotted by the flesh. Jude 23. He who would volunteer for this saving work must save with fear, fear lest the victim perish ere he get him dragged out, and fear lest himself be scorched by the flame. We often hear of a miner going down a shaft to save a brother who has been choked by foul air at the bottom. It is a work of mercy, but the worker must beware. If he linger too long in the deadly atmosphere of the pit, instead of saving his neighbor, himself will share his fate. There ought to be an effort made to lay yourself along the drunken, the licentious, the profane, and so bear them out into safety. But it should be a rush in and a rush out again. When one begins to dally in the place of danger, he is gone. When your earnest interference is resisted, fall back upon the rule of Scripture. Go from the presence of the foolish, lest your soul be polluted by contact with their blasphemy or vice. A wise man fears sin and distrusts himself. He knows that the enemy is strong and that his own defenses are feeble. His policy, therefore, is not to brave danger, but to keep out of harm's way. He seeks safety in flight. The character of the wise man may be read most distinctly in the dark but polished mirror that stands on the other side. The fool rageth and is confident. From the glossy surface of this intensified folly, the wisdom of modesty shines brightly out. The fool's picture is truthfully sketched here in few lines. His character is mainly made up of two features. He thinks little of danger and much of himself. These two ingredients constitute a fool. He stumbles on both sides alike. That which is strong he despises, and that which is weak he trusts. The dangers that beset him are great, but he counts them nothing. The strength that is in him is as nothing, but he counts it great. Thus he is on all hands out of his reckoning and stumbles at every step. The end of such a fool was described lately in the newspapers. Many must have read and shuddered at the tragic tale. A certain man was employed by the Zoological Society of London as a keeper in their collection of animals. His department was the care of the serpents. A separate building was appropriated to them, and stringent regulations laid down for their management. The keeper's wages were good, and his work was light. If he had been cautious and careful, his life would have been safe and his labor easy. Those of the serpents that are venomous must be closely confined and cautiously tended. The front of the cage is of strong glass. It is divided into two equal parts by a partition in which there is a door. The serpents lie in one of these divisions, while the other is empty. It is the duty of the keeper at certain times to introduce an iron rod through a small opening, and therewith remove them by the door in the partition from the one compartment into the other. This done, he makes fast the door, and then enters the emptied cage for the purpose of cleaning it and depositing food. One morning the keeper opened the door before the serpents were removed, took one of them in his hands, hung it round his neck, and thus attired ran after his companions, sportively pretending to throw it upon them. He was warned that it might sting, and its sting might be death. He laughed at the warning. He then put the creature back into the cage without having received any harm. Next he drew out a cobra capella and placed it in his bosom beneath his coat, calling out, "I am inspired. It will not hurt me." Waxing bolder by impunity, he grasped the deadly reptile by the middle and held it up before his face, pretending to speak to it. Drawing itself back to take aim, The creature made a sudden dart and fixed its fangs in his nostrils. Sobered by fear, he screamed out, tore the fangs out of his flesh, and flung the serpent back into the cage. He was carried to an hospital and died in fearful agony about an hour afterwards. The fool raged and was confident, but he was drunk at the time, otherwise he would not have taken a venomous snake in his hand and held it up to his face. The man was not himself. It was strong drink that raged within him. Yes, he was drunk. His own act brought madness on, and then the snake plunged its poisonous fangs in the madman's blood. The snake did not abstain from stinging him. The poison did not abstain from destroying his life because he was drunk. And will God abstain from judging him because he was drunk when he stumbled into eternity? How many in our land every year die as that fool died? They inflame their appetite by a little strong drink and then blind the eye of reason by more. With reason laid asleep and passions heated into sevenfold fury, they sally forth and get or give a mortal wound. Every man who even once maddens himself by drink is a fool of the same stamp with the serpent keeper. He has allowed a snake to coil itself round his body. No thanks to him if it creep off without spurting death into his veins. The confidence of fools is their ruin. The safety of a wise man lies in that modest sense of his own infirmity, which makes him fear and depart from evil. Solomon's advice is, "Look not thou upon the wine when it is red, when it giveth his colour in the cup, when it moveth itself aright. At the last it biteth like a serpent, and stingeth like an adder." Chapter 23, verse 31 and 32. We seem, as a nation, to derive little benefit from the warnings which reach us through the newspapers by hundreds every year in the form of frightful deaths caused by drunkenness. A man will readily resolve, as he reads these tragedies, that he will neither murder his neighbour nor walk over a quarry himself. But his resolution may avail him nothing if he dally with strong drink. This people are paying a heavy price, and yet they will get no wisdom in return if they content themselves with punishing murder and loathing suicide, and continue to think lightly of drunkenness, which is the most prolific seed of both. He would be the greatest benefactor of his country in all its interests, who should lodge in the public mind an adequate estimate of drunkenness, as a sin in the sight of God, an injury to the individual, and a crime against society. As long as public opinion makes light of this germ sin, its fruits will work us heavy woe. End of section 72. Read by Belinda McReynolds, Melbourne, 24th of September, 2024.
Section 73 of Laws from Heaven for Life on Earth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by ShrimpPhish. Laws from Heaven for Life on Earth by William Arnot. Sympathy. The heart knoweth his own bitterness, and a stranger doth not intermeddle with his joy. Psalm 14, verse 10. The two extreme experiences of a human heart, which comprehend all others between them, are bitterness and joy. The solitude of a human being in either extremity is sublime and solemnizing. Whether you are glad or grieved, you must be alone. The bitterness and the joyfulness are both your own. It is only in a modified sense, and in a limited measure, that you can share them with another, so as to have less of them yourself. We speak of sympathy, and sympathy means community of emotions between two human hearts. Doubtless there is a reality corresponding to that attractive name, but the share which another takes is a thin, shadowy thing in comparison with the substantive experience of your own soul. A physical burden can be divided equally between two. If you overtake a weary pilgrim on the way, toiling beneath a load of 100 pounds weight, you may volunteer to bear 50 of them for the remaining part of the journey. and so lighten his load by a full half. But a light heart, however willing it may be, cannot so relieve a heavy one. The cares that press upon the spirit are as real as the load that lies on the back, and as burdensome. But they are not so tangible and divisible. We speak of sharing them by sympathy, and there is some meaning in the words, some reality in the act. But the participation in kind and effect comes far short from the actual partition of material weight. The law of our nature, in the last resort, is, every man must bear his own burden. The weight that falls upon my body may be divided with you, but the weight that falls on my soul must lie all on my soul alone. There are indeed some very intimate unions in human society, as organized by God, and existing even yet in a fallen world. The family relations bring heart into very close contact with heart, and joys or sorrows that abound in one flow freely over into another. The closest of them all, the two, no longer twain but one flesh, is a union of unspeakable value for such sympathy as is compatible with distinct personality at all. But when you estimate this union at its highest value, and take it all into account, there remains a meaning, deep and wide like the ocean, in this one touching word. The heart knoweth his own bitterness. The wife of your bosom can indeed intermeddle with your joys and sorrows as no stranger can, and yet there are depths of both in your breast which even she has no line to sound. When you step into the waters of life's last sorrow, even she must stand back and remain behind. Each must go forward alone. The Indian sati seems nature's struggle against that fixed necessity of man's condition, but it is a vain oblation. Although the wife burn on the husband's funeral pile, the frantic deed does not lighten the solitude of the dark valley. One human being cannot be merged in another. But the isolation of every man from his fellow in the hour of extremity may become the means of pressing the sufferer nearer another companion, who is able even then to remain. There is a friend that sticketh closer than a brother. Such is the person of Emmanuel, God with us, that the spiritual life of a believer is not a separate existence, but part of his. As a branch in the vine, or a member in the body, so is a disciple in the Lord. The Christian is one with Christ in such a way as no human spirit can be with another. When the fangs of the persecutor vexed the life of his little ones, the pain throbbed that moment in the heart of Jesus. The head on high cried out when the enemy hurt his member, Saul, Saul, why persecutest thou me? Only Christ's sympathy is real and complete. He who suffered for our sins can make himself partaker of our sorrows. He who went through the wrath of God to make a safe path for his people is able to keep them company in the swelling of Jordan. Long ago they saw his day, and rejoiced in his perfect sympathy. Though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for thou art with me. Psalm 23, verse 4. End of section 73.
Section 74 of Laws from Heaven for Life on Earth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by gracesilvey. Laws from Heaven for Life on Earth by William Arnot. A man is responsible for his belief. There is a way which seemeth right unto a man, but the end thereof are the ways of death. Proverbs 14:12. The way seems right, but is wrong, and the result accords not with the false opinion, but with the absolute truth of the case. Its issue in death proves that its direction was erroneous. A tree is known by its fruits, and a life course by the end to which it leads. A man follows a path which he thinks right, but which really is wrong. If he persist, he will perish. This case is of frequent occurrence in the world, both in its material and its moral departments. Your opinion that the path is right does not make it right. Your sincerity in that erroneous opinion does not exempt you from its consequences, whether these affect more directly the body or the soul. There is a mercantile company which bulks largely in the public eye, and turns over vast sums, and spreads its agencies widely over the world. You think the concern is solid, and court its alliance. You are accepted, your interests are bound to its fortune, and are ruined in its fall. Your favorable opinion of a hollow pretense did not prevent the loss of your means when the bubble burst. The law is universal. In the nature of things it cannot be otherwise. It is a hollow form of philosophy that deceives some men on this point. They say, surely God will not punish a man hereafter who conscientiously walks up to his convictions, although these convictions be in point of fact mistaken. They err, knowing neither the inspired scriptures nor the natural laws. Do men imagine that God, who has established this world in such exquisite order, and rules it by regular laws, will abdicate and leave the better world in anarchy? This world is blessed by an undeviating connection between causes and their effects. Will the next be abandoned to random impulses and run back to chaos? The idea is not only false but impossible and absurd. It is not even conceivable that the direction of a man's course should not determine his landing place. But here an element is introduced into the calculation which, it is thought, essentially modifies the result. In morals, the motive is an effective constituent of every transaction, and if a man endeavor to form a right judgment and yet fall into error, will not his sincerity exempt him from the consequences of his mistake? This supposition is contrary both to the testimony of the word and to the analogy of nature. It sets up willful fancy against uniform fact. A man contracts and pays for a ship of first-rate material and workmanship. In due time, a vessel is delivered to him of goodly appearance, but built of unseasoned material, and not watertight in the joints. He embarks with his family and his goods in the treacherous bottom. When he is out of sight, and the storm has begun to blow, the truth begins to circulate from lip to lip among his former neighbors that the ship is not seaworthy, and the question is anxiously discussed whether she can accomplish the voyage. If one of them should reason that because the man did his best, and honestly believed the ship was good, a just God overruling all would not permit the innocent to be drowned, while the guilty stood on dry land safe, the suggestion would be scouted by common consent as an unsubstantial dream. We all know that the laws of nature do not turn aside to shield a man from the consequence of his error, because his intention was good. Every man also may, by a little consideration, come to see that this arrangement is best for the interests of all. Such is the principle that operates with undeviating uniformity in all the region which lies within the view of man. And what ground have we for believing that order will be exchanged for anarchy in the government of God, whenever it steps over the boundary of things seen and temporal? Perhaps the secret reason why an expectation, so contrary to all analogy, is yet so fondly entertained, is a tacit unbelief in the reality of things spiritual and eternal. We see clearly the laws by which effects follow causes in time, but the matters on which these laws operate are substantial realities. If there were a firm conviction that the world to come is a substance and not merely a name, the expectation would necessarily be generated that the same principles which regulate the divine administration of the world now will stretch into the unseen and rule it all. On one of the latter days of a return voyage across the Atlantic, we paced the level deck beneath a brilliant sun and on a placid sea, in earnest and protracted conversation with the benevolent and accomplished Englishman. He was sincerely religious in his own way, and a part of his confession was that every man's religion would carry him to heaven, whatever it might be in itself, provided he sincerely believed it. He accounted it rank bigotry to doubt the safety of any fellow mortal on the ground of erroneous belief. His creed, although he would probably have refused to sign it if he had seen it written out, was, "Safety lies in the sincerity of the believer, without respect to the truth of what he believes. We plied him with the analogy of nature in the form which circumstances most readily suggested. We are here coursing over the ocean at the rate of 300 miles a day. We have seen no land since we left the shores of America 9 days ago. We are approaching the coast of Ireland, and will no doubt pass about a quarter of a mile on the safe side of Cape Clear. The captain and his officers have been carefully taking their observations and calculating their course. We have confidence in their capacity and truth. But if they should commit a mistake and cast up an erroneous reckoning, whether by their own ignorance, or by a false figure in their tables, or a misplaced mark on their quadrant, whether by their own fault or the fault of others whom they innocently trusted, will the sincerity of their belief that they are in the right course save them and us from the consequences of having deviated into a wrong one? If the ship is directed right upon a rocky shore, will the rocky shore not rend the ship asunder because the master thinks he is in the accustomed track? Our friend was silenced, but he was not convinced. Argument alone will not remove such an error. It is not a clearer head that is needed, but a softer heart. When in conscious unworthiness and godly simplicity we are willing to have it so, we shall perceive that it is so. Unto the upright there ariseth light in the darkness. Even so, Father, for so it seemed good in thy sight. It is fashionable in some quarters to deny responsibility for belief on the ground that a man's opinion is not under his own control. There is precisely the same ground for affirming that a man cannot help his actions. His opinions do not doubt influence his actions, but his actions also influence his opinions. A bad life deranges the judgment, and a deranged judgment deteriorates still more the life. These two act reciprocally as causes, and emerge alternately as effects. Truth shines like light from heaven, but the mind and conscience within the man constitute the reflector that receives it. Thence we must read off the impressions, as the astronomer reads the image from the reflector at the bottom of his tube. When that tablet is dimmed by the breath of evil spirits dwelling within, the truth is distorted and turned into a lie. It was because the man's deeds were evil that he missed the truth. He is responsible for his erroneous opinion as certainly as he is responsible for his unrighteous act. It may be proved by a large induction of facts that among the multitude, those who become infidel in opinion have previously become vicious in conduct. And in other classes, where the experience seems to be opposite, the difference may be only in the outward appearance. Pride and other forms of spiritual wickedness in the high places of the cultivated human intellect are as hateful to God and as averse to right moral perceptions as meaner vices in the low places of ignorant, unrestrained sensuality. There is no respect of persons with God. There is a way which is right, whatever it may seem to the world, and the end thereof is life. If any man be in Christ, he is a new creature. I am the way, and the truth, and the life. No man cometh unto the Father but by me. God's way of coming to us in mercy is also our way of coming to him in peace. Christ is, expressly, the apostle and high priest of our profession. Hebrews 3:1. He has come forth God's messenger to us, and returned as our advocate with the Father. End of section 74. Read by GraceSilvey. Section 75 of Laws from Heaven for Life on Earth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by GraceSilvey. Laws from Heaven for Life on Earth by William Arnot. The Backslider. The backslider in heart shall be filled with his own ways. Proverbs 14:14. If the secret history of backsliders were written, many startling discoveries would be made. Whatever the enormity it may end in, backsliding begins unseen in the heart. The Christian in name, whose fall resounds through the land, filling the mouths of scorners with laughter, and suffusing the faces of disciples with shame, did not descend to that depth by one leap from the high place on which he formerly stood. He does not by a sudden resolution of mind turn from virtue into vice. He does not even abandon his Sabbath school or desert the prayer meeting by a deliberate judgment. A slipping begins secretly and imperceptibly in his heart, while appearances on the surface are kept unchanged. He ceases to watch and pray. He admits vain thoughts, and gives them encouragement to lodge within him. Having no hunger for righteousness, he neglects the bread of life. He grows weary of religious exercises and religious society. If he continue to attend them, it is a bodily service, endured for the purpose of maintaining the place which he has attained. Duties become more irksome, and forbidden indulgence more sweet. There is a weighing beam exposed to public view, with one scale loaded and resting on the ground, while the other dangles high and empty in the air. Everybody is familiar with the object and its aspect. One day, the curiosity of the passengers is arrested by observing that the low and loaded beam is swinging aloft, while the side which hung empty and light has sunk to the ground. Speculation is set on edge by the phenomenon, and set at rest again by the discovery of its cause. For many days certain diminutive but busy insects had, for some object of their own, been transferring the material from the full to the empty scale. Day by day the sides approached an equilibrium, but no change took place in their position. At last a grain more removed from one side and laid in the other reversed the preponderance, and produced the change. There is a similar balancing of good and evil in a human heart. The sudden outward change results from a gradual inward preparation. All engineering proceeds upon the principle of reaching great heights or depths by almost imperceptible inclines. The adversary of men works by this wile. When you see a man who was once counted a Christian standing shameless on a mountain-top of open impiety, or lying in the miry pit of vice, you may safely assume that he has long been worming his way in secret on the spiral, slimy track by which the old serpent marks and smooths the way to death. On the same branch of an apricot tree that leant against the south side of a garden wall, I have seen two fruits, large and luscious, hanging side by side, and ripening apace in the sun. They were of equal size and equal loveliness. Their stainless bosoms peeped from beneath the leaves to bask in the noonday heat. Nothing in nature could be more lovely to look upon, or more rich in promise. Yet, ere tomorrow's sun is hot, one of them grows black on the side, and bursts and collapses, and becomes a mass of rottenness, while the other remains in undiminished beauty and fragrance by its side. Whence the diverse fates of these twin beauties? Especially, why did the catastrophe happen so suddenly? It happened thus. Yesterday, when you stood looking on the two, admiring their equal beauty, one of them was hollow in the heart. If then you had taken it in your hand and turned it round, you would have seen corruption already pervading its mass. On the dark side, next the wall, it has been pierced and entered. Its inside has been scooped out and devoured, while it continued to present to the passenger as fair in appearance as ever. And see, black, crawling, loathsome creatures are nestling and revelling in that hollow heart, beneath that beauteous skin. Thus are fair promises in the garden of the Lord suddenly blighted. You have known two standing long side by side in a goodly profession, and laboring hand in hand for the kingdom of Christ. One of them falls headlong into a pit of vice, and next day the whole neighborhood rings with the scandal. Diverse are the emotions, but all are moved. Christ's enemies sneer, and his members sigh. How sudden the fall has been! Sorrowing disciples say to each other in a suppressed whisper when they meet, how sudden and unexpected. No, friends, it was not a sudden fall. In the heart unseen, there has been a long preparation of backsliding. Vain thoughts have lodged within, and vile thoughts have been welcome visitors. Persons first vain and then vile have by degrees found their way into his presence, and charmed him, so that he cannot want them, though he knows they are stinging serpents. By such a process his heart has been hollowed out, and inhabited by creatures more loathsome than crawling vermin, while the skin of profession was kept whole, and its fair side turned to public view. A cry of wonder rises from the crowd when the hollow shell falls in, because they did not know its hollowness until the fall revealed it. There is a warning in such a case. Beware of backsliding in heart. Small beginnings may issue in a fearful end. But there is encouragement even here to disciples who are humble and trustful and watchful. There is no such thing as a sudden collapse of a sound heart. They that wait upon the Lord shall renew their strength. End of section 75, read by gracesilvey.
Section 76 of Laws from Heaven for Life on Earth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Rebecca Lindsey. Laws from Heaven for Life on Earth by William Arnot. The trustful and the truthful. The simple believeth every word, but the prudent man looketh well to his going. Proverbs chapter 14, verse 15. The simple believeth every word. And why not? If it were the universal rule, it would make a happy world. Trust is a lovely thing, but it cannot stand unless it get truth to lean upon. When its tender hand has been often pierced by a broken reed of falsehood, it pines away and dies of grief. A man would find it easier to be trustful if his neighbors were trustworthy. It is a well-known characteristic of little children to believe implicitly whatever you tell them. This is one, and not the least, of those features which make up their beauty and draw forth our love. It remains a feature of the child until it is worn off by hard experience of the world. Perhaps we should recognize in it a remnant of our unfallen state. It is an obvious fact in nature that the infant expects truth, until that expectation is burned out of him by many disappointments. Suspicion does not appear until it has been generated by falsehood. A great responsibility is attached to all our intercourse with children. Offenses will come, but woe to him by whom the offense cometh. The child expects truth. Let him have it. Be not the first to wring his simplicity out of him by double dealing. A lie told by seniors for amusement threw a dark shadow over my childhood and took much of the sunshine out of it. Some person in a military dress, interested in the child for his father's sake, took me fondly in his arms when I was between 4 and 5 years of age, and slipped a shilling into my hand. I either never knew or have long since forgotten what his name was and what relation he sustained to the family. But the instant he passed, older children and grown-up people told me with an air of seriousness that I was enlisted and that whenever I should be old enough, the officer would return and take me off to the wars. This intimidation sank into me and lay at my heart like lead all the period of my childhood. I was afraid to speak of it and suffered in silence. The terror was never taken off by a serious explanation, for no one knew how great it was. I obtained no relief until my understanding gradually outgrew it. That lie wrought grievous harm to me. Besides overclouding life at its very dawn, it left within me, when it departed, a general grudge against mankind for wantonly wounding the helpless. When the boy was big enough to shake off the phantom, he was full of indignation against the world for amusing itself by torturing a child. The Almighty has constituted himself the helper or avenger of the weak. Whatever the form of their weakness may be, beware of hurting a little child by any untruth. The guilt is great when older children or servants torment the little ones by inventing false terrors. Stand in awe and speak only sacred truth to the timid, confiding infant, for the almighty friend of the feeble is looking on. Even in little things, he will carry through the principle, inasmuch as ye have done it to one of these little ones, ye have done it unto me. God has made the infant trustful, and then cast him upon you. If you take advantage of that trustfulness to deceive, whether in great things or small, you are mocking its author. The child is poor, and lying threats oppress it. He that oppresseth the poor reproacheth his Maker. Vengeance is mine. I will repay, saith the Lord. As the young of birds instinctively open their mouths for food, and their mothers never, not even once since the creation of the world, have thrown in chaff to mock their hunger, so the trustfulness of children is the opening of their mouth for truth. If we fling falsehood in and laugh at their disappointment, the Lord will require it. It is not amusement, it is sin. It is both a crime and a blunder. They are called Goths and Vandals who deface the precious remnants of Greek statuary that have descended to our times. What name would fitly designate the barbarian who, in sheer wantonness, spoils the beauty of a finer, fairer form, who rubs off by vulgar lies the lovely trustfulness of a little child? The prudent looketh well to his going, and good cause he has so to do. In this world a man is obliged to be suspicious. Man suffers more from man than from the elements of nature or the beasts of the field. A time is coming when this species of prudence will be no longer needed. When the people shall be all righteous, there will be no deception on one side, and no distrust on the other. How sweet even this life would be if there were no falsehood and no distrust. If every speaker were true and every hearer trustful, already the new world would have begun. As yet, we must walk circumspectly at every step, lest a neighbor deceive us. In the new heavens and new earth, truth will pervade all like air. They shall not hurt nor destroy in all my holy mountain, saith the Lord. Oh, that will be joyful, joyful, when there shall be no lie to generate suspicion, and no suspicion generated by a lie. End of section 76.
Section 77 of Laws from Heaven for Life on Earth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by ShrimpPhish. Laws from Heaven for Life on Earth by William Arnot. Witnesses. A true witness delivereth souls. Proverbs chapter 14, verse 25. Truth is great, and it will prevail. But truth in the abstract is like a disembodied spirit, and cannot exert a power upon the world. It must be incarnate in a living witness. It must be incarnate in a living witness ere its effect be felt. One witness, faithful and true, has appeared among men, and his witness delivers souls. He is the truth in human nature, and the truth makes the captive free. If the Son make you free, ye shall be free indeed. Of the sin of men and the holiness of God, of the curse and the blessing, the fall and the rising again, he is witness. He is the way, and the truth, and the life. There is no salvation in any other. If we would see evidence either of God's anger against sin, or his mercy to sinners, we must look unto Jesus. But in him, and by him, and for him, Christians are witnesses too. In this respect, As he is, so are we in this world. 1 John chapter 4, verse 17. Everyone whom Christ saves from the world, he uses in it. Deserters from the powers of darkness are, one by one as they come over, incorporated in the armies of the living God, and sent back to do battle against their former Lord. If you are a Christian, these two things are true of you. First, you have need of Christ, and, second, Christ has need of you. He saves you, and you serve him. All things are in his hand. Those who are bought with his blood he loves, with a love that is wonderful, passing the love of mothers. He would call them home and give them rest if he had not some needful work for them to do in this outer world. The very fact of a Christian being here and not in heaven is a proof that some work awaits him. And the special work for which Christians are left in the world is to be witnesses. Himself told his disciples so when he was about to leave them. Ye shall receive power, after that the Holy Ghost is come upon you, and ye shall be witnesses unto me. Acts chapter 1, verse 8. On high, whither he was then going, he does not need witnesses. There they behold his glory. The Lamb is the light of heaven, and they who bask in his rays need none to tell them that he is great and good. But in this outfield, where enmity and ignorance prevail, Christ has need of witnesses, and he has chosen to this office those who trust in his salvation and are called by his name. He does not send angels to proclaim his message and wield his power. He does not command the thunders to pronounce his name, and the lightnings to write his character on the sky. The epistle in which he desires to be read is the life of his disciples. The evidence by which the Spirit will convince the world is his truth, uttered from the Word and echoed, still and small, from the meek and quiet life course of converted men. It should be encouraging, stimulating, elevating to the humblest disciple to learn that the Lord who redeemed him has appointed his time and his path. It is required that we be witnesses unto him wherever we are and whoever may question us. Two qualifications are required in a witness: truth and love. Ephesians chapter 4, verse 15. These are needed, but these will do. With these one will chase 1,000, and two put 10,000 to flight. The place of a witness for Christ in the world is honorable, but arduous. A witness, in contested cases, after giving evidence in chief, is subjected to cross-examination. A Christian's profession is, and is understood to be, his direct and positive testimony that he is bought with a price, and bound to serve the Lord that bought him. But as soon as this testimony is omitted, the cross-examination begins. If he be not a true witness, he will stumble there. Either or both of two persons with very different views may subject a witness to cross-examination. The judge or the adversary. It is chiefly done by the adversary, and in his interests. The Supreme himself puts professing disciples to the test before the public court of the world. But when he so tries his children, the truth comes forth purer and brighter by the trial. He who goes about as a roaring lion, seeking whom he may devour, tempts to destroy. He puts the witness to the question in order to break him down. An inquirer who saw you at the Lord's table meets you in the marketplace. If he saw the solemnity of a trustful worshipper there, and feel the gripe of an overreacher here, he counts your testimony for Christ not true, and sets his conscience free from the restraints of begun conviction. The keen eye of an adversary, sharpened into more than natural intensity by the reproof which your profession administered, tracks you into the world and questions you there. Every inconsistency raises a shout of triumph in the circle who will not have this man to reign over them, and draws a sigh in secret from the broken hearts of the Lord's meek and poor afflicted ones. They speak of the evidences of religion, and much has been done in our day to multiply and confirm them. But, after all, Christians are the best evidences of Christianity. Alas, we have for 1800 years been printing books to prove Christianity true, and living so as to make men think we do not believe it. Living witnesses, if they be true, have far more power than dead letters of a book, however accurate they may be. The last words of Jesus on the earth were spoken to leave this charge upon his members: "Ye shall be witnesses unto me, both in Jerusalem, and in all Judea, and in Samaria, and unto the uttermost part of the earth." And when he had spoken these things, while they beheld, he was taken up, and a cloud received him out of their sight. Acts chapter 1, verses 8 and 9. His last command is, in the place where ye happen to be, and in all the neighborhood as far as your influence reaches, and when opportunity occurs to all mankind, be ye witnesses unto me. After this he departed in a cloud. He will come again in the clouds, and every eye shall see him. Occupy till he come. At his coming we would like to be found faithful and busy in the very work which he prescribed. There is no other work worth living for, or fit for dying in. How much you have gotten from Christ, and how much you have done for needy men while passing through life, these are the only things that will be important when the closing hour has come. To be saved and to commend the Saviour, this is the double aim fit to fill a human heart and a human life. A true witness delivereth souls, and a false witness? He is the stone over which they tumble. It is not in the power of any man to be neutral in the conflict between light and darkness. Good and evil in actual life are like land and sea on the globe. If you are not on the one, you must be on the other. There is no belt of intermediate territory for the irresolute to linger on. Let no man who bears Christ's name lay the unction to his soul that if he does no good, he at least does no evil. One of the heaviest complaints made in the prophets against Jerusalem for her backsliding is that she was a comfort to Samaria and Sodom. Ezekiel chapter 16, verse 54. That those who had the name and place of God's people so lived as to make the wicked feel at ease. If the salt retain its saltness, surrounding corruption will be made uneasy by the contact. If Christians live as like the world as they can, the world will think itself safe in its sin, and those who should have been the deliverers will become the destroyers of their neighbors. End of section 77.
Section 78 of Laws from Heaven for Life on Earth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by gracesilvey. Laws from Heaven for Life on Earth by William Arnot. Section 78. The Place of Refuge. In the fear of the Lord is strong confidence, and his children shall have a place of refuge. Proverbs 14:26. Fear is confidence. The words sound strangely. They are like that blessed paradox of Paul: when I am weak, then am I strong. They are strange indeed, but true. To fear God aright is to be delivered from all fear. His salvation is nigh them that fear him. To have such a neighbor is strong consolation to a human spirit in this howling wilderness. The fear which brings a sinner submissive and trustful to the sacrifice and righteousness of the substitute is itself a confidence. The great and terrible God becomes the dwelling rock of the fugitive. Those who went early to the sepulchre and looked into the empty grave where the Lord lay, departed from the place with fear and great joy. A human soul, made at first in God's image, has great capacity still. In that large place, fear and great joy can dwell together. There are different kinds of fear. There is a fear that hath torment, and perfect love, when it comes, casts that kind out. 1 John 4:18. Like fire and water, these two cannot agree. The fear that hath torment by its very nature keeps or casts out confidence from a human heart. But the filial fear of the dear children may be known by this, that it takes in beside itself a great joy, and the two brethren dwell together in unity. When the fear of God, which a sinner feels, is plunged in redeeming love, the torment is discharged, and confidence comes in its stead. His children shall have a place of refuge. God is their refuge and their strength. They will not fear, though the earth be removed. They are kept by the power of God through faith unto salvation. 1 Peter 1:5. There are two keepings, very diverse from each other, and yet alike in this, that both employ as their instruments strong walls and barred gates. Great harm accrues from confounding them, and therefore the distinction should be made, and kept clear. Gates and bars may be close around you for the purpose of keeping you in, or of keeping your enemy out. The one is a prison, the other a fortress. In construction and appearance the two places are in many respects similar. The walls are in both cases high, and the bars strong. In both it is essential that the guards be watchful and trusty, but they differ in this: the prison is constructed with a view to prevent escape from within, the fortress to defy assault from without. In their design and use they are exact contraries. The one makes sure the bondage, the other the liberty, of its inmates. In both cases it is a keep, and in both the keep is strong. The one is strong to keep the prisoner in, the other strong to keep the enemy out. The fear of the Lord to those who are within and have tasted of his grace is the strong confidence of a fortress to defend them from every foe. To those who look at it from without, it often seems a frowning prison that will close out the sunlight from all who go within its portals, and waste young life away in moldy dungeons. Mistakes are common on this point, and these mistakes are disastrous. Life to the Christian is a warfare, all the way. He is safe, but his safety is not the peace of home. It is the protection of a strong tower in the presence of enemies. The children of the kingdom are safe, though weak, not because none seek the hurt, but because greater is he that is for them than all that are against them. This is the condition of all who have turned to the Lord and have not yet entered into rest. They are out of the kingdom of darkness, but have not reached the presence of God. In all this middle region they are safe, but their safety cometh from the Lord. Danger surrounds them, but they are kept in safety. Before they were converted, they did not desire this keeping. When they are glorified, they will not need it. But in all this passage through the wilderness, after they have burst forth from Egypt, and before they have reached the promised land, his children need and get a place of refuge. This is their best estate on earth, his children though they be. It is good to know precisely what we have a right to expect. If we carelessly count on advantages which have not been promised and not provided for us, we shall be thrown off our guard and suffer loss. The utmost request that Jesus made for his disciples was, not that they should be taken out of the world, but kept from the evil. John 17:15. This therefore is the utmost that will be given. Enemies swarm round. His children are feeble. The safety provided is confidence in himself, the strong tower into which the righteous run. But often a trembling fugitive mistakes the fortress for a prison and refuses to go in. A single soldier in an enemy's country is crossing the plain in haste, and making towards the castle, whose battlements appear in relief on the distant sky. A man who appears a native of the place joins him from a bypath, and asks with apparent kindness whither he is going. "To yonder fortress," says the soldier, "where my sovereign's army lies in strength." The stranger, under pretense of friendship, endeavors to persuade him that it is a prison. He is an emissary of the enemy, sent to detain the fugitive until it be too late, and then cut him off. In this way, many are turned back from the place of refuge, after they seem to have turned their faces thitherwards. Agents of the enemy, under various disguises, join themselves to the young, and insinuate that to be seriously religious is to throw their liberty away, Multitudes whom no man can number are thus cheated and lost. They would like to be safe, but cannot consent to go into a dungeon yet. When they grow old, and the appetite for pleasure is comparatively weak, they think they can submit to the sombre shade of those towers where the regenerate have taken refuge, but as yet they love life too well to plunge into a living death. A little religion is a painful thing. It destroys one pleasure, and supplies no other in its stead. In this land of light and of privilege, many go as far forward in a religious profession as to embitter the joy of the world. Few seem to advance far enough in the new and living way to reach a refuge in the joy of the Lord. Safety lies in drawing near to God, and the distinguishing mark of an unbelieving heart is that it departs from Him. If the fortress were some pile of self-righteousness, or even a huge, unshapely heap of penances and fastings, men with their corruption all about them would be content to take shelter there. But since the offered resting place is under the eye and even in the bosom of the holiest, they will not and cannot go in, unless they are made willing to put off the old nature and leave it behind. His children shall have a place of refuge, and the refuge is such that only the children count it a boon. The great teacher told Nicodemus first about seeing the kingdom of God, and next about entering it. John 3:3 and 5. No man will go into the kingdom until he has some spiritual perception of what it is. Though the refuge is provided, and the gate standing open, and the invitation free, poor wanderers stand shivering without, because a suspicion clings to the guilty conscience that the strong tower, offered as a safe dwelling place, will turn out to be a place of confinement from genial society and human joys. We must take up Philip's simple prayer, Lord, show us the Father. If the prodigal could know the Father's love, he would arise and go to the Father's bosom. End of section 78. Read by GraceSilvey. Section 79 of Laws from Heaven for Life on Earth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by GraceSilvey. Laws from Heaven for Life on Earth by William Arnot. Section 79. Envy, the Disease and the Cure. A sound heart is the life of the flesh, but envy the rottenness of the bones. Proverbs 14:30. An object is sometimes so situated that you can see it better by looking away from it to the surface of a mirror opposite than by attempting to look directly upon itself. If you want to know what is meant by a sound heart, look over to the other clause, and learn that envy is the rottenness of the bones. Soundness of heart is generous love to a brother, kindled there by Christ's love to us. Love one another as I have loved you. When that grace of the Lord is transferred to a disciple, and written by the Spirit so deeply upon the fleshly table within, that it can be read by the passer-by on the man's outer life, the new creature is sound at heart and vigorous in action. Perfect love casteth out fear, in relation to God, and envy in relation to fellow men. Among the many diseases to which the living body is liable, some are much more appalling and repulsive than others, though not more deadly. Perhaps there is not one of all the ghastly host that casts a deeper shadow of dismay before it over a human spirit than rottenness in the bones. The very conception of it in the imagination is enough to send a cold shudder through the frame. Such is the tried word chosen by the Spirit to designate envy, an evil disease which is endemic among mankind. Like other diseases that affect the spirit rather than the body, its nature is such that they who are most deeply tinged by the infection are least alive to the danger. To arouse the envious out of their indifference, that ailment of the soul is named after one of the most frightful maladies that preys upon the human frame, and wastes its life away. New creatures in Christ Jesus, if the spiritual life be in healthful exercise, dread every tincture of envy, felt working within them as they would dread the symptoms of incipient caries in their bones. Envy is called a passion, and passion means suffering. The patient who is ill of envy is a sinner, and a sufferer too. He is an object of pity. It is a mysterious and terrible disease. The nerves of sensation within the man are attached by some unseen hand to his neighbors all around him, so that every step of advancement which they make tears the fibers that lie next his heart. The wretch enjoys a moment's relief when the mystic cord is temporarily slackened by a neighbor's fall, but his agony immediately begins again, for he anticipates another twitch as soon as the fallen is restored to prosperity. No species of sensitive pleasure can be greater or purer than that of the convalescent when the disease has been cast out, and he walks forth without pain to breathe the fresh air, and look on the green fields again. Those who have long pined in disease and been at last delivered, relish most keenly the blessing of health. Such is the delight of being delivered from the tormenting presence of envy, and emerging into love. It is the sensation of renewed health when rottenness has been purged out of the bones. They who are led into love walk at liberty. It is a large place. Your path would never be crossed, and your person never jostled, although all the world were beside you there. As to the room that is in him and about him, a disciple is, according to his capacity, like his Lord. But the cure of envy, as it is wrought by the love of Christ, is not only a deliverance from pain, it is, even in the present world, an unspeakable gain. That man will speedily grow rich who gets and puts into his bag not only all his own winnings, but also all the winnings of his neighbors. Whenever love like Christ's takes possession of a man, and drives the rottenness from his bones, the capital of his enjoyment is increased by all his own prosperity and all the prosperity of others. His peace, according to the simple and sure imagery of Scripture, is like a river. A river that follows its own course in solitude does not grow great. The Nile, contrary to the analogy of other great streams, flows more than 1,000 miles without receiving the waters of a single tributary. The consequence is that it grows no greater as it courses over that vast line. Other rivers are every now and then receiving converging streams from the right and left, and thereby their volume continually increases until it reach the sea. The happiness of a man is like the flow of water in a river. If you enjoy nothing but what is your own, your tiny rivulet of contentment, so far from increasing, grows smaller by degrees until it sinks unseen in the sand, and leaves you in a desert of despair. But when all the acquisitions of your neighbors go to swell its bulk, your enjoyment will flow like a river enriched by many affluents, growing even greater as life approaches its close. It is some such river that makes glad the city of our God. Envy will be unknown there. Faith, hope, charity, these three, but the greatest of these is charity. Charity is very pure and very great. When the rottenness that mingled with it shall be all cast out, and charity without spot or wrinkle shall be the element of heaven, the redeemed will be the happy inmates of a happy home. If there were no envy, but only love, if each should count and feel his neighbor's good to be his own gain, this earth would already be a heaven. To have constituted the world so that envy is as rottenness in the bones, and love is felt like the glow of health permeating the frame, is a glory to the world's Maker. Every sensation of glad enlargement enjoyed by a loving heart at the sight of a neighbor's prosperity is a still small voice announcing to him who hath an ear that God is good, and every pang that gnaws the envious, like rottenness in his bones, is the same word, God is good, echoed unwillingly back from the suffering of sin. End of section 79, read by GraceSilvey.
Section 80 of Laws from Heaven for Life on Earth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by ShrimpPhish. Laws from Heaven for Life on Earth by William Arnot. The Merciful. He that oppresseth the poor reproacheth his Maker, but he that honoureth him hath mercy on the poor. Proverbs 14, verse 31. Faith in God is the foundation that sustains the goodly superstructure of relative duties. A greater than Solomon imparted the same instruction to the apostle who leant on his breast. This commandment have we from him, that he who loveth God love his brother also. 1 John chapter 4, verse 21. The Almighty casts his shield over those who have no other help. He espouses the cause of the poor. To oppress them is to reproach him. In the arrangements of his providence, the poor we have always with us, as tests to try our love, and objects to exercise it on. Love of God is the root of the matter in a human heart, but the root, though the chief thing, is from its nature unseen. It is known by its fruit, and its fruit is philanthropy. The necessary dependence of human duty upon divine faith is laid down by Solomon as clearly as by John. He that honoureth him hath mercy on the poor. If the heart is right with God, the hand will be open to a brother, but a profession of faith by a merciless man the Most High will repudiate as hypocrisy. The ancient church possessed in full the glorious truth, that of all the real compassion which flows through human channels, the fountainhead is on high. He who gets mercy shows it. In his own teaching on this subject, Jesus said, These things have I spoken unto you, that my joy might remain in you, and that your joy might be full. And immediately added, This is my commandment, that ye love one another. John 15, verses 11 and 12. The connection between these two intimations is interesting and obvious. First, his own joy, next, that joy flowing into his disciples, so that they shall be full. And then these full vessels flowing over in streams of Christ-like love on all the needy within their reach. It is this union to the head that will enable, that will compel a disciple to love his brother. From this fountain, through this channel, a love stream will flow of volume sufficient to carry down before it a whole legion of obstructing jealousies. These are the principles, and now some suggestions as to the practice of mercy to the poor. 1. We must not confine our aim either to the sins of the soul on the one hand, or to the sufferings of the body on the other. You cannot effectively or permanently help your poor brother if you treat him merely as a body with life in it. The laws of providence forbid. Whom God hath joined, no man can with impunity put asunder. Soul and body are so united that the one cannot really be elevated while the other is left low. Those who attempt the material elevation of the species by material means alone do and must fail. Soul and body are bound together for better and for worse. We cannot keep our brother's body and neglect his soul. If we would rescue the falling, we must lay hold of the whole man. On the other side, we will not succeed in influencing the spirits of the wretched if we are callous to their bodily sufferings. If we leave behind unnoticed the body's privations, we shall not reach the soul to deal with its sins. The avenue to the spirit lies, in part at least, through the bodily senses. If we do not approach in that way, we shall be kept out, and our spiritual counsels, however good, will strike against the closed door of an anguished heart, and rebound in our faces, like an echo that mocks us from a rock. The double rule for the whole case is, as to the supply of spiritual destitution, this ought ye to do, and as to the healing of physical ailments, that ought ye not to leave undone. 2. Every one must do his part in the great work of helping those who cannot help themselves. To prescribe other people's duty and neglect our own is a foolish and mischievous habit. We must not suppose that philanthropists are a few eminent personages standing out in high relief on the page of history. Men born, like poets, to their destiny, whose office is to cure human ills on the stage of a continent, and in sight of an admiring world. Honor to the greatly good of every age and every country. But the bulk of mercy's work must everywhere be done by the many thousands of kind hearts and busy hands that are never heard of half a mile from home. Most of the light we work by on the surface of the earth. comes to us reflected from unnumbered objects near that get it from the sun. And so the glimpses of compassion that fall in all directions on the poor from every heart that basks in the love of Jesus constitute, by aggregate of many little things, the bulk and substance of the effort that mitigates the sufferings of men. Let every man do his best in the place which he holds, and with the means at his disposal. 3. Mercy to the poor must be a law operating from within, and not a system adopted from without. Wherever genuine coin is going, counterfeits appear. There is a species of charity, got up according to the fashion, that flourishes in benevolent societies abroad, and comes home to snarl at a servant who is doing her best to please. You never find the law of gravitation acting on a steeple, and forgetting itself in the shaft of a coal-pit where it is out of sight. The laws of God never put on appearances, whether they be the laws that are stamped on creation, or those that are written by the Spirit on a renewed heart. If there be truth in the inward parts, the outward actions will be consistent. The legs of the lame are unequal, and he makes no progress in this race of benevolence. I would estimate, at a low price, the philanthropy of the man who has spent 10,000 on an hospital, and depresses his own dependents in detail. The ills of life are real. We must have a real love to cope with them. Mercy to man must have its spring in the heart, that its streams may be ever ready to flow, wherever there is an opening. The sufferings of humanity cannot be conjured away by a name. A nature is needed to secure a steady supply of mercy, and that nature must be new. Howard was a man of great mercy, but he was not a great man. He was not great, but he was true, and the secret of his power lay in his truth. It was conscious union to Christ as a sinner saved that animated, sustained, and directed him. Mercy in him acted by a law of the new creature, and it was steady like nature's other laws. It acted on every object and at every time, without partiality and without hypocrisy. If the unhealthful cottages of Cardington had been left wet above and wet below, while Howard screwed the rents from their squalid inmates, he would not have been able to have poured the balm of humanity on the barbarism of British and continental prisons. Inconsistency, if he had been guilty of it, would have unnerved his arm and undermined his influence. Neglect of smaller oppressions near his own dwelling would have shorn the locks of his strength, and the mighty Philistines whom he met abroad, instead of falling by his sling, would have put out his eyes and made sport of his blindness. It was love that led him forth, and truth that made him strong. If a man is not merciful all over, he is not merciful at all. 4. There must be regulating wisdom as well as motive power. There must indeed be an impulse in order to energetic action, but we must not act by impulses. We need all the power that we possess. It is a pity that any of it should be wasted. To give alms to little children, sent by profligate parents to enact misery on the street, is money thrown away, and mercy too. Of late years much has been done to indoctrinate the public mind on this subject. Whether the public have learned the lesson yet, I know not, but certainly they have been often taught that it is useless and mischievous to give pence indiscriminately to beggars on the street or the wayside. This doctrine is true, but it does not contain the whole truth in regard to that subject. One side of truth may become practically falsehood. We need the counsels which have of late been largely addressed to us from many quarters, to harden us against giving by sudden impulse to persons unworthy or unknown. But we don't need any lecture to repress within our hearts the movements of mercy to the poor. I am jealous for myself and others, lest, in leaning hard over from the side of lavish expenditure on the unworthy, we should fall, on the other side, into a callous indifference to human sufferings. We must not check the impulse because counterfeit poverty has abused our compassion and wasted our gifts. Direct it upon genuine poverty, and stimulate it to the utmost. Such is the constitution of the world and the condition of men, that if the relations are rightly managed, the rich may get more good from the presence of the poor than the poor get from the gifts of the rich. The flow of compassion is healthful. Obstruction in the channel breeds disease in the moral system. It is both health and happiness to a mother to have a helpless little living thing hanging on her breast. and drawing its sustenance from her body. To want it would be neither a pleasure nor a profit. The poor we have always with us, and it is a double blessedness to give. The discovery of abuses should induce us not to seal the fountain, but to direct the stream. Where no water runs, no ships with their precious burdens navigate the interior of a country. Even where there is a stream, constant and strong, it does not follow that you can have safe and profitable inland navigation. If the water turn sharply round a corner here, and leap white and frothy over a rock there, it will be better to entrust no ship to its impetuous movements. What then? Then neither entrust your floating treasures to that wayward stream, nor let the country lie lean for want of commerce. Dig a canal. Your canal will do nothing for you, dry, and your river will do nothing for you, although it is filled to the brim. But let the river into the canal, and forthwith ply your traffic. The whole neighborhood will be enriched. Let us beware of either checking or wasting any impulse of humanity. We need it all, and more. Direct it wisely, and let it flow. 5. Another important rule for the practice of mercy to the poor is, whatever share you may be able to take in the wholesale benevolence of organized societies, you should also carry on a retail business by personal contact with the sufferers. Society and pecuniary contributions are necessary in their own place, but even although they should satisfy the wants of the receiver, the greater blessing to the giver cannot come through these channels. Personal contact, face to face, heart to heart, hand to hand. This is the best way to do good, and get good. We are indebted to our Father in heaven for all the good that we enjoy, and as our goodness reacheth not unto him, he has made the account payable to the poor. No man has any right to lift himself up in pride. No man has any right even to count that he condescends when he enters the houses, and listens to the tale of the sufferers. He is only owning, we cannot say paying, a lawful debt. It is simply the act of honoring his Maker. When he has done all, he is an unprofitable servant. End of section 80.
Section 81 of Laws from Heaven for Life on Earth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Laws from Heaven for Life on Earth by William Arnot. Section 81. 130. The two departures, the hopeful and the hopeless. The wicked is driven away in his wickedness, but the righteous hath hope in his death. 23:32. The peculiarities of the Hebrew proverb shine conspicuously in this specimen. The two arms of the sentence are nicely balanced and move round a common center. There's a mixture of similarity and difference which makes the meaning perspicuous and the expression memorable. But if there is peculiar beauty in the words, there is terrible sublimity in the thoughts which they convey. Unspeakably great are the two things which the two balanced branches of this proverb hold in their hands. These two arms, outstretched and opposite, direct the observer by their piercing finger points to death on this side and life on that, endless both. Looking this way, you read the doom of the wicked. That way, you descry the hope of the just. 1. The doom of the wicked. He is driven away in his wickedness. As smoke is driven by the wind, so will the wicked perish in the day of wrath. I think I hear arguments fitfully muttering through pauses of the blast that God would not make creatures and then torment them. The smoke complains that it is hard to be driven by the wind, and yet it is driven by the wind. This very word will justify the judge and shut the convict's mouth. It comes to warn the wicked that he may turn and live. If he come out of his wickedness at God's invitation, he will not be driven away in it by his wrath. We are not able to form a right conception of what it is to be and abide in wickedness, because it is so near us we do not know it. If it were a body standing before us, we could examine its proportions and describe its appearance. But because it is a spirit transfused through us, we remain ignorant of its character and power. To be in sin is a fearful condition, yet he who is in it may be at ease. A ship is lying in a placid river when winter comes and is gradually frozen in. The process was gentle and almost imperceptible. There was no commotion and no crash. The ice crept round and closed in upon the ship without any noisy note of warning. If it had been a foreign body brought by human hands to bind the ship withal, the operation would have been observed. If men, whether professing to be friends or foes, had carried trees or stones and piled them round the ship, suspicion would have been aroused. The owners would have heaved their anchors and worn her down to the sea for safety. As it was, no one approached the ship. Her own element, the water on which she lay, closed and held her. It was not possible to prevent that lockfast, except by taking the ship out of the river in time. But what is the effect? The ship is not shaken. No creaking is heard, no strain is felt. She feels firm and easy. Even when the pines of the neighboring forest are bending to the blast, she sits unmoved in her solid bed. That bed she has made for herself, and therefore it fits her. This is very like the wicked in his iniquity, and before he is driven away. When it closed round him, he was not afraid. It was not some danger threatening him from without, and pressed forward by another. It was his own. It was what he had always been in. It was his element. Silently and surely, that which he lived in congealed and locked him fast. Nor is he in any way alarmed. In its closing embrace, it does not thwart him. It humors him all round. It yields to every feature of his character, only it holds him fast. He is more at ease now than others, or than himself was before. His neighbors may be sometimes agitated, but he is at peace. He stands steady in his element, and no ripple disturbs its surface. When the ice of the river goes away, the embedded ship goes with it. It is a dreadful departure. The rupture of the ice on a large river is one of the sublimest scenes in nature. The water swells beneath, the ice holds by the crooked banks a while. But after a period of suspense, the flood prevails and the trembling, rending mass gives way. Reeling icebergs and foaming yellow waves tumble downward in tumultuous leaps, and the ship is swept away like a feather on a flood. If we had a sense for perceiving spiritual things, the most heart-rending sight in the world would be a sinner set fast in his element, and the flood of wrath secretly swelling from beneath. They speak of angels weeping, and the figure may in its own place be useful, but we do not need the aid of such a supposition here. The Lord of angels wept indeed when he saw sinners fixed and easy in their sin, with the tide of divine vengeance rolling forward to drive them away. That same Jesus looks in pity now on the wicked in their wickedness, and continues sweetly calling, "Come unto me." No remedy is possible to the wicked in his wickedness, and the remedy which consists in bringing him out, he is not willing to accept. For all who are sinners, that is, for all men, a rending is prepared. Everyone must either be riven out of his wickedness or driven away in it. This tearing or that every one must endure. The alternative is, come out of her, my people, or be partaker of her plagues. Pain there must be, either the pain of the new birth or that of the final judgment. A process is ready for drawing the victims out. The power is Christ's love, the means the gospel message. Some lie locked fast in wickedness, who know that wrath is coming, and yet refuse to let the line of that almighty love be laid about their souls. Why do they choose death rather than life? Because they are so closely bedded in their element that to be drawn out of it is to be torn asunder. Such is the feeling of the captive soul, and the answer which the possessive spirit suggests is, "What have we to do with thee, thou Jesus? Art thou come to torment us before the time?" But the love of Christ, when a repentant sinner casts himself confidently upon it, melts the fastenings away and makes the outcome easy. When from that iron, icy bondage, hope, the anchor of the soul, goes out and up, and into Jesus our advocate within the veil, not only is ultimate safety secured, but present severance accomplished. Down the line of hope's hold flows a melting heat from the Sun of Righteousness, which loosens the gripe of sin and sets the soul at liberty. But the sentence remains sure. He who is not so drawn out of wickedness will be driven away in it. 2. The hope of the just. The righteous hath hope in his death. Certain it is that the faithful in ancient times believed God, and it was counted to them for righteousness. But at this distance of time we are not able to determine how far their faith was like an appetite of the renewed nature, and how far it attained to understanding also. The regenerate in the childhood state of the church were alive, and lived upon the sincere milk of the word, and grew thereby, whatever the measure of their knowledge or their ignorance may have been. The righteousness that justified Abraham was the same as that which Paul put on. The righteous of those days knew that, by birthright and personal desert, he was on the same standing with the wicked, and that the difference was due to redeeming love. If Israel's firstborn were not destroyed like Egypt's, it was because the lamb's blood marked their dwellings. On the grounds of a perfect righteousness imputed, an actual obedience begins. He is bought with a price and therefore serves the Lord. By birthright he was a child of wrath. He has been begotten again into a living hope. This man has hope at the time when humanity needs it most, when death draws near. A friend in need is a friend indeed. Stars are a grateful mitigation of the darkness, but we do not want them by day. Hope, always lovely, is then sweetest when it beams from heaven through the gloom that gathers round the grave. There are diversities in this department of the Spirit's ministry. Some even of the children depart under a cloud, and others in sunlight, softer at the setting than it was at noon. Some are glad when they are passing through the flood, and others do not begin their song till they are safe on the further shore. The various notes of their varied experience, when the redeemed tell the story of their life, will give richer music to the hymns of heaven. There is one class of experiences of which many examples occur. A youth who has been seeking first the kingdom of God with alternate hope and fear, but without violent emotions on either side, comes suddenly and unexpectedly in sight of death. There is, at first, and for a time, a very great tumult of alarm. When that tumult subsides, a peace that passeth all understanding keeps the heart and mind, until the spirit is released from the flesh and darts away. The ship has set sail, and kept on her course many days and nights, with no other incidents than those that are common to all. Suddenly land appears, but what the character of the coast may be, the voyagers cannot discern through the tumult. The first effect of a near approach to land is a very great commotion in the water, for it is one of the coral islands of the South Pacific, encircled by a ring of fearful breakers at some little distance from the shore. The waves are higher and angrier than any they have seen in the open sea, but forward they must go. Partly through the surf, partly over it, they are borne at a bound, strained and giddy, and almost senseless. They find themselves within that sentinel ridge of crested waves that guard the shore, and the portion of sea that still lies between them and the land is calm and clear like glass. It seems a lake of paradise, and not an earthly thing at all. It is inexpressibly sweet to lie on its bosom, after the long voyage and the wild tossing of the barrier ridge. All the heavens are mirrored in the water, and along its edge lies a flowery land. Across the belt of sea the ship glides gently, and gently touches soon that lovely shore. It is thus that I have seen a true pilgrim thrown into a tumult when the shore of eternity suddenly appeared before him. A great fear tossed and sickened him for some days, but when that barrier was passed, he experienced a peace deeper, stiller, sweeter than any he ever knew before. A little space of life's voyage remained, after the fear of death had sunk into a calm, and before the immortal felt the solid of eternal rest. On life's sea, as yet, was the spirit lying, but the shaking had ceased, and when at last the spirit passed from a peaceful sea to a peaceful land, the change seemed slight. The righteous had hope in his death. Blessed hope. End of section 81.
Section 82 of Laws from Heaven for Life on Earth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by J Audio. Laws from Heaven for Life on Earth by William Arnot. The Truth in Love. A soft answer turneth away wrath, but grievous words stir up anger. Proverbs chapter 15, verse 1. We greatly need an instrument capable of turning away wrath, for there is much wrath in the world to be turned away. It is assumed here that the anger is sinful in character or excessive in degree. But there are occasions in which a good man may do well to be angry. It is recorded of Jesus once, in the days of his flesh, that he was angry. But the explanation is immediately added. He was grieved for the hardness of their hearts. Mark chapter 3, verse 5. It is safe for a disciple to follow the Lamb whithersoever he goeth. If all our anger were grief for sin, and grief for sin our only anger, the emotion would neither displease God nor disturb men. If our love were like Christ's, our anger would be like his too. In the meantime, most of the anger that prevails is sinful and dangerous. On that side, there is a special need for watching and prayer, lest we enter into temptation. We are on dangerous ground when we are contending in our own cause. A man may indeed, through divine grace, rule his spirit aright even there. But it is his wisdom to be jealous of himself. Self-love ties a bandage on the eyes of the understanding, and then leads the blind astray. A great part of the danger lies in the suddenness of the explosion. To obtain a delay of a few moments is half of the victory. He that is slow to wrath is of great understanding, but he that is hasty of spirit exalteth folly. Proverbs chapter 14, verse 29. Some knowledge of human nature is displayed in the advice once given to a passionate man, to count 100 after he felt the fire burning within before he permitted it to blaze forth by his lips. The monitor shrewdly calculated that in many instances the passion would cool down during the interval, and the explosion be altogether prevented. An improvement on that method might be suggested. Instead of securing merely an empty interval, fill it with an air that the flame of anger cannot live in. Fill it up with prayer. Employ the same space of time in prayer for yourself and for the offender. Nehemiah adopted this method to subdue another passion. He was oppressed by fear. The Jewish captive betrayed his patriotism before the despot, and symptoms of the royal displeasure appeared. Quote, "Then I was very sore afraid." End quote. Then and there, however, notwithstanding the monarch's presence, Nehemiah prayed to the God of heaven. Courage came and wisdom with it. He asked skillfully and obtained his desire. Nehemiah chapter 2. The same resource would afford deliverance when anger is the passion that suddenly assails. After praying to our Father for your offending brother and yourself, you may speak to him safely. The Christian's vital breath is fatal to all the spawn of the serpent. Pass your resentment through a period of communion with him who bought you with his blood, and it will come out like Christ's, a simple grief for a brother's sin and a holy jealousy for truth. In some such way should we treat our own anger. But how shall we meet the anger of other people? Turn it away by a soft answer. In man as he is, a sally of wrath from another seems to produce a similar sally in return, as naturally as a mountainside gives back an echo of the sound that strikes it. If you listen to the quarrel of two men or women who have neither been purified by Christian principle nor smoothed by a liberal education, you will observe the working of the natural law. Wrath generates grievous words, and grievous words aggravate the wrath that produced them. The reciprocating series goes on until some accident break the chain or the sounds die away from the exhaustion of the combatants. There is an instrument for receiving anger on, so as to make it harmlessly expend its force, like lightning led by a conducting rod into the ground. And even if there be a rebound at first, the force gradually melts away, like a dying echo from a single sound. That patent shield for warding off the sharp strokes of wrath is a soft answer. Christianity makes it of the solid metal, and education supplies at a cheaper rate a plated article useful as long as it lasts, and as far as it goes. The principle of softness increasing the strength of a defense is common to the physical and moral departments of the world. The Roman battering ram, when it had nearly effected a breach in walls of solid stone, was often baffled by bags of chaff and beds of down skillfully spread out to receive its stubborn blow. By that stratagem, the besieged obtained a double benefit, and the besiegers suffered a double disappointment. The strokes that were given proved harmless, and the engine was soon withdrawn. In our department, a similar law exists, and a similar experience will come out of it. If the person assailed hang out, in time his soft answer, the first stroke, will not hurt him, and the second will never come. In the effort to avoid one extreme, however, we must beware lest we fall into another. Mere softness will not do. The down beds of the besieged Jews within Jerusalem would have been no defense against the battering rams of Titus if there had not been a solid wall of masonry behind them. A glove of velvet should cover the hand of iron, but an iron hand should be within the velvet glove. Faithfulness naked may in its effect be little better than vulgar obstinacy, and gentleness unsupported may in the miscellaneous strife of time count for nothing more than lack of courage. But when faithfulness is gentle in its form, and gentleness faithful in its substance, these two meet, helps made one in a marriage union, constitute the best preparation which man's imperfect state permits for meeting rough jostlings in the moving crowd of life. Truth alone may be hated, and love alone despised. Men will flee from the one and trample on the other. But when truth puts on love and love leans on truth, in that hallowed partnership lies the maximum of defensive moral power within the reach of man in the present world. There is a contrivance to prevent the destructive collision of carriage against carriage in a railway train, which human beings might profitably imitate. On the outer extremities where they are liable to strike against each other, there is a soft spongy covering. Within and at the very center is a spring, strong but yielding, yielding but strong. There is both a soft surface without and an elastic spring in the heart. If the impact of another body were met by mere hard, unyielding strength, both would fly into splinters at the first shock. On the other hand, if there were in one of the carriages softness only, with no recuperative spring, the others would soon drive it from the rails or crush it to pieces. The destroyed carriage would be lost to the owners, and its debris would cause additional mischief. These machines move in company like ourselves, and they move quickly and jostle each other by the way. The managers have marked the danger and made skillful provision for escaping it. They take advantage of the great pervasive law that firmness and softness united in each is the best arrangement for the safety of all. The apparatus employed to keep these mute races off each other in the swift course of life might almost be counted a modification of our great law, speaking the truth in love. Although the two departments lie so far asunder, a parallelism is plainly perceptible in their laws. One inventing mind is at the fountainhead of creation, and the so-called discoveries in the various departments are so many drops from its diverging streams. It seems a reversal of the usual order, and yet we are assured the rule is reasonable and useful. Observe how carriages on a railway keep their own places, kindly meeting, yet firmly repelling every blow from a neighbor in the rapid race. Observe how they do, and do likewise. A little girl came to her mother one day and inquired in a tone which showed that the words were not words, of course, if every word of the Bible is true. Quote, "Yes, child, but wherefore do you ask?" "Because the Bible says, 'A soft answer turneth away wrath.' And when Charlotte spoke to me in a rage, I gave her a soft answer, but it did not turn away her wrath." End quote. It was a natural but a childish thought. It is true that such is the tendency of a soft answer. In that direction it puts forth a power. But alas, that power is often exerted without effect on a callous heart. "The goodness of God," says the Scripture, "leadeth thee to repentance." Romans chapter 2, verse 4. But many who distinctly feel its drawing refuse to follow it. The obstinate perish unrepentant, and yet the word is true. The most important practical rule for our guidance under provocation is to consider not how hard a blow we can deal in return, consistently with the character for Christian meekness, but how far we can yield, without being faithless to truth and to God. In view of our own corruption and the temptations that abound, a leaning to this side seems the safest for a Christian man. But when all rules fail to reach the case, let us have recourse to the great example. He walked over our life path in order that we might have his footprints to guide us. Alike in love of good and resentment against evil, the Master's conduct is the disciples' rule. "Be ye followers of God as dear children." Ephesians chapter 5, verse 1. The word is imitators, and we know what that means in the instincts and habits of a loved and loving child. Our Father in heaven has given us an example, and if we have the spirit of dear children, our constant impulse and tendency will be to do as he has done. This lifts our eyes at once to the deepest counsel of eternity, the greatest event of time, to the enmity against himself, which reigned and raged in humankind. God replied by sending his Son to seek and save them. Look unto Jesus, and learn the answer from heaven to the anger of earth. Jesus is God's answer to the wrath of man. The answer is soft, and yet it is the greatest power that can be applied, the only power that will prevail to turn the wrath away and win the wrathful back to love. End of section 82. Read by J Audio, October 31, 2024, Norfolk.
Section 83 of Laws from Heaven for Life on Earth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Gloria Loughry. Laws from Heaven for Life on Earth by William Arnot. The All-Seeing. The eyes of the Lord are in every place, beholding the evil and the good. Hell and destruction are before the Lord. How much more, then, the hearts of the children of men? Proverbs 15, verse 3 and 11. The omniscience of God is usually considered a fundamental doctrine of natural religion. Nobody denies it. Infidelity in this department is acted, not spoken. Speculative unbelievers are wont, in a free and easy way, to set down at least a very large proportion of the existing Christian profession to the credit of hypocrisy. Hypocrite is a disreputable name, and most men would rather impute it to a neighbor than acknowledge it their own. But it is one thing to repudiate the word, and another to be exempt from the thing which it signifies. That weed seems to grow as freely on the soil of natural religion as in the profession of Christian faith. A man may be a hypocrite, although he abjures the Bible. Most of those who reject a written revelation profess to learn from the volume of creation that a just God is everywhere present, beholding the evil and the good. But what disciple of nature lives consistently with even his own short creed? The doctrine of the divine omniscience, although owned and argued for by men's lips, is neglected or resisted in their lives. The unholy do not like to have a holy eye ever open over them, whatever their profession may be. If fallen men, apart from the one mediator, say or think that the presence of God is pleasant to them, it is because they have radically mistaken either their own character or his. They have either falsely lifted up their own attainments or falsely dragged down the standard of the judge. Atheism is the inner spirit of all the guilty, until they be reconciled through the blood of the cross. All image worship, whether heathen or Romish, is atheism incarnate. The idol is a body which men, at Satan's bidding, prepare for their own enmity against God. The gods many, and lords many, that thickly strew the path of humanity over time, are the product ever and anon thrown off by the desperate wriggle of the guilty to escape from the look of an all-seeing eye, and so be permitted to do their deeds in congenial darkness. When spiders stretched their webs across the eyelids of Jupiter, notwithstanding all the efforts that Greek sculpture had put forth to make the image awful, the human worshipper would hide, without scruple, in his heart the thoughts which he did not wish his deity to know. It was even an express tenet of the heathen superstitions that the authority of the gods was partial and local. One who was dreadful on the hills might be safely despised in the valleys. In this feature, as in all others, the popish idolatry, imitative rather than inventive, follows the rut in which the ancient current ran. Particular countries and classes of persons are assigned to particular saints. With puerile perseverance, the whole surface of the earth and the whole course of the year have been mapped and appropriated, so that you cannot plant a pinpoint either in time or space without touching the territory of some Romish god or goddess. In this way, the ignorant devotee practically escapes from the conviction of an omniscient witness. Quote, "Divide and conquer," end quote, is the maxim of the enemy when he tries to deaden or destroy that sense of divine inspection which seems to spring native in the human mind. When he cannot persuade a man that there is no such witness, he persuades him as the next best, that there are 1,000. When a man will not profess to have no God, the same end is accomplished by giving him many. We sometimes experience and express surprise that rational beings should degrade themselves by worshipping blind, dumb idols which their own hands have made. But it is precisely because the idols are blind and dumb that men are willing to worship them. A god or a saint that should really cast the glance of a pure eye into the conscience of the worshipper would not long be held in repute. The grass would grow again round that idol's shrine. A seeing God would not do the idolater once a blind one. The first cause of idolatry is a desire in an impure heart to escape from the look of the living God, and none but a dead image would serve the turn. From history and experience, it appears that idolaters prefer to have an image that looks like life, provided always that it be not living. A real omniscience they will not endure, but a mimic omniscience pleases the fancy, and rocks the conscience into a sounder sleep. In the present generation, the Romish craftsmen have tasked their ingenuity to make the eyes of their pictured saints move upon the canvas. The eyeball of a certain saint rolled, or seemed to roll, in its dusky coloring within the dimly lighted aisle, and great was the effect on the devotions of the multitude. In places where Protestant truth has not shorn their superstition of its grosser outgrowths, the procession of the Fête Dieu is garnished with a huge goggle eye, carried aloft upon a pole, moved in its socket by strings and pulleys, and ticketed, quote, the omniscient, end quote. This becomes an object of great attraction in the crowd. In one aspect it is more childish than any child's play, but in another aspect a melancholy seriousness pervades it. This hideous mimicry of omniscience is an elaborate effort to weave a veil under which an unclean conscience may comfortably hide from the eye of God. After all the darkening and distorting effects of sin, there lies in the deep of a human soul an appetite for the knowledge of God, which, when it can do no more, stirs now and then and troubles the man. It is the art of Antichrist to lie on the watch for that blind hunger when first it begins to stir, and throw into its opening mouth heaps of swine food husks, to gorge and lay it, lest it should seek and get the bread of life. This is the grosser method which grosser natures adopt to destroy within themselves the sense of divine omniscience. There is another way of running off in an opposite direction, more refined indeed, but equally aesthetic, more manly, but not more godly, than the crowded pantheon of ancient or modern Rome. This other road to rest is pantheism. If there is speculation in an age, it becomes restive under the thick clay of image worship. There is a spirit which will not endure a material idol, and yet is not the Spirit of God. Dagon falls, and the philosophers make sport of his dishonored stump. Instead of making a little ugly idol for themselves, they adopt a great and glorious one made to their hands. God, they say, is the soul of nature, and nature, therefore, is the only God whom they desire or need. Sea, earth, air, flowers, trees, and living creatures, including man, the creatures in the aggregate, the universe, is God. In this way they contrive to heal over the wound which the sense of an omniscient eye makes in an unclean conscience. It is the personality of God that stings the flesh of the alienated. It is easier to deal with nature in her majestic movements than with the self of the Holy One. Nature heaves in the sea and sighs in the wind, and blossoms in the flowers and bleats on the pastures. Nature glides gently round in her gigantic orbit, and stoops not to notice the thoughts and words of a human being. He may live as he lists, although nature is there. Philosophy compels him to reject the paltry, tangible, local gods of all the superstitions. Reason constrains him to own the universality of the Creator's presence. The problem in his mind is how to conceive of the Lord's eyes being in every place, and yet indifferent to sin. In order to accomplish this, the personal, with its pungency, must be discharged from the idea of God. This done, the great idol, though more sublime, is not a whit more troublesome than the little one. The creature, whether great or small, whether God's handwork or a man's, cannot be a god to an intelligent, immortal human soul. Neither the idolater's stock nor the philosopher's universe has an eye to follow a transgressor into those chambers where he commits his abominations in the dark. But in every place, quote, our God is a consuming fire, end quote, upon a sin-stained conscience. The darkness and the light are both alike to him. Psalm 139, verse 21. Quote, in every place, end quote, our hearts and lives are open in the sight of him with whom we have to do. The proposition is absolutely universal. We must beware, however, lest that feature of the word which should make it powerful only render it to us indefinite and meaningless. Man's fickle mind treats universal truths that come from heaven as the eye treats the visible heaven itself. At a distance from the observer all around, the blue canopy seems to descend and lean upon the earth, but where he stands, it is far above, out of his sight. It touches not him at all, and when he goes forward to the line where now it seems to touch other men, he finds it still far above, and the point which applies to this lower world is as distant as ever. Heavenly truth, like heaven, seems to touch all the world around, but not his own immediate sphere or himself its center. The grandest truths are practically lost in this way when they are left whole. We must rightly divide the word and let the bits come into every crook of our own character. Besides the assent to general truth, there must be specific personal application. A man may own omniscience and yet live without God in the world. The house of prayer is one important place on earth, and the eyes of the Lord are there when the great congregation has assembled and the solemn worship has begun. He seeth not as man seeth. Thoughts are visible to him. Oh, what sights these pure eyes behold in that place! If our eyes could see them, a scream of surprise would rend the air. Quote, Son of man, hast thou seen what the ancients of the house of Israel do in the dark, every man in the chambers of his imagery? For they say, the Lord seeth us not, the Lord hath forsaken the earth. End quote. Ezekiel 8, verse 12. Take your place beside a hive of bees in a summer day at noon and watch the busy traffickers. The outward bound brush quickly past the heavy-laden incomers in the narrow passage. They flow like two opposite streams of water in the same channel, without impeding each other's motions. Every one is in haste, none tarries for a neighbor. Such a hive is a human heart, and the swarm of winged thoughts which harbor there maintain an intercourse with all the world in constant circulation, while the man sits among the worshippers, still and upright and steady as a beehive upon its pedestal. The thoughts that issue from their home in that human heart, bold like robbers in the dark, overleap the fences of holiness, suck at will every flower that they reckon sweet, and return to deposit their gatherings in the owner's cup. The eyes of the Lord are there, beholding the evil. The family is his own work, and he does not desert it. His eyes are open there, to see how father and mother entwine authority and love, a twofold cord, at once to curb the children's waywardness and lead them in paths of peace. How children obey their parents in the Lord, how a sister employs that gentleness whereby God has made woman great, to soothe and win the robuster brother. How a brother proffers the arm that the Almighty has made strong, a support for a mother or a sister in her weakness to lean upon. How masters become fathers to their servants, and servants lighten their labor by infusing into its dull, heavy body the inspiring soul of love. In the family, the place where all these bonds unite and all these relations circulate, are the eyes of the Lord its Maker. Let all members, quote, walk as seeing him who is invisible, end quote. In the street, in the counting house, in the shop, in the factory, these eyes ever are. God does not forget and forsake a man when he rises from his knees and plunges into business. The man, therefore, should not then and there forget and forsake God. In the tavern, when its doors are shut and its table spread, when the light is brilliant and the laugh loud, when the cup circulates and the head swims, in that place are the eyes of the Lord, and they are like a flame of fire. It would be a salutary though a painful experience if the eyes of these time-killers were opened for a moment to meet the look of their omniscient witness, before he becomes their almighty judge. But the eyes of the Lord are bent on this world, to behold the good as well as the evil that grows there. Is there any place among its thorns and thistles which bears fruit pleasant to the eyes of its Maker? Yes, there are fields which he cultivates, 1 Corinthians 3, verse 9, and trees which he plants, Isaiah 5, verse 3. On these places his eye rests with complacency, beholding the growth of his own grace. One of the places that attract the Redeemer's eye is a shady avenue where a youth saunters alone on a summer eve, communing with his own heart, grieving over its detected backslidings, and breathing a prayer for reconciliation and renewing. That angular recess in the ivy-covered rock, dark in daylight by the thickness of the leafy shade, that is a place to which the Lord's eye turns intent. For thither, when the fire burned, the penitent turned aside unseen, and there he, quote, wept and made supplication and prevailed, end quote, nor parted from the place, nor let the angel of the covenant go until he had gotten a whole Savior for his soul and surrendered his whole soul to the Savior. This tree of righteousness is the planting of the Lord. By its freshness and fruitfulness he is glorified. The new creation is at least as lovely in the Creator's eye as the old one was before it was marred by sin. In that ransomed captive the Redeemer, quote, shall see the travail of his soul and shall be satisfied, end quote. Quote, hell and destruction are before the Lord. How much more, then, the hearts of the children of men, end quote. This terrible truth these hearts secretly know, and their desperate writhings to shake it off show how much they dislike it. The Romish confessional is one of the most pregnant facts in the whole history of man. It is a monument and measure of the guilty creature's enmity against God. We know authoritatively from their own books what Rome expects her priests to do in the confessional, and history gives some glimpses of what they actually do. We have felt the glow of indignation in our breast as we learned how the confessor fastens like a horse leech on his victim, and how the victim, like a charmed bird, abandons itself to the tyrant's will. We have heard how a full-aged, unmarried man explores at will the half-formed thoughts that flutter in the bosom of a maid, and rudely rakes up the secrets that lie the deepest in the memory of a matron. We have wondered at the blindness and stupidity of our common nature in permitting a man not more holy than his neighbors to stand in the place of God to a brother's soul. There is cause for grief, but not ground for surprise. The phenomenon proceeds in the way of natural law. It is the common, well-understood process of compounding for the security of the whole by the voluntary surrender of a part. The confessional is a kind of insurance office, where periodical exposure of the heart to a man is the premium paid for fancied impunity in hiding that heart altogether from the deeper scrutiny of the all-seeing God. Popish transgressors have no particular delight in confession for its own sake. Confession to the priest is felt and dreaded as an evil. The devout often need spurring to make them come, and when they come, it is on the principle of submitting to the less evil in order to escape the greater. The incoming of the heart-searcher is feared and loathed, like a deadly, contagious disease. A quack comes up, and by dint of bold profession, persuades the trembler that voluntary inoculation with the same disease in a milder form will secure exemption from the terrible reality. The guilty, although he does not like to have his conscience searched, because he does not like to have his conscience searched, submits to the searching of his conscience. The pretending penitent accepts the scrutiny by a man in the hope of escaping thereby the scrutiny of God. The impudent empiric tells his patient that if he submit to inoculation, the smallpox will never come. Behold, quote, the human nature of the question, end quote. Behold the philosophy of the confessional. It is in principle the old question of the heathen, quote, shall I give the fruit of my body for the sin of my soul? End quote. Micah 6, verse 7. It is not, however, the fruit of the body that is offered, for they do not make their children pass through the fire to Moloch now. The spiritual chastity of the soul is laid down as the price of impunity for sin. God made the human soul for himself. It is vilest prostitution to abandon it to the authoritative search of a sinful man. Yet this unnatural sacrifice is made, this galling yoke is worn, in the vain hope of shutting out the eyes of the Lord from one place of his own world. But what fearful dilemma have we here? The holiest changeth not when he comes a visitant to a human heart. He is the same there that he is in the highest heaven. He cannot look upon sin, and how can a human heart welcome him into its secret chambers? How can the blazing fire welcome in the quenching water? It is easy to commit to memory the seemly prayer of an ancient penitent. Quote, search me, O God, and know my heart. Try me, and know my thoughts. End quote. Psalm 139, verse 23. The dead letters, worn smooth by frequent use, may drop freely from callous lips, leaving no sense of scalding on the conscience. And yet, truth of God though they are, they may be turned into a lie in the act of utterance. The prayer is not true, although it is borrowed from the Bible, if the suppliant invite the all-seeing in, and yet would give 1,000 worlds, if he had them, to keep him out forever. Christ has declared the difficulty and solved it. Quote, I am the way, the truth, and the life. No man cometh unto the Father but by me. End quote. John 14, verse 6. When the Son has made a sinner free, he is free indeed. The dear child, pardoned and reconciled, loves and longs for the Father's presence. What, is there neither spot nor wrinkle now upon the man, that he dares to challenge inspection by the Omniscient, and to offer his heart as Jehovah's dwelling place? He is not yet so pure, and well he knows it. The groan is bursting yet from his broken heart. Quote, O wretched man that I am, who shall deliver me from the body of this death? End quote. Romans 7, verse 24. Many stains defile him yet, but he loathes them now, and longs to be free. The difference between an unconverted and a converted man is not that the one has sins and the other has none, but that the one takes part with his cherished sins against a dreaded God, and the other takes part with a reconciled God against his hated sins. He is out with his former friends, and in with his former adversary. Conversion is a turning, and it is one turning only, but it produces simultaneously and necessarily two distinct effects. Whereas his face was formerly turned away from God and toward his own sins, it is now turned away from his own sins and toward God. This one turning, with its twofold result, is in Christ the mediator and through the work of the Spirit. As long as God is my enemy, I am his. I have no more power to change that condition than the polished surface has to refrain from reflecting the sunlight that falls upon it. It is God's love from the face of Jesus shining into my dark heart that makes my heart open and delight to be his dwelling place. The eye of the just avenger I cannot endure to be in this place of sin, but the eye of the compassionate physician I shall gladly admit into this place of disease, for he came from heaven to earth that he might heal such sin-sick souls as mine. When a disciple desires to be searched by the living God, he does not thereby intimate that there are no sins in him to be discovered. He intimates rather that his foes are so many and so lively that nothing can subdue them except the presence and power of God. End of section 83.
Section 84 of Laws from Heaven for Life on Earth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by ShrimpPhish. Laws from Heaven for Life on Earth by William Arnot. A Wholesome Tongue. A wholesome tongue is a tree of life. Proverbs 15, verse 4. Not a silent tongue. Mere abstinence from evil is not good. The beasts that perish speak no guile. What do ye more than they? The tongue of man is a talent given by God, and the commandment, occupy till I come, is deeply graven in its wondrous structure. He who hides his talent in the earth is counted slothful and wicked. The servant vainly pleads that it was not employed for evil. The master righteously condemns because it was not employed for good. Idleness is evil under the administration of God. Not a smooth tongue, it may be soft on the surface, while the poison of asps lies cherished underneath. The mouth of a strange woman is smoother than oil. A serpent licks his victim all over before he swallows it. Smoothness is not an equivalent for truth. Not a voluble tongue. That active member may labor much to little purpose. It may revolve with the rapidity and steadiness of manufacturing machinery, throwing off from morning till night a continuous web of wordage, and yet not add one grain to the stock of human wisdom by the imposing bulk of its weightless product. Not a sharp tongue. Some instruments are made keen-edged for the purpose of wounding. There is that speaketh like the piercings of a sword. The wrath of man worketh not the righteousness of God. A great apostle used sharpness, and so did his Lord before him. But unless we partake of their spirit, we cannot safely imitate their plan. He would need to have a loving heart and a steady hand who ventures to cut with a sharp tongue into the quick of a brother's nature. Not even a true tongue. Truth is in the foundation of all good in speech, but it is the foundation only. Wanting truth, there is only evil. But even with it, there may be little of good. Truth is necessary, but not enough. The true tongue must also be wholesome. Before anything can be wholesome in its effects on others, it must be whole in itself. The tongue must be itself in health before it can diffuse a healthful influence around. But our tongue, as an instrument of moral agency, is diseased. It is in the human constitution of the chief outgate from the heart, and the heart of the fallen is not in health. The scripture of the Old Testament, quoted by Paul in the New, declares, with memorable pungency, that it is corrupt and corrupting. Their throat is an open sepulchre, with their tongues they have used deceit. Government, watching over the health of the nation, will not permit a grave to lie open. Because there is putridity in its heart, its mouth must be closed. The throat of a grave, if left open, would breathe forth pestilence. Alas, the moral disease is pouring out moral infection, and no government can stay the plague. Every corrupt heart is generating the poison, and every unwholesome tongue is a vent for its escape. The air is tainted. Men both give out and draw in corruption like breath. Parents who wisely love their children greatly dread unwholesome tongues. Sometimes they are in great straits as to the path of duty. They cannot take the young out of the world, and yet they are afraid to send them into it. When a father hears a torrent of polluting words from a foul tongue on the street, or in a public conveyance, and returns home to look upon his little boy, ignorant as yet of full-grown wickedness, he could almost wish that his child were deaf, and so shielded on one side from the great adversary's onset. If the wish were lawful, you would be inclined to say, "Let his ear be open to the song of birds and the murmur of streams, to the rushing of the winds and the roll of the thunder, but let him not hear the voice of man until he hear it new in the kingdom of the Father." But this cannot be. We and our children are in the world, and the world teems with evil. In particular, it is like a lazar house because of unwholesome tongues. The tongue is a fire, a world of iniquity. It defileth the whole body, and setteth on fire the course of nature. And it is set on fire of hell. It is an unruly evil, full of deadly poison. One would think that parents, in view of such a pestilence abounding, would not be in haste to bring out their children at a tender age into the infected region. True love would rather shield them as long as possible from the inevitable contact, and in the meantime move heaven and earth to have the shield of faith interposed between the conscience of the child and the fiery darts of the wicked. Dogs licked the sores of Lazarus as he lay at the rich man's gate, and the poor cripple reaped a benefit from their kindness. The dumb brute has a wholesome tongue, and an instinct that prompts him to use it. Would that his master's tongue were as soft, and its touch as soothing. The best things, corrupted and misapplied, become the most mischievous. Our tongue is fearfully and wonderfully made. Great is its capacity for hurt or for healing. If it were attuned to the praise of God, it would be a medicine for the sufferings of men. If Christians were like Christ, they would be more happy and more useful. He spake as never man spake. When men had sunk helpless in a deadly disease, he sent his word and healed them. For a wounded spirit there is no medicine like love drops distilling from a wholesome tongue. Even where they fail to heal the wound, they will soothe the sufferer, and so lighten his pain. A high place in the sight of God and man has the physician who remains on the battlefield after the conquering host has passed on, tending indiscriminately wounded friends and wounded foes, or who plies his task in a plague-stricken city, entering every house where a chalk mark on the door indicates that the infection is within. His is an honorable work. Angels, eyeing him as they pass, might well envy his employment and his reward, but every one of us might attain a rank as high, and do a work as beneficent. If broken limbs lie not in our way, broken spirits abound in our neighborhood. Sick hearts are rife on the edges of our daily walk. Although we lack the skill necessary to cure a bodily ailment, we may all exercise the art of healing on diseases that are more deeply set. A loving heart and a wholesome tongue are a sufficient apparatus, and the instincts of a renewed nature should be ever ready to apply them in the time and place of need. The tongue, when it is whole and wholesome, is a tree of life, in a former chapter. The similitude employed was a well, but whether the manner of the diffusion be like a well sending forth its streams, or like a tree scattering its ripened fruit, the influence diffused from a good man is life. The product which issues by the tongue from a renewed heart is healthful in its character, and spreads as seed spreads in autumn from the plant on which it grew. Winged words have fluttered about in poetry and prose through all the languages of the civilized world from old Homer's day till now. The permanence and prevalence of the expression prove that it embodies a recognized truth. Words have wings indeed, but they are the wings of seeds rather than of birds or butterflies. We are all accustomed to observe in autumn multitudes of diminutive seeds, each balanced on its own tiny wing, floating past on the breeze. Some of these have fallen from useful plants, and some from hurtful weeds. But the impartial wind bears the good and the evil alike forward to their destiny. Some plants are prolific almost beyond the reach of arithmetic or of imagination, and their seeds in countless multitudes are scattered indiscriminately over all the land. Words are like these seeds, in their varied character, their measureless multitude, and their winged speed. They drop off in inconceivable numbers. They fly far. They are widely spread. It is of deep importance that they should, in their nature, be good and not evil. The tongue is a prolific tree. It concerns the whole community that it should be a tree of life and not of death. Considering the influence of our words on the world, what manner of persons ought we to be in all holy conversation and godliness? In modern times, the art of printing has given wings to human words in a measure that seems to vie even with the fecundity of nature. The quantity thus carried is such as to baffle all our powers of description or conception. But in the department of art, as in that of nature, there is great variety in the character of the seed, and a terrible impartiality in the law of diffusion. When the evil seed is permitted to grow, the wings are at hand to carry it across the world. It is the part of those who love their kind, and desire to see this sin-cursed earth become a paradise again, to keep down the growth of noxious seed, and cultivate the better kinds. The quantity of vain and hurtful words that are flying across the world on printed pages is enough to make us tremble for the coming generation. But to stand and tremble in presence of the danger is neither useful nor manful. When we hear of unwholesome words being sent week after week by the ton weight to the principal reservoirs in the large cities, and thence by various channels distributed over all the land, we should indeed be aroused to take the measure of the crisis, but not lose heart or hand at the discovery of its magnitude. We have words and wings for them, as well as those who are against us. We have precious seed in our hands, and a world to spread it on. Our Father in heaven expects us to labor on his field. We have a good master in pleasant work. In the labor of laying the words on these pages, we are cheered by the thought that we are attaching wings to the living seed of saving truth, that it may be cast on the winds at a venture, and borne away under the direction of an all-wise providence to some needy desert place. As we frame these sentences, we are like a humble artisan in his workshop, fashioning wings for the word of righteousness. We are encouraged to pray, as they pass from our hands, that, borne on these wings far beyond our sight, that word may drop in Indian jungle, or Australian mind, or American backwood, on some lone exile, and find entrance into the weary, broken heart which at home in prosperity has been always hard and closed. Ye who love the Lord and the brethren, wing the seed and give it to the wind. It is God's gift and in his keeping. When it goes out of your sight, plead with him who employs the winds as his angels, to guide it to some bare but broken ground. While you pray for the fruitfulness of what has already been scattered, work to scatter more. This or that may prosper, perhaps this and that too. The very mountain tops shall wave yet like Lebanon with a harvest from the seed of wholesome words. The earth shall yet be full of the knowledge of the Lord. The sowers may well wipe their tears away as they go forth, for they shall one day return rejoicing, bringing their sheaves with them. The Lord gave the word. The Lord is the word. Great should be the company of them that publish it. The shortest and surest method of killing and casting out the mischievous weeds that infest a field is to get the field covered from side to side with a closely growing crop of precious grain. Wholesome words are the true antidote to the unwholesome. When the enemy sows tares, Christ's servants have only one way of effectually counterworking him, and that is by sowing wheat. The best way of eradicating error is to publish and practice truth. End of section 84. Section 85 of Laws from Heaven for Life on Earth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by ShrimpPhish. Laws from Heaven for Life on Earth by William Arnot. Mirth, a medicine. A merry heart maketh a cheerful countenance, but by sorrow of the heart the spirit is broken. Proverbs 15, verse 13. Heaviness in the heart of man maketh it stoop, but a good word maketh it glad. Proverbs 12, verse 35. A merry heart doeth good like a medicine, but a broken spirit drieth the bones. Proverbs 17, verse 22. The emotions that thrill in the heart mark themselves in legible lines on the countenance. This is a feature in the constitution of man, and a useful feature it is. The wisdom of our Maker may be seen in the degree of its development. If there had been more of it, or less, the processes of human life could not have gone on so well. If the hopes and fears that alternate in the soul were as completely hidden from the view of an observer as the action of the vital organs within the body, the intercourse between man and man would be far less kindly than it now is. How blank would the aspect of the world be, if no image of a man's thought could ever be seen glancing in his countenance? Our walk through life would be like a solitary march through a gallery of statues, as cold as marble, and not nearly so beautiful. On the other hand, if all the meaning of the soul could be read in the countenance, the inconvenience would be so great as to bring the machinery of life almost to a standstill. Society could not go on if either all the mind's thoughts or none were legible on the countenance. That medium which actually exists in the present constitution of humanity is obviously the best. You have some power of concealing your emotions, and your neighbor has some power of observing them. He who made us has done all things well. Great purposes in Providence are served by this arrangement. If the veil which hangs between the outer world and our heart's emotions were altogether opaque, we would be too much isolated from our neighbors. If it were perfectly translucent, we would be too much in their power. The soul within is a burning light, sometimes bright and sometimes lurid. The countenance is a semi-transparent shade, through which the cast and coloring of the inner thought can be seen, but not its articulate details. A happy heart beaming through a guileless countenance is the best style of beauty. It is pleasant to look upon in the springtime, and does not wither in the winter of age. But joy in the heart can do more than make the aspect winsome. Besides enlivening a dull countenance, it heals a diseased nature. It doeth good like a medicine, whereas its opposite, a broken spirit, drieth the bones. Those who have watched the experience of themselves and their neighbors will acknowledge this in all its breadth as a practical truth. I know nothing equal to cheerful and even mirthful conversation for restoring the tone of mind and body when both have been overdone. Some great and good men, on whom very heavy cares and toils have been laid, manifest a constitutional tendency to relax into mirth when their work is over. Narrow minds denounce the incongruity. Large hearts own God's goodness in the fact, and rejoice in the wise provision made for prolonging useful lives. Mirth, after exhaustive toil, is one of nature's instinctive efforts to heal the part which has been racked or bruised. You cannot too sternly reprobate a frivolous life, but if the life be earnest for God and man, with here and there a layer of mirthfulness protruding, a soft bedding to receive heavy cares which otherwise would crush the spirit, to snarl against spurts of mirth may be the easy and useless occupation of a small man, who cannot take in at one view the whole circumference of a larger one. But it is as medicine, and not as food, that mirth is useful to man. As well might the wild ass live and fatten by snuffing up the north wind, as a man's character becomes solid if merriment is its chief or only ailment. To live on it, as daily bread, will produce a hollow heart and a useless history, but that which is worthless as food may be precious as medicine. Administered in proper quantities and at proper times, it will make the staple of solid seriousness more productive of actual good. Even a dull observer may see wisdom and goodness in the habitual cheerfulness of the young. There is a time to laugh, and childhood is eminently that time. A sad, sombre spirit in a child is both the effect and the cause of disease. Mirth in large quantities is needful as a medicine for the ailments of childhood, and our Maker has placed an abundant supply of it in their nature, with a tendency to draw it day by day for use. But some persons in some classes are all too ready to acknowledge the virtue of mirth as a medicine. There are quacks who take it up and vaunt its universal efficacy. In ignorance or bad faith they apply it in cases where it may kill but cannot cure. Recognizing the law that a broken spirit drieth the bones, these practitioners, when conviction of sin burns like fire in the patient's conscience, would deliberately pour in a stream of mirth to quench it. With equal zeal they prescribe the same medicine as a preventive, lest the wasting body should be still more enfeebled by an inroad of seriousness upon the soul. They will quietly push a novel beneath the pillow on which the too beauteous cheek of consumption lies. They will search the sick room round, and carry off bodily the Saint's Rest, or A Call to the Unconverted, lest these books should arouse a slumbering soul, and so shake too roughly its frail tenement. In their own way they adapt and apply the maxim, "A merry heart doeth good like a medicine." It is true that to maintain the patient's cheerfulness hastens the patient's cure. A bright hope within will sometimes do more to restore the wasted strength than all the prescriptions of the physician. A light heart, we acknowledge, is itself a potent medicine, and lends effectual aid in cooperation with other cures. If the restoration of the body's health were our only care, we would not examine scrupulously either the kind or the quantity of joyfulness that friends might infuse into a fainting heart. But while the healing of the body is a great thing, a greater lies beside it. For the chance of contributing to a corporeal cure, I would not cheat an immortal soul, as it fluttered on the verge of eternity. Is it true, yea or nay, that before death mercy is offered, and after it judgment is fixed? Is it true that Christ is the way to eternal life, and that there is no other? If it is, to divert a human soul from looking unto Jesus when the last sands of life are running, is the unkindest act which man can do to man. If you were atheists and materialists, if you believed in no God and no hereafter, there would be at least a melancholy consistency in occupying life's last hours with trifles, that the spirit, burdened with a decaying body, should have no other weight to bear, but it is both cruel and stupid for those who bear Christ's name to blindfold, at the very exodus of life, a brother's soul, in order to catch a chance of temporary benefit to his body. Nor is this all. This effort to banish care does not always succeed. Through all these coverings the terrors of the Lord may burst in, and agitate the soul all the more fiercely that you have tried so long to keep them out. When bodily pains or convictions of conscience rise to the full, your frivolous pleasures are driven away like smoke before the wind. A merry heart is a medicine for his ailment. Granted, but who shall give him a merry heart? Who shall give the guilty a merry heart when God is drawing near to judgment, and sin is lying heavy on his soul? If you could introduce the peace of God, which passeth all understanding, it would keep his heart and mind. But no inferior consolation can meet the case. Will anyone dare to say that in nature's extremity those who neglect Christ are happier at heart than those who trust in his love? When a human heart is stooping and breaking beneath the heavy load of suffering and sin, a good word maketh it glad. But if the man is dying, to assure him he will soon be better is not a good word. If the man is in sin and under condemnation, to assure him his sins are trivial and his judge indulgent is not a good word. A good word will gladden the grieved heart, but where shall it be found? Hark! The man of sorrows lets it drop like dew from his own lips. Peace I leave with you, my peace I give unto you. Not as the world giveth, give I unto you. Let not your heart be troubled, neither let it be afraid. Happy are they who have such a comforter in the time of need. David, like Abraham, saw his Lord's day afar off, and was glad. The presence of his Redeemer kindled a gladness in his heart, which took the torment out of even dying pains. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for thou art with me. True Christians have two advantages over the men of the world. They are happier now, and safer at last. There is more gladness put by a gracious God in a believing heart than all that the worldly know, even when their corn and wine abound the most. It would be a great attainment for themselves, and a great means of good to others, if the disciples of Christ in our day could let the hope which cheers their hearts also shine in their faces. If the joy of the Lord, which really is a Christian's strength within, should sit habitually as a beauty on his countenance, his talent would be better occupied now, and his entrance more abundant at the last. When Stephen's short but quick career was coming to a close, when the 70 elders had taken their places on the judgment seat, full of enmity against the name of Jesus, when the baser sort of the persecutors, at the instigation of their leaders, had dragged him violently into the council hall, when perjured witnesses, taking their cue from the keen and cruel eye of Saul, declared in concert that he was a habitual blasphemer of holy things. When the meek martyr saw and felt from many signs that through a boisterous passage he must quickly go to another judgment, his heart did not lose its hopefulness, and his countenance did not fall. At that moment, when the crisis of his fate had come, the joy that played about his heart shone through. All that sat in the council, looking steadfastly on him, saw his face as it had been the face of an angel. Perhaps that heaven-like brightness held some of the spectators, and would not let them go until it led them into the arms of Stephen's Saviour. We have known a case in which the gleam of joy on a departing disciple's face feathered the arrow of divine truth, and sent it home with saving power to a heart that had hitherto kept its iron point at bay. If Christians could get living hope lighted within, and let it beam like sunlight all the day through an open countenance, their lives would be more legible as epistles of Christ, and more effectual to win souls. End of section 85.